Shushan Sword Sect. In the Hall of Crimson Dawn the atmosphere was unprecedentedly oppressive. The Qingming sect only gives us 2 hours. If we don't hand over Ling Tianhuang they will massacre our Shushan Sword Sect. The Grand Elder swept his gaze over the crowd and said in a deep voice. Now the sect leader Yuan Jingxuan was in seclusion in the Sword Valley, so he was presiding over the sect's affairs. I absolutely disagree. The second elder's face was resolute. To hand over Tianhuang I would rather die. The ancestor once said that sword cultivators must have unyielding pride. If we must stoop to compromise to preserve Shushan, what right do we have to cultivate the sword? How can we face the ancestors of Shushan? Another elder also spoke up, his attitude extremely firm. For a moment the Grand Elder was caught in a dilemma. Ling Tianhuang as the top genius among the younger generation of Shushan was seen by the entire sect as the hope to revive Shushan. Unfortunately now his meridians were severed and his spiritual sea had collapsed. Not long ago during the training at Zhanglong Mountain, Shushan disciples clashed with disciples of the Qingming sect and other forces. Ling Tianhuang, to allow his fellow disciples to retreat, stayed behind alone to cover their escape, only to be surrounded and severely injured, losing all his cultivation. This Shushan prodigy perished in obscurity before he could fully grow. At that moment a young man in his early 20s standing behind the Grand Elder rose and said, if he were still the former Ling Tianhuang we would spare no effort to protect him. But starting a war with the Qingming sect and other forces for a cripple who has lost all his cultivation is truly unwise. His name was Liang Jinqiu, the son of Grand Elder Liang Zhicheng. As soon as he said this the senior members glared at him indignantly. Jinqiu, what do you mean by that? Have you forgotten how many contributions Tianhuang has made to Shushan over the years and what caused him to lose his cultivation this time? The second elder said sternly. Uncle, everyone knows what you say. But right now we must prioritize the greater good of the sect. Liang Jinqiu said with earnest gravity. At this moment the Grand Elder, who had remained silent, finally spoke. I think Jiangqi's words make some sense. As soon as he said this the entire Hall of Crimson Dawn fell into silence. The Grand Elder sighed and continued, now our Shushan is weak. If we go to war with the Qingming sect and other forces it will be a bloodbath for Shushan, causing more disciples to die in vain. Although everyone understood that the Grand Elder was reasonable, Ling Tianhuang was someone they had watched grow up. This child had been without his parents since childhood, yet he was upright, resilient and independent. Even if he had now lost all his cultivation and become a useless person, he was still a disciple of Shushan. To hand him over to appease the anger of the Qingming sect and other forces would not only humiliate them but also make it impossible for them to live with themselves. But now the Grand Elder was acting on behalf of the sect leader, so even if they disagreed it was of no use. Just then a weak voice came from the entrance of the hall. All uncles and seniors, this matter arose because of this disciple, I will bear it alone. A young man dressed in white with a deathly pale face walked in. His steps were unsteady, his breath weak as a thread and his eyes dim and lifeless. Tianhuang. Seeing this the elders and stewards felt a knot in their hearts. The prodigy who had once dazzled Shushan had now fallen to such a state and they felt immense distress. However, no one noticed that Liang Jinqiu standing in the back row had a flicker of coldness and smugness in his eyes. Other than him no one knew that Ling Tianhuang's downfall was all orchestrated by himself. Because as long as Ling Tianhuang remained he would always be overshadowed by him, and the position of the chief disciple of Shushan would forever belong to Ling Tianhuang. To take control of Shushan himself, becoming the chief disciple, was the first and most crucial step. Now that he had successfully crippled Ling Tianhuang, the top genius of Shushan, the next step was naturally to drive him out of Shushan completely, to eliminate the threat. Junior brother Ling, it's not that the sect is heartless, but right now the experts of the 3 major sects are camped at the foot of Shushan. If we shield you it will only bring disaster to the whole sect. Liang Jinqiu put on a righteous posture, his tone feigning helplessness, and continued, you and I are like brothers. It pains me as your senior brother to hand you over, but for the greater good of the sect I hope you understand. Ling Tianhuang nodded, then bowed to the Shushan senior members and said, senior brother need not say more. All elders, do not be troubled. This disciple will go down the mountain now. Watching Ling Tianhuang's desolate back, all the Shushan elders clenched their fists. Even the Grand Elder felt his nose sting and his heart tighten. The Shushan experts sighed silently as they gazed at the statue of the founding ancestor. If not for the battle 3,000 years ago which caused the fall of Shushan Sword Sect's experts and the demise of its elites, how would the insignificant Qingming sect dare to act so arrogantly before the Shushan Sword Sect? Only Liang Jiangqi's eyes revealed a fleeting gleam of triumph. Outside the hall. The training ground was crowded with Shushan disciples, each with different expressions: worry, guilt, indignation. Junior brother Ling. A slightly older Shushan disciple stepped forward and asked with concern, "Are you really going down the mountain?" Ling Tianhuang nodded with a bitter smile. "Senior brother Lu, please return this sword to the sword pavilion for me." With that he handed the long sword in his hand to the other. This sword was named Qinghu. He had chosen it from the sword pavilion 5 years ago. Now it was no longer of use. This. Lu Qing's eyes turned red. Ling Tianhuang placed Qinghu into his hands, then patted him on the shoulder. "Take good care of yourself. Senior brother Ling, the experts of the 3 major forces including the Qingming sect are at the foot of the mountain. You cannot go." "That's right, senior brother Ling, you must not go." A group of Shushan disciples urged anxiously. "Senior brother Ling, you have always protected us. Now that you are in trouble, how can we stand by?" "I will go with you." "Are there any fellow disciples who will join?" A young disciple shouted with indignation. "I'll go too. Count me in. I am willing to go down the mountain with senior brother Ling." In an instant dozens or even hundreds of Shushan disciples stepped forward, ready to go down the mountain together with Ling Tianhuang. Seeing this, Ling Tianhuang felt not only moved and gratified but also deep reluctance, tears glistening in his eyes. He took a deep breath, holding back his tears, and said, "This is my own affair, it has nothing to do with others. Remember to cultivate diligently and take up the banner of reviving Shushan." Just then Liang Jianqiu came out of the hall and shouted at the Shushan disciples, "What are you doing? Junior brother Ling is sacrificing himself for the sect. If you follow him down, won't you be wasting his sacrifice?" These words sounded reasonable but actually harbored malicious intent. By binding the notion of righteousness to Ling Tianhuang, he left him no way to retreat, forcing him to voluntarily step into the abyss of death. "Consider this my last contribution to the sect." With that, Ling Tianhuang turned to go down the mountain. Behind him came the unified voices of Shushan disciples, "Farewell, senior brother Ling. Farewell, junior brother Ling." Their voices were choked with sobs, regret and reluctance. Ling Tianhuang waved his hand back at the crowd and walked away. Suddenly a woman in green robes blocked his path. "Qingyi." Ling Tianhuang called out softly. The woman was named Yuan Qingyi, the only daughter of Yuan Jingchuan, the leader of the Shu Mountain sect. She and Ling Tianhuang had grown up together, practicing swordsmanship side by side, childhood sweethearts inseparable. Yuan Qingyi was not only exceptionally gifted in cultivation but also hailed as the foremost beauty of the southern domain, with an ethereal aura and features like a painting. Everyone believed they were a perfect match, known outside as the twin prodigies of Shu Mountain. Yet Ling Tianhuang knew in his heart that with his cultivation completely lost, he was utterly unworthy of her. At this moment he didn't even have the courage to meet her eyes. "I'll go with you." For simple words, yet spoken with an unyielding tone. Ling Tianhuang shook his head. "Qingyi, this is my own affair. You don't need to interfere." He then hung his head and walked straight past Yuan Qingyi. "Stop right there." Ling Tianhuang's figure paused, but he gritted his teeth and continued forward. Just as the disciples of Shu Mountain had whispered in private these past days, he and she now belonged to 2 entirely different worlds. If he had any self-awareness, he should leave on his own. It would be better for everyone that way. "Ling Tianhuang, listen to me. Lost cultivation can be rebuilt from scratch, but if you resign yourself to fate like this, Yuan Qingyi will look down on you." Ling Tianhuang's steps faltered, but in the end he did not turn around. He walked alone down the mountain. A crowd of disciples watched his silhouette disappear at the end of the path, their hearts filled with desolation. The one who was once a peerless swordsmanship prodigy, the chosen genius who was expected to lead the Shu Mountain sword sect back to glory, had now left them forever. Tears sparkled in Yuan Qingyi's eyes. In truth, when Ling Tianhuang had all his meridians severed and his cultivation stripped, the pain in her heart was no less than his own. Without pausing, she flickered and dashed straight toward the sword pavilion. Even if the entire Shu Mountain abandoned him, Yuan Qingyi would not give up. For now her father was in closed-door cultivation at the Sword Valley. On the entire Shu Mountain only the Grand Ancestor could protect him. The road down the mountain was a rugged stone staircase that Ling Tianhuang had walked many times before. But never had it felt as long as it did today. Perhaps this was the last time he would walk this road. Looking back at the Shu Mountain where he had grown up, Ling Tianhuang's heart churned with mixed emotions. The sect he had studied under, the bright future ahead, his childhood sweetheart and true love, in this moment it all turned to smoke and clouds. Before he knew it, Ling Tianhuang arrived at a pavilion built on a cliff halfway up the mountain. Standing at the cliff's edge, Ling Tianhuang recalled his short life of just 16 years. Since childhood his parents had never been by his side. Fortunately he had Qingjia's company, the care of the sect elders and many fellow disciples as playmates. Standing at the cliff, feeling the cool breeze on his face below at the main gate, over 100 experts from 3 great sects had already been waiting for a long time. If he fell into their hands, even death might be beyond his reach. Rather than that, it would be better to end himself and avoid humiliation. Even without his cultivation, Ling Tianhuang's pride still remained. Farewell Qingyi. Farewell Shu Mountain. Ling Tianhuang cast one last look at the mountain behind him and whispered in his heart. Then he leaped, plunging straight down the 100-zhang cliff. Wind howled past his ears. Ling Tianhuang slowly closed his eyes. Useless coward. A cold shout appeared out of nowhere like a thunderclap, shaking his mind into a buzz. Who? Ling Tianhuang jolted awake, snapping his eyes open. To his shock he found himself in a vast boundless sea of stars. Countless stars glittered like pearls and agates adorning a silk ribbon. Ling Tianhuang was startled. In the blink of an eye he had arrived in this boundless starry sea. Could it be? I'm dead? Ling Tianhuang murmured softly. You're not dead, but acting this pathetic, you'd be better off dead. A cold, crisp voice came from behind. Ling Tianhuang spun around in shock. Behind him was no one, only an azure ancient sword suspended in the starry sea. Endless sword aura filled the entire starry sea, even the countless stars seemed like fireflies before it utterly eclipsed. Suddenly that dazzling ancient sword lifted its blade and shot toward him. Startled, Ling Tianhuang instinctively raised his hand to shield himself. Yet he waited a long time with no effect. When he lowered his hand he was shocked by the sight before him. A breathtakingly beautiful woman appeared before him, her azure long dress dazzling against the starry sea. More strikingly, she was now scrutinizing him up close, her radiant delicate face almost touching his. Beautiful. Flawlessly beautiful. Indescribably beautiful. Her beauty was different from Yuan Qingjia's. If Yuan Qingyi was ethereal and pure like a fairy fallen into the mortal world, then the beauty before him was a seductive, alluring enchantress of the highest order. Staring at that flawless face so close to his own, Ling Tianhuang felt his heart race and his breath quicken. Gulp. Feeling the softness against his chest, his throat bobbed as he swallowed hard. Suddenly the woman smiled seductively, took 2 steps back and looked down at Ling Tianhuang. What? Don't remember me? Her voice was icy despite her alluring appearance. Ling Tianhuang shook his head in confusion. Then his eyes suddenly widened. You're that sword aura. Ling Tianhuang suddenly remembered that day at Burial Dragon Mountain when he had single-handedly slain many disciples of the 3 factions, only for the older experts of the enemy to rush over upon hearing the news. After a fierce battle he was severely wounded, fell from the void onto a stone mountain and spat blood. Just then a dazzling light shot out from within the stone mountain and penetrated directly into his forehead. Immediately after, Ling Tianhuang felt a sword aura running through heaven and earth surge like a river within his body, rampaging and destroying everything, severing all his meridians as it passed. The experts of the 3 sects pressed forward. Just as Ling Tianhuang believed he was doomed, boundless sword aura burst out from within his body. A series of explosions rang out as the bodies of the many disciples from the 3 sects were torn to pieces, turning into a mist of blood. Even the few elders were annihilated without a trace under the overwhelming sword aura. Then Ling Tianhuang fell into a coma. When he woke up he was already back at Shu Mountain. It was you who killed all those people from the 3 sects that day. Who else? The woman in blue asked coldly, clearly annoyed by the doubt. Ling Tianhuang had never disclosed the details of that battle to anyone. But he knew very well that the severing of his meridians and the collapse of his qi were not caused by the experts of the 3 sects but by that single sword aura. I have never met you before, no grievances or grudges, why did you harm me? Ling Tianhuang's tone gradually turned cold as he demanded angrily. Harming you? If I hadn't helped you deal with your enemies back then you'd be dead by now. The woman in blue sneered coldly as she looked at him. What difference is there between my current state and death? Ling Tianhuang said despondently. TCH. And they call you the foremost genius of Shushan sword sect. A single setback leaves you utterly defeated, wallowing in self-pity. You're not even worthy of wielding a sword. The woman in blue cast a faint glance at him, her eyes filled with disappointment and disdain. Yet Ling Tianhuang paid no heed to her words. You speak so lightly. If you're so capable, why don't you kill the experts from the three great sects waiting at the foot of the mountain? Ling Tianhuang roared, his eyes bloodshot. Fine. The woman in blue smiled coldly, then spoke calmly. When I draw my sword, I am invincible. Watch closely. With that, she transformed into a streak of blue sword light and vanished in a flash. The next moment Ling Tianhuang's vision blurred and he found his consciousness had withdrawn from that sea of stars, instantly arriving before the ceremonial gate at the mountain's base. The experts of the three great sects stood before him, glaring with fury. The Qingming sect, the refining thunder sect, and the profound cloud sect were premier powers in the southern region of the Tianhuang Continent, each surpassing the Shushan sword sect in strength. During the previous expedition to the burial dragon mountain, Ling Tianhuang had slain many disciples of the three sects. Consequently, their experts had descended upon Shushan, demanding that the sect hand over Ling Tianhuang or face immediate war. Against a single sect, Shushan might have stood a chance, but the alliance of three left them with no hope of victory. Ling Tianhuang, it seems the Shushan sword sect has abandoned you as a scapegoat. A middle-aged man sneered. Ha ha ha. Who would have thought that the foremost genius of Shushan would end up in such a state? Truly lamentable. Another young man chimed in mockingly. The Shushan sword sect is truly pathetic, abandoning their own chief disciple without a second thought. Ah, you speak amiss, fellow Taoist. Once he was the foremost genius of Shushan, and now with his cultivation lost he is nothing but a waste. Another corrected. The first man feigned a sudden realization, then waved his hand dismissively. Then kill him directly. Instantly a man raised his hand and struck toward Ling Tianhuang from afar. Boom. In an instant, terrifying true qi surged forth like a tidal wave, coalescing in the air into a palm print the size of a bushel, hurtling down toward Ling Tianhuang. Had Ling Tianhuang's cultivation still been intact, he would have faced this palm without fear. But now, with his true qi completely depleted and his meridian severed, he was even weaker than an ordinary mortal. Shying. At that moment a blinding sword light burst forth from within Ling Tianhuang's body. The palm print was instantly shredded, and then the blue sword light pierced through the man's forehead with lightning speed. Pfft! Blood sprayed as the man fell slowly, his face a mask of terror and despair. This sight startled the others. If they had thought killing the powerless Ling Tianhuang would be as easy as crushing an ant. Yet no one had expected he still possessed such a lethal move. Courting death. An elder from the Qingming sect roared, about to strike. Suddenly he felt a sharp pain in his forehead, and then his consciousness began to blur, as if he were falling into an endless abyss gradually consumed by darkness. The sword light moved like a shooting star, weaving through the crowd. Accompanied by the sounds of sharp objects piercing flesh, figures fell one after another. Within just a few breaths not a single one of the 100+ experts from the three sects remained alive. All had been pierced through the forehead by that sword energy. Ling Tianhuang stood dumbfounded. Though this was not the first time he had witnessed the might of that sword light, his heart still trembled with utmost shock. What kind of terrifying entity was this? Suddenly a thunderous roar echoed through the sky. Who dares harm my Shushan disciple? A middle-aged man flew over on his sword. It was the second elder. Behind him followed a large group of figures, rushing over, each radiating surging battle intent. Fear not, Tianhuang. Your uncle is here. Whoever dares bully a Shushan disciple, this old man will fight them to the death. Amidst the shouts a host of Shushan experts flew through the air. In the end they could not overcome their own consciences. Even if it meant defying the Grand Elder's orders, they had resolutely come anyway. Though Ling Tianhuang had lost all his cultivation and was no longer the dazzling genius of Shushan, to them he remained a disciple of the sect. As the founding ancestor of Shushan had taught, a sword cultivator must take his spine as his sword, unyielding and unbending. Fear not, junior brother. We have come. Senior brother Ling, we stand with you. A large number of Shushan disciples rushed over. Some, unable to fly, sprinted down the mountain path. Hearing these voices, Ling Tianhuang's shoulders trembled slightly. He slowly turned around, looking at the faces before him. A moved smile appeared on his lips as two streams of hot tears flowed from his eyes. Shushan had not abandoned him. The sect had not used him to appease the wrath of the three great sects in exchange for peace. Shushan was still the Shushan where he had grown up. The experts sped over, afraid that arriving too late would haunt them with guilt for a lifetime. Yet in the next moment the Shushan crowd was stunned. Before the ceremonial gate lay the bodies of over 100 experts from the three sects, scattered haphazardly on the ground. Only Ling Tianhuang's solitary figure stood before the gate. What had happened? Who had slain the experts of the three great sects? Just as everyone was about to ask, Ling Tianhuang collapsed unconscious. Tianhuang. A soft cry rang out as a graceful figure flashed to his side and caught him in her arms. The newcomer was Yuan Qingyi. Accompanying her was an elder with white hair and beard, the Shushan ancestor. After years in seclusion, he had been persuaded by Yuan Qingyi to leave the sword pavilion. Greetings, ancestor. The Shushan high-ranking members bowed. The Shushan ancestor's face was filled with anger as he swept his gaze over the elders. If you had not come today, Shushan would have been as good as destroyed. His voice was low but brimming with authority. The high-ranking members hung their heads in shame. They understood well the meaning behind the ancestor's words. Had Shushan used Ling Tianhuang to appease the three sects' fury today, it would have been akin to severing the last vestige of pride from the Shushan sword sect. A sword cultivator without integrity is unworthy of the sword. If that had happened, Shushan's final breath would have dissipated. Even if it bought temporary peace, there would be no hope of ever regaining its former glory. How would that differ from annihilation and the severance of its legacy? The ancestor then stepped forward to check Ling Tianhuang's pulse. Though not life-threatening, it was exceedingly weak. Ancestor, how is Tianhuang? Yuan Qingyi asked, her face full of worry. He is not in immediate danger, the ancestor said gravely. Hearing this, Yuan Qingyi let out a soft sigh of relief. Then the ancestor of the Shu Mountain rose and walked toward the corpses strewn haphazardly across the ground. He noticed that all of them had been pierced through the glabella by sword chi with no signs of a struggle at the scene. This meant that over 100 experts had all been instantly killed. Hiss. Even the Shu Mountain ancestor drew a sharp breath, for even with his own mastery of the sword he could not have accomplished such a feat. It was worth noting that the three sects contingent was led by 3 elders at the Divine Palace realm. Yet even these 3 Divine Palace experts had been pierced through the glabella by sword chi, slain with a single blow. This led him to suspect that behind Ling Tianhuang stood an immensely powerful figure, one whose cultivation realm and swordplay far surpassed his own. Ancestor, what happened here? Second Elder Huang Daijiang stepped forward, his face full of shock. The Shu Mountain ancestor shook his head gravely and said, have this cleaned up. The entire Shu Mountain sect is to prepare for battle. The high-ranking members were initially startled but quickly realized that with so many experts from the 3 sects dead at the foot of Shu Mountain, they would never let the matter rest. They would likely come to demand answers soon. Understood, the second elder replied with a cupped fist salute, then immediately ordered the disposal of the corpses. Girl, bring him and follow me back to the sword pavilion. The Shu Mountain ancestor instructed Yuan Qingyi to bring Ling Tianhuang along with him. No one noticed Liang Jianqiu, his face cold and grim, standing in a hidden spot halfway up the mountain watching everything unfold. Worthless old fool. You've ruined the perfect plan. Liang Jianqiu said through gritted teeth. Suddenly an old man shrouded in a black robe appeared behind him and said respectfully, young master, do not worry. Even if Ling Tianhuang survives, he will be nothing but a cripple, unworthy of concern. What do you know? Liang Jianqiu snapped. As long as Ling Tianhuang still draws breath, Yuan Qingyi will remain devoted to him. The black-robed old man lifted his gaze slightly, glancing at Liang Jianqiu, and said, now that the Shu Mountain sword sect has completely fallen out with the 3 great sects, they will likely attack Shu Mountain soon. Liang Jianqiu paused, taken aback, and asked, what are you trying to say? I believe this could be an opportunity. If handled well, we might be able to seize the Shu Mountain sword seal. The black-robed old man said in a low voice. Liang Jianqiu fell into deep thought. The Shu Mountain sword seal was his ultimate goal, and to obtain it he had gone so far as to conceal his identity and join the Shu Mountain sect. According to the original plan, he first had to become the chief disciple, then take control of the Shu Mountain sword sect, and only then would he have a chance to acquire the sword seal. But now it seemed he might not need to go through all that trouble. When the 3 sects attacked Shu Mountain, it could indeed present a rare opportunity for him. What he wanted was the sword seal. The survival or destruction of the Shu Mountain sword sect meant nothing to him. Moreover, once the sword seal was in his hands, even if the 3 sects did not act, the Shu Mountain sword sect would vanish completely. However, that would mean he would have no hope of winning Yuan Qingyi. This gnawed at him. Young master, one who achieves great things must not be constrained by trivial matters. Do not let a woman ruin the grand scheme. The old man, sensing Liang Jianqiu's hesitation, quickly spoke up. Enough, I understand. Liang Jianqiu nodded. Handle this matter. This old servant obeys. The man bowed and was about to leave. But Liang Jianqiu spoke again, be careful. Leave no evidence. Rest assured, young master. This old servant understands. After the black-robed old man left, Liang Jianqiu said coldly, I will have both the sword seal and the beauty. The sword pavilion. It was one of the 2 sacred grounds of the Shu Mountain sword sect, housing over 10,000 renowned swords. Any disciple of Shu Mountain who reached the spirit convergence realm could come to the sword pavilion to choose a sword of their own. Of course, the prerequisite was that the sword was willing to follow them. 5 years ago, Ling Tianhuang had the fortune to come here and took away Qinghu. The sword pavilion consisted of 5 floors. The first floor held the most swords, and the number decreased with each higher floor, but the quality improved. Legend had it that during the Shu Mountain sword sect's golden age, the sword pavilion housed 100,000 famous swords. However, after the great battle 3,000 years ago, 90% of Shu Mountain's disciples perished on the battlefield along with their swords. Since then, the Shu Mountain sword sect had suffered a decline in talent and never recovered. Once a supreme orthodox lineage, it now occupied only a small corner, to the extent that even the Qingming sect dared to show disrespect to Shu Mountain. Yuan Qingyi carried Ling Tianhuang in her arms and followed the ancestor back to the sword pavilion. Senior sister, what happened to junior brother Ling? Just then a Shu Mountain disciple holding a rag ran up to them, his face filled with concern. His name was Sun Zhuo, an orphan brought back by the ancestor many years ago, who had lived here ever since, primarily responsible for cleaning the sword pavilion. Take him to a room, the ancestor said. Soon Sun Zhuo led Yuan Qingyi into the rear courtyard and laid Ling Tianhuang on a bed. At that moment Ling Tianhuang remained unconscious, his breathing weak. The ancestor sat down and carefully examined Ling Tianhuang's body. Ancestor, how is Tianhuang? Yuan Qingyi asked, her face full of worry. The ancestor let out a long sigh and shook his head. All his meridians are severed and his qi has collapsed. I am powerless to help. The best we can hope for is to save his life, but he will never be able to cultivate again. Yuan Qingyi felt as if struck by lightning. Though she had known this outcome before, hearing it from the ancestor's lips still made it unbearable. At that moment a voice inside her told her that she could not let him become a complete invalid. He had once been so brilliant, his life should not end in such obscurity. She would not allow him to be reduced to a cripple. Ancestor, is there truly no way at all? Yuan Qingyi asked, unwilling to give up. The ancestor pondered for a long time before saying, if this were during Shu Mountain's most glorious era, there might have been a way, but now. Is there really no hope at all? Before he could finish, Yuan Qingyi interrupted him. Seeing tears welling up in her eyes, the ancestor did not want to extinguish her last glimmer of hope and said, perhaps if we find a sacred herb there might still be a chance. Sacred herb? Yuan Qingyi repeated silently in her heart. A legendary herb said to revive the dead and regrow flesh from bone. A single leaf could extend the life of someone at death's door by 100 years. A single flower could transform an ordinary person into a prodigy. Of course, Yuan Qingyi was well aware that such legendary treasures were exceedingly rare and nearly impossible to find. Across the entire Tianhuang Continent no sacred herb had appeared in nearly 1,000 years. Yet legends of the sacred herb had never faded. Rumor had it that deep within the 100,000 mountains traces of the sacred herb could be found. It was an ancient belief that wherever heavenly treasures were born, ferocious beasts would guard them, and even ordinary spiritual herbs were often watched over by demonic beasts. It was easy to imagine that even if the sacred herb were found, obtaining it would be as difficult as reaching the heavens. She resolved in her heart to find the sacred herb even if it cost her life. Ling Tianhuang remained unconscious, yet his consciousness once again ventured into the vast boundless sea of stars. Within the starry sea a woman in blue robes stood proudly above it, her azure dress billowing without wind. Her noble demeanor and breathtaking beauty made even the resplendent stars willingly serve as mere adornments. Do you find it beautiful? Seeing Ling Tianhuang staring at her, the woman curled her lips, her eyes seductive. From aloof and ethereal to enchanting and alluring, she transformed in the blink of an eye, as if becoming a different person. Beautiful. Ling Tianhuang answered truthfully. There's something even more beautiful. Would you like to see it? The blue-robed woman asked again. Her voice sent a tingling numbness through his body, and what was more, she raised her jade-like arm and began to loosen her garment. Gulp. Ling Tianhuang's eyes widened as he swallowed hard. Suddenly the blue-robed woman flicked her finger and 2 piercing beams of cold light shot straight toward his eyes. Ah! Ling Tianhuang cried out in pain. The intense burning agony made him feel as if his eyes were going blind. He. The blue-robed woman laughed uncontrollably, her chest heaving. Little brat, how dare you take advantage of your big sister. After a long while, when Ling Tianhuang felt the pain in his eyes subside, he opened them again. Alright, let's get down to business. I suppose you have many questions for me. The blue-robed woman looked at Ling Tianhuang and spoke seriously. Ling Tianhuang nodded and then asked, Who are you? I am a sword spirit. In an ancient battle my original form was destroyed and only the sword spirit survived, slumbering within Burial Dragon Mountain. The day you were injured and spat blood you awakened me. The blue-robed woman said. Ling Tianhuang was inwardly startled, never expecting her to be a sword spirit. No wonder she could freely transform between the forms of a sword and a human. Subsequently Ling Tianhuang realized that if a mere sword spirit possessed such astonishing power, how formidable must its original form be. It must be at least a divine weapon, otherwise a sword spirit could never have been born. What place is this? Ling Tianhuang asked, gazing at the boundless starry sea. This is my world, a realm of illusion. A realm of illusion? Could it be that when a weapon becomes powerful enough it can evolve a space of its own? He didn't understand, having never encountered such a mighty weapon before. After all, even the sect leader's personal sword Red Rainbow was merely a spirit sword, leagues away from a divine sword in quality. If only he could be so strong, why would he fear the Azure Firmament sect and its ilk? Thinking this, Ling Tianhuang couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Now with his meridian severed and his chi collapsed, cultivation had become an unrealistic fantasy. The blue-robed woman seemed to read his thoughts and smiled. What? Unwilling? Ling Tianhuang nodded and said with a bitter smile, What use is unwillingness? Sigh. I was originally planning to bestow a great fortune upon you, but seeing your dejected state now, I think you'll forget it. Hearing this, Ling Tianhuang perked up and hastily asked, Do you have a way to heal my injuries and let me cultivate again? Ling Tianhuang's voice was filled with urgency. If he could recover from his injuries, even if he had to start cultivation from scratch, he had absolute confidence to reclaim his former glory. The blue-robed woman cast a casual glance at him and said, Logically, since you helped me awaken, it would be fitting for me to pass on a fortune to you. But with your fragile will, bestowing such a fortune would only harm you. Though stripped of his cultivation, Ling Tianhuang, once the foremost genius of Shu Mountain, still harbored inner pride. As she repeatedly belittled him, his competitive spirit was ignited. Do you think that for someone like me now I would still fear death? Ling Tianhuang retorted. Are you certain? The blue-robed woman asked. Rather than live like a walking corpse drifting through life in a daze, I'd rather take a desperate gamble. Even if I fail, at least I'll have no regrets. Ling Tianhuang's expression was resolute, his tone firm. Now that sounds like something a human would say. The blue-robed woman smiled faintly, then added, But I must warn you first, the technique I'm about to impart is extremely domineering, and any misstep could lead to instant death and the destruction of your soul. Bring it on. Ling Tianhuang coldly uttered 2 words. Suddenly the blue-robed woman's form flickered and she transformed directly into her original form. An azure ancient sword hovered within the starry sea, countless strands of sword aura spreading from the blade like silken threads. Hum. Suddenly the sword trembled and the silken threads transformed into talismanic runes and Tao patterns dancing like tiny sprites. Each character was ancient and profound. Over the years Ling Tianhuang had perused no small number of ancient texts in the sutra library of Shu Mountain Sword Sect, yet he recognized none of these characters. Moreover, Ling Tianhuang discovered that those characters seemed to come alive, evolving on their own. Before long the sky was filled with brilliant leaping runes. What technique is this? Ling Tianhuang asked in astonishment. The Tao Calamity Invocation. The Tao Calamity Invocation. Such a strange name. Ling Tianhuang frowned and asked again, Is this technique powerful? I do not know, the blue-robed woman replied. Ling Tianhuang. You're imparting this technique to me, yet you claim not to know. Ling Tianhuang felt an urge to flip a table. Just then the blue-robed woman's voice came again, Don't get distracted. Focus on comprehending these runes. Ling Tianhuang quickly reined in his thoughts, sitting cross-legged in the starry sea. The azure ancient sword still hovered above his head, continuously emitting new runes. Suddenly an obscure and profound sound echoed in his mind, like the Tao sound of the primordial chaos or the chaotic Tao words of heaven and earth's evolution. At first Ling Tianhuang was perplexed. After a long while he realized that the content chanted by that voice was precisely those brilliant characters. So this was the content of the Tao Calamity invocation technique. Though he didn't understand the meaning of this scripture, the chanting itself contained a Tao rhythm subtly guiding the residual true qi within Ling Tianhuan's body. Boom! Suddenly Ling Tianhuan felt a dull roar within his body. Then the residual true qi scattered throughout his body, ignited like dry kindling meeting a flame. Ah! A heart-wrenching pain instantly flooded his entire body and a miserable scream escaped Ling Tianhuan's lips. After his previous injury, his qi had collapsed and his meridians were severed. Most of the true qi in his body had dissipated, leaving only a small remnant. Now that true qi was actually igniting his broken meridians and shattered qi. The intense burning sensation radiated from within, spreading through his entire body, a torment countless times more agonizing than being hacked to pieces. At this moment Ling Tianhuan's face was contorted, cold sweat pouring from him. In just a few moments it felt to him as long as a year. Several times Ling Tianhuan was on the verge of fainting from the pain, but thoughts of Qing Yi and the unyielding spirit within him gave him the strength to persevere. Though the woman in blue had transformed into a sword, she still closely monitored every move of Ling Tianhuan. Seeing him gritting his teeth and persevering, she couldn't help but feel surprised. Her verbal taunts were merely meant to provoke him. In truth, she knew well that this youth possessed extraordinary talent and an unyielding will. As time slowly passed, Ling Tianhuan teetered on the brink of collapse. This agony was far beyond what sheer willpower could endure, for his physical body could not withstand the endless inferno's scorching. Suddenly, Ling Tianhuan's spirit stirred. Within the raging flames inside him, a brand new meridian had somehow taken shape. That meridian flowed with Tao resonance, radiant with golden light shimmering brilliantly amidst the blazing fire. This undoubtedly offered Ling Tianhuan a glimmer of hope in his dire straits. Before long another meridian was reforged in the flames. 1, 2, 3. As time passed, one new meridian after another grew within Ling Tianhuan's body. Finally even his qi was reborn through nirvana in the Tao fire. The woman in blue, having reverted to human form, gazed at this scene with an expression of utter disbelief. No wonder no one has cultivated Tao tribulation guidance throughout the eons, so this is why. To master Tao tribulation guidance, one must first abandon all cultivation, incinerate meridians and the qi, and be reborn from the brink of despair. Throughout the ages, all who obtained Tao tribulation guidance were unparalleled powerhouses who shook the cosmos. Even if they knew the secrets of cultivation, who would have the courage and resolve to dissolve their own cultivation base? The tribulation in Tao tribulation guidance likely signifies this. Who would have thought that Ling Tianhuan's destroyed meridians and qi would inadvertently fulfill the conditions for cultivating Tao tribulation guidance? This perhaps is the will of heaven. As the Tao fire within Ling Tianhuan gradually extinguished, all his meridians and qi were completely reforged. Moreover, he discovered that the new meridians were far more crystalline and translucent than before, and his qi was more than 3 times larger. Suddenly countless runes transformed into streaks of sword qi, plunging directly into Ling Tianhuan's qi. Ling Tianhuan was startled and quickly turned his gaze inward. He saw tens of thousands of resplendent runes like countless stars suspended above his qi, circulating on their own, mysterious and sacred. As he circulated his true qi, the vast true qi in his qi surged like colossal waves, emitting a faint roar as it rushed through his 8 extraordinary meridians. Ling Tianhuan felt he was about to break through to a higher realm. Yet just as the breakthrough was imminent, a force surged within him, forcefully suppressing it. However, he did not dwell on it. After all, recovering from his injuries was already a tremendous blessing. Ling Tianhuan opened his eyes and saw the woman in blue looking at him with her usual demeanor. "Have you succeeded?" the woman in blue asked calmly. Ling Tianhuan nodded slightly. "I suppose. Yes." The woman in blue suppressed the excitement within her and said, "Not bad." In truth, it was far more than not bad. Without exaggeration, this was an unparalleled feat in the eons, enough to leave an indelible mark on the annals of history. She restrained her shock and excitement to temper Ling Tianhuan's mindset lest he become complacent. Little did she know Ling Tianhuan was already overwhelmed with elation. As they say, what is lost and regained is cherished all the more. Though only a few days had passed since he lost his cultivation at Mount Zhanglong, for him it was a torment both physical and psychological. Now with his cultivation restored, though he had not broken through to a higher realm, his strength had greatly increased, a blessing in disguise. Although his understanding of Tao tribulation guidance was only just beginning, the entire scripture now resided within his qi, ready for cultivation at any time. Moreover, on the path of cultivation, diligence comes first, but haste must be avoided. One must advance step by step to journey further. Can you teach me the way of the sword? Ling Tianhuang asked the woman in blue before him. My sword path, you cannot practice it, she refused decisively. Why? Ling Tianhuang looked perplexed. The woman in blue clasped her hands behind her back, held her head high and gazed into the starry sea. Because my sword path is the path of the invincible, ordinary people cannot even touch its threshold in a lifetime. The path of the invincible. Ling Tianhuang murmured in shock. Though the Shu Mountain Sword sect had declined, it was once the orthodox sword tradition of the Tianhuang Continent, yet records of the invincible sword path were but a few words. Even against all gods and demons of the cosmos I shall break them with a single sword. Even if the entire world stands against me I shall cut them down with one strike. The invincible sword path is the supreme realm that countless sword cultivators cannot touch in a lifetime. Hearing the woman in blue claim her sword path was the invincible path, Ling Tianhuang's heart surged with excitement and longing. I want to try. Ling Tianhuang's gaze was firm, his voice resolute. The woman in blue nodded and said, good. Then she transformed once more into an azure ancient sword, and boundless sword radiance emanated swirling around the blade. After all, she was merely a sword spirit. The Tao tribulation guidance technique had been obtained by ancient sages, recorded using this sword as a vessel. The art of the sword, however, was her own fundamental Tao. This strike I will demonstrate only once. How much you comprehend depends on your talent. This too was a test of Ling Tianhuang's aptitude. The moment the words fell, the azure ancient sword shot forth. In an instant Ling Tianhuang felt as if time itself in this starry sea had been frozen. Even the starlight emitted by the stars was halted. Only that sword pierced the void, cleaving through the starry sea. Crack! With a thunderous roar the vast starry sea was split in two by a single sword radiance. A pitch-black rift rapidly expanded. Countless stars were reduced to dust beneath this strike, eventually swallowed by the dark fissure. The rift soon vanished, but Ling Tianhuang's heart was churning with turbulent waves that refused to settle. This strike is called instant. The woman in blue continued, beyond pushing speed to its extreme, the essence of this strike lies in the swordsman's unwavering conviction of invincibility, which alone can unleash its full power. It'll give you more sword techniques to ponder. I'm too weak, I need to sleep. With that there was no further movement. Ling Tianhuang opened his eyes astonished. The instant strike, it's beyond formidable, it's downright monstrous. Then he closed his eyes again, replaying that strike endlessly in his mind. Yet Ling Tianhuang was shocked to discover that when he simulated it in his mind, the strike seemed to slow down countless times, and he instantly grasped its true essence. Could this be due to cultivating Tao tribulation guidance? Time slipped away unnoticed. Ling Tianhuang had no idea how many times that strike replayed in his mind. Though it was but a single simple strike, it prioritized intent over form, far more profound than it appeared. Suddenly Ling Tianhuang erupted with an awe-inspiring and unparalleled aura. That aura was peerlessly dominant and overbearing, causing every sword in the sword pavilion to resonate with it. The sword pavilion's ancestor, who was in meditation, abruptly opened his eyes, his face filled with shock as he murmured, "Such a terrifying sword will." In Ling Tianhuang's room, streaks of sword chi materialized out of thin air, slashing horizontally and vertically. In an instant the entire chamber transformed into a world of sword chi. When Ling Tianhuang opened his eyes again, two sharp sword glints flashed within his gaze. Then the sword chi filling the room dissipated without a trace, as if it had never existed. Ling Tianhuang found himself lying on the bed. He rose, grabbed the Qinghu sword from the table, and pushed open the door to step outside. Once outside, Ling Tianhuang realized that this place was actually the sword pavilion. It was just before dawn, with the eastern sky gradually brightening. The Qinghu sword had been left behind by Yuan Qingyi, a clear indication that she hoped Ling Tianhuang would not give up. Grasping this sword that had accompanied him for 5 full years, once more Ling Tianhuang's heart surged with a myriad of emotions. Ling Tianhuang gently caressed the blade, then suddenly drew the sword. The overwhelming sword intent from before surged forth once again. With a clear ring of fierce sword chi slashed toward the void. At that same moment the first rays of morning light scattered from the east. The resplendent glow was cleaved in two by this sword strike, like a bolt of brocade being torn apart. Although the rift vanished in an instant, it left Ling Tianhuang rooted to the spot. He knew the instant sword was powerful, but he had not expected it to be this formidable when executed at his current cultivation level. Especially in that instant of drawing the sword, he could distinctly feel his aura erupt like a volcano, reaching an unprecedented height. Even he himself was startled, followed by a profound sense of awe. Although this strike of his was far inferior to that of the blue-clad woman at his current realm, this single sword technique was enough to sweep across all his peers. In truth, even the blue-clad woman would never have imagined that Ling Tianhuang could grasp the essence of this sword technique in such a short time. This sword strike not only startled the ancestor on the second floor of the sword pavilion but also shook the entire Shushan sword sect. For that sword chi was so dazzling that even the most brilliant morning glow could barely conceal its radiance. Figures appeared one after another above Shushan, gazing toward the sword pavilion with elation. It seems the ancestor's cultivation has advanced further. This strike could only be executed by someone at the Hunyuan realm or above. The ancestor must have broken through to the high stage of the Hunyuan realm. Heaven blesses Shushan, the second elder exclaimed with great excitement. On the Tianhuang Continent, the martial cultivation realm system is divided into 9 major realms. They are Tuofen Gushuaningshan Zhuozhao Shengong Huanyuan Tianxiang Gi and Jisheng. However, on the current Tianhuang Continent, even Gi realm experts are unseen, and the Jisheng realm, which lies beyond Gi, exists only in legends. Even the 3 great Taoist lineages that have ruled the continent for millennia have only Tianxiang realm experts as their pinnacle. Moreover, for these 3 lineages, Tianxiang realm experts are considered a foundational asset only to be revealed when the lineage faces an insurmountable threat. In other words, with Tianxiang realm experts remaining hidden, Hunyuan realm cultivators are the strongest force on the continent. A first-rate faction like the Shushan sword sect, aside from the 3 great lineages, has only a single Hunyuan realm expert to guard it. The reason Qingming sect, Lianlei Gate and Xianyun sect dared to attack the Shushan sword sect was that each of them possessed 2 or even 3 Hunyuan realm experts. Yet legend has it that the pinnacle Jisheng realm of the 9 realms is not the end of the cultivation path. There exist even more powerful realms beyond the 9. However, legends of beings at that level are extremely ancient and their authenticity is impossible to verify. Now that Shushan has completely fallen out with the 3 great sects including Qingming sect, they will surely come to Shushan to demand an explanation, and a great battle will be inevitable. Currently, the entire Shushan sect is urgently preparing for the impending war. At this critical moment, the ancestor, the sole Hunyuan realm expert of the Shushan sword sect, breaking through once more has undoubtedly given the sect a great sense of reassurance. However, they are unaware that this sword strike which shook the entire Shushan was not the work of the Shushan ancestor but of Ling Tianhuang, who had lost all his cultivation and been reduced to a cripple. In fact, even if the truth were told to them, no one would believe it. Except for one person, Ren Wufeng, the Shushan ancestor, who personally witnessed this strike. In truth, when Ling Tianhuang comprehended the invincible sword Dao, the ancestor had already been awakened. Just as he was about to go downstairs, he witnessed Ling Tianhuang unleashing that peerlessly domineering and stunning sword technique. The Shushan ancestor's eyes were filled with shock, followed by profound relief and excitement. He immediately thought of the incident a few days prior when over 100 elite members of the 3 great sects had perished at the foot of Shushan. At that time, the entire sect had speculated that Ling Tianhuang had an extremely powerful, mysterious guardian. Now it seemed they were all wrong. There was no mysterious powerhouse, it was merely a play orchestrated by this young man himself. He had to admit Ling Tianhuang had concealed his abilities, deeply deceiving everyone including the ancestor himself. Yet the ancestor could not understand. He had personally examined Ling Tianhuang's body and the injuries were definitely not fake. It seems this boy has encountered another opportunity. Could it be related to the trip to Zhonglong Mountain? Suppressing the turmoil in his heart, the ancestor quietly closed the window, pretending not to know. Ling Tianhuang stood still, his eyes fixed on the void, as if he could not believe that the sword strike had come from his own hand. The image of that one strike cleaving through the myriad rays of dawn light replayed endlessly in his mind. Then he closed his eyes, comparing this strike of his with the one the azure ancient sword had unleashed in the sea of stars, seeking to identify his own shortcomings. Ling Tianhuang stood in place for a full 2 hours. Suddenly a clear cracking sound came from within his body. It was the sound of a realm barrier shattering, heralding his breakthrough to the Zhuozhao realm. He did not return to his room until nearly noon. Shortly after he arrived, Sun Zhuo brought him his meal. Sun Zhuo was an orphan the ancestor had picked up years ago. He was not particularly gifted. In the over a decade he had spent polishing swords in the sword pavilion, despite his diligent cultivation he had only barely reached the Tuofen realm. Yet he never complained about his fate. Despite his mediocre talent, he never gave up on cultivation. Furthermore, he was kind-hearted. Upon learning of Ling Tianhuang's injury, he voluntarily brought him lunch. "Junior brother Ling, time to eat." You're injured, so I specially made you some soup to nourish your body, Sun Zhuo said while setting out the bowls and chopsticks. Thank you, senior brother. Sun Zhuo with a gentle smile waved his hand and said, Junior brother, please eat quickly. You haven't had a single grain of rice in 5 days of unconsciousness. That won't do. 5 days. Ling Tianhuang paused, his face full of surprise. That's right. You were unconscious for 5 whole days and nights. Sun Zhuo nodded affirmatively. 5 days and 5 nights. Waves of shock surged within Ling Tianhuang. He had thought he had only been unconscious for a single night, never expecting that 5 days had passed. In truth, what Ling Tianhuang did not know was that he had spent 10 days cultivating the Tao tribulation in that sea of stars and another 5 days comprehending the instant sword, totaling half a month. However, he had been so deeply engrossed that he lost track of time. After eating, Ling Tianhuang left his room and went to the first floor of the sword pavilion, where he sat down to cultivate his sword path. Aside from the instant sword, the blue-clad woman had also imparted to him numerous sword techniques and the sword insights of predecessors. Although the scripture library of Mount Shu also housed numerous sword techniques and mystic methods, Ling Tianhuang discovered that the ones imparted by the blue-clad woman far surpassed anything the library could offer. The art of sword control within was exceptionally exquisite. In essence, controlling a sword and controlling an object shared no fundamental difference, yet in the current continent most relied on qi to wield their blades. However, as the sword control technique from the blue-clad woman elucidated, wielding a sword through qi was a lower art. True sword mastery came from commanding the blade with one's intent. According to the explanation, a genuine sword cultivator could with a single thought command their sword to traverse 1,000 li and sever an enemy's head. To achieve this, one must first communicate with the sword using their divine sense. It is said that all things possess spirit, and a sword is no exception. Though countless blades exist in the world, those that birth sentience are exceedingly rare, yet even a common iron sword forged from mundane metal in the eyes of a sword cultivator still harbored a soul. Cultivators at the spirit convergence realm could condense their divine sense. Ling Tianhuang had only recently broken through to the observation realm, so his spiritual sense was not formidable. Following the sword control technique, he attempted to commune with the swords within the sword pavilion. On the second floor, the Mount Shu ancestors stood silently gazing down at Ling Tianhuang below. Suddenly a trembling chime rang out. Hum. A long sword on the rack quivered sharply, emitting a resonant hum. The ancestor was startled. There was not a trace of true energy fluctuation from Ling Tianhuang, yet that sword had indeed moved. Just as confusion gripped him, one after another trembling cries rose in succession. Clang clang. In an instant, on the rack surrounding the first floor of the sword pavilion, hundreds of swords began to tremble as if they had come alive. This caused the ancestor's eyes to widen. If he had doubted whether he had misseen things before, now there was absolutely no mistake. Hearing the commotion, Sun Zhuo hurried over, only to be halted by the ancestor's gesture. Sun Zhuo cautiously ascended to the second floor and asked in a low voice, Ancestor, what is happening? Shut down the sword pavilion. Until he finishes his cultivation, allow no one near, the ancestor commanded. Though Sun Zhuo did not understand the reason, he followed the ancestor's instructions, closed the sword pavilion gates and stood guard outside to prevent anyone from disturbing Ling Tianhuang. Ling Tianhuang was unaware of all this. At that moment he was entirely immersed in cultivating the sword control technique. Yet even he did not anticipate that upon his first attempt he would successfully forge a subtle connection with a sword. In truth, how could he know that the true marvel of the Tao calamity guidance lay in its ability to make all paths clear? Though the 3,000 great Taos ultimately converged, those who could truly draw inferences from one instance were exceedingly rare. Yet the Tao calamity guidance seemed to transport the cultivator to the very origin of the great Taos inception, with eyes perceiving the 3,000 Taos and a heart containing all worldly laws. Of course, at this moment Ling Tianhuang was still unaware of the wonders of the calamity guidance, and even the blue-clad woman knew nothing of it. Wielding a sword through qi meant that the more swords one controlled, the greater the consumption of true energy. Originally Ling Tianhuang assumed that commanding swords with intent worked on the same principle, but he was shocked to discover it was not so. He was merely at the observation realm, having just condensed his divine sense, yet he had resonated with hundreds of swords, an almost unbelievable feat. This also proved that commanding swords with intent had no direct correlation with the strength of one's divine sense. Ling Tianhuang extended his spiritual sense once more, and instantly all the swords on the first floor began to tremble violently, as if rejoicing in jubilation. The moment his spiritual sense touched these swords, Ling Tianhuang felt a sense of closeness emanating from them toward him. Ling Tianhuang surmised that this was because he had comprehended the invincible sword Tao. Though he was merely at the entry level, once these swords sensed his invincible sword intent, they willingly favored him. Swords are proud. Thus only true powerhouses could earn their recognition. At this moment Ling Tianhuang was not yet a powerhouse, but to have comprehended the invincible sword Dao at such an age was nothing short of extraordinary, rare even in ancient times. Clang clang. Soon not only the first floor but also the swords on the second and third floors began to tremble as if ready to leap from their sheaths at any moment. In the ancestors' eyes there was not only profound shock but also boundless excitement. Dong. Suddenly a melodious bell toll echoed. The Mount Shu Dao bell. The ancestor's expression turned solemn as he said to Sun Zhuo, "Guard him. Let no one approach." With those words the ancestor's figure vanished from the spot. Dong. 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 Following that, 3 more bell tolls rang out, spreading across the dozens of peaks of Mount Shu. The Mount Shu Dao bell was rarely struck, and 9 tolls only occurred during momentous events. 3 tolls followed by 3 more, a total of 9, alarmed all the disciples of Mount Shu, who swiftly made their way to the main peak. What has happened? Many asked in confusion. If nothing unexpected, the 3 great sects have come to attack, as someone said. After all, during this period Mount Shu had been urgently preparing for battle and the atmosphere was exceptionally tense. At Tianzhao Peak. Before the Qishao Hall, thousands of Mount Shu disciples gathered on the vast training ground. Everyone was on high alert, staring intently at the void ahead. Their 9 colossal void battleships floated like a massive black cloud bearing down upon Tianzhao Peak. An immense pressure enveloped the entire peak. Many Mount Shu disciples found it hard to breathe and felt their bodies stiffen. On the 3 central battleships a large banner bearing the character Ming fluttered, clearly indicating that these ships belonged to the Qingming sect. On the 3 battleships to the left a banner with the character Yun stood, while on the 3 to the right a banner embroidered with the character Lei flew. These were the battleships of the Xianyun sect and the Lianlei sect respectively. The power of these 2 sects rivaled that of the Qingming sect. Now, with all the elites of the 3 great sects deployed, their intentions were clearly hostile. In terms of heritage, the Mount Shu sword sect was far more ancient than these 3 sects combined. During its most glorious era, the combined might of these 3 sects could not even match one hand of the Mount Shu sword sect. Even 10 years ago, when the prodigy of the Mount Shu sword sect still lived, these 3 sects dared not act recklessly. Unfortunately, the current Mount Shu sword sect was like a tiger brought low, bullied by dogs. All the Mount Shu disciples were rushing toward Tianzhao Peak except Liang Jianqiu, who remained unmoved in his own courtyard. A figure silently appeared behind him, bowing and saying, "Young master, the battleships of the 3 great sects have arrived." A cold glint flashed in Liang Jianqiu's eyes as he asked, "Well done. It is time for the Mount Shu sword sect to be erased from the continent." The elder's expression shifted slightly as he inquired, "Any news on the sword seal?" I probed his words. "If that old man doesn't know the whereabouts of the sword seal either." Liang Jianqiu shook his head. He continued, "But one thing is certain, the sword seal is still on Mount Shu. Since that's the case, well, annihilate the sect and search slowly. The great battle is about to begin. I wouldn't want to miss this spectacle." With that, Liang Jianqiu rose and made his way toward Tianzhao Peak. At this moment Tianzhao Peak was fraught with tension, the atmosphere oppressively heavy. The elite forces of the 3 great sects had assembled with 9 warships hovering over the Shushan sword sect. This was no mere demand for an explanation, it was clearly an attempt to annihilate Shushan. What should we do? Hurry to the Sword Valley and ask the sect leader to come out of seclusion. An elder said, his face full of anxiety. The Grand Elder shook his head, his expression grave. The Sword Valley is inaccessible to ordinary people, and besides, it's too late now. The void warships of the 3 great sects were stationed outside Shushan, but if they launched an attack they could reach Tianzhao Peak in an instant. The atmosphere on site was extremely tense, yet from the highest elders to the ordinary disciples all wore resolute expressions, none retreating. In my opinion, this all started because of Ling Tianhuang. If we hand him over, there might still be room for negotiation. The speaker was none other than the Grand Elder's son, Liang Jianqiu. These words immediately darkened the faces of the Shushan high-ranking officials. Even Grand Elder Liang Zicheng's expression stiffened as he shouted, "Silence! Never speak of such things again." He knew well that his son also harbored feelings for Yuan Qingyi and had always been hostile towards Ling Tianhuang. However, with the Shushan sword sect facing a formidable enemy, the survival of the sect was at stake, making personal grudges utterly insignificant. Yet Liang Jianxiu gave a cold snort and said, "I'm speaking the truth. The three great sects are bearing down on us with overwhelming force. There's no need to sacrifice the entire Shushan sword sect for one Ling Tianhuang." Silence. The Grand Elder rebuked him again, but Liang Jianxiu showed no sign of stopping. "Are you considering the feelings of others by sacrificing the entire sect for a useless waste? Don't you think this is incredibly selfish?" Liang Jianqi's words sounded righteous and solemn, and many Shushan disciples began to waver in their resolve. This was Liang Jianqi's cunning. Though he cared little for the Shushan sword sect's survival, he had coveted Yuan Qingyi for so long that he couldn't bear to let her go without a fight. "You insolent wretch!" A furious roar accompanied the approach of a middle-aged woman gripping a long sword. She wore a red dress advancing like a blazing flame. Everyone was startled at the sight of her, and many eyes flickered with fear. The newcomer was none other than Shi Nanhong, the wife of the Shushan sword sect's leader and Yuan Qingyi's mother. This woman had once been a terror among her peers at Shushan, and most of the disciples from her generation had been beaten by her. Though she had devoted herself to her family after marrying Yuan Jingchuan and rarely appeared in public, she still held the position of an elder. Shi Nanhong strode up to Liang Jianxiu, her gaze icy. Slap. Before Liang Jianxiu could react, Shi Nanhong delivered a solid slap across his face. "You." Liang Jianxiu was momentarily stunned, then a fierce killing intent surged in his eyes, the veins on his sword-wielding right hand bulging. Shi Nanhong's gaze swept over his right hand, and she promptly slapped him again with the back of her hand. Slap. Liang Jianqi's eyes blazed with fury, murderous intent boiling within him. Who did he think he was? If not for his search for the Shushan sword seal, would a mere Shushan sword sect even be worthy of his attention? But now being slapped was a profound humiliation. At that moment only one thought consumed him: to kill this woman. Even if she was Yuan Qingyi's mother. "If you have the guts, try drawing your sword." Shi Nanhong's cold voice rang out. Hearing this, the killing intent in Liang Jianqi's eyes gradually faded. For the sake of obtaining the sword seal and his lifelong plan, he endured. After today, the Shushan sword sect would cease to exist anyway. What harm was there in biding his time? Let them be arrogant while they still could. With that, Liang Jianxiu bowed and apologized. "Your lesson is well taken, master. This disciple admits his fault." Shi Nanhong snorted coldly, then turned to face the Shushan disciples on the training ground. "Tell me, what are the ancestral teachings of our Shushan sect?" Thousands of Shushan disciples answered in unison. "A sword cultivator must forge an unyielding spirit, fearless of life and death. A sword cultivator must cultivate righteous qi unmatched in sharpness. A sword cultivator must forge an indomitable will, unbending and unyielding." These three maxims were the ancestral teachings of the Shushan sword sect, the first lesson every disciple learned upon joining the sect. Now all the Shushan disciples recited these three precepts in unison, bringing a look of gratification to the faces of the high-ranking officials. Though Shushan had declined, the sword sect's unyielding spirit remained, its will unbroken, its righteousness eternal. Shi Nanhong nodded and continued, 3,000 years ago our Shushan ancestors fought against demonic forces one after another, setting an example for us. Now the three great sects bully our Shushan. This battle concerns our survival. If any of you fear death, you may leave your swords and descend the mountain. The sect will not stop you, but from this day forth you are no longer Shushan disciples." At these words, every Shushan disciple on the training ground took a firm step forward, shouting with unwavering resolve, "We swear to live and die with the sect. We swear to live and die with the sect." Their roars shook the heavens. Ha ha ha. At that moment a loud laugh echoed from afar. A bunch of ignorant ants facing death and still unaware. How utterly ridiculous. The 9 void warships that had been stationed outside Shushan began moving toward Tianzhou Peak once more. A middle-aged man stood with his hands behind his back at the prow of the Qingming sect's warship. He was a half-step chaotic realm powerhouse. In the absence of the patriarchs from the various sects, a half-step chaotic realm cultivator was virtually invincible. As the warships drew closer, the crowd could see densely packed figures on the 9 vessels numbering over 1,000. One by one figures stepped to the prows, looking down upon the Shushan sword sect. Each warship had a half-step chaotic realm cultivator, and the total number of divine palace realm experts exceeded 30 or 40. An oppressive pressure enveloped the entire Tianzhou Peak. The three great sects had deployed such a formidable force, their ambitions laid bare. Although the Shushan sword sect had declined, it was once a top-tier power on the continent, and its heritage should not be underestimated. The three great sects had long coveted Shushan's legacy. Now that Shushan's leader Yuan Jingchuan was in seclusion in the Sword Valley, it was a golden opportunity for them. Yuan Jingchuan, come out and face your death. The middle-aged man standing at the prow of the Qingming sect's warship roared in anger. This man was Qi Lianga, the deputy sect leader of Qingming sect, a genuine half-step chaotic realm cultivator and the most outstanding figure of his generation. Qi Lianga, do you think our Shushan is so easily bullied? Shi Nanhong stepped forward and demanded angrily. Qi Lianga let out a cold sneer and said, I've already given you a chance before. Just hand over Ling Tianhuang and this matter will be settled. But you insisted on going your own way and even killed members of our three great sects. Since you refuse to live, then I'll grant you death. As Qi Lianga finished speaking on the worship of the Xianyun sect, a grey-robed old man sneered and said, if you wish to preserve Mount Shu from destruction, you must agree to 3 conditions. Shi Nanhong curled her lips into a cold smile and asked, oh. Do tell. The three great sects had come with such fanfare, how could they easily let Mount Shu off? She asked only to witness their shamelessness. The old man stroked his beard and said, first, naturally hand over Ling Tianhuang to me for punishment back at the sect. Second, from today onward the Mount Shu sword sect shall become a subsidiary sect to us 3 families, annually handing over 300 male and female disciples to serve as maids and page boys for our disciples. As for other cultivation resources, they will be determined based on circumstances. If the first condition was still acceptable to some Mount Shu disciples, the second was utterly outrageous. Before the Mount Shu higher-ups could speak, Qi Lianga voiced the third condition. Third, I've long heard that sect leader Yuan's daughter Yuan Qingyi is exceptionally beautiful and renowned as the #1 beauty in the southern domain. My son happens to need a maid, so it wouldn't be an insult for her to serve him. Upon hearing these 3 conditions, every Mount Shu disciple gritted their teeth with fierce killing intent. They all knew that the sects had never intended to spare Mount Shu if these conditions were merely deliberate humiliation. Shi Nanhong sneered and asked, recall 3,000 years ago when our Mount Shu ancestors fought against the demon race, did any of them retreat a single step? Now, though Mount Shu no longer shines as before, when have you ever seen us disciples beg for our lives? Shi Nanhong was naturally hot-tempered, and since this battle was inevitable, words were futile. With a clear ring she drew her long sword and pointed it at the enemy. Come, let the battle begin. This sword, named Xingdai, was her personal blade. It formed a pair with Yuan Jingchuan's Qihong, forged by the same hand. In those days Yuan Jingchuan wore a blue robe and wielded a red sword, while she was in a red dress with a green blade, a beautiful tale of Mount Shu. Later Yuan Jingchuan took charge of the Mount Shu sword sect and became engrossed in sect affairs. After giving birth to their daughter Yuan Qingyi, she rarely drew this sword. Now, after many years, Xingdai was unsheathed once more to fight alongside her in defense of the sect. Mount Shu disciples, hear my command. Form the formation. Grand Elder Liang Zhicheng shouted coldly, and thousands of Mount Shu disciples swiftly moved into specific positions, forming a massive sword array. This formation was called the Heavenly Net Demon-Slaying Sword Array, but the world preferred to call it the Mount Shu Sword Array. During the great battle between good and evil, all Mount Shu disciples had sallied forth using this array in the Tianhuang ancient battlefield to tear the skies apart and turn the ground into rivers of blood. In the end, a group of Mount Shu masters fell at the border, and tens of thousands of disciples fought until the last one stood. That battle forged Mount Shu's reputation and revealed the peerless edge of sword cultivators. Yet that same battle drained Mount Shu's resources, leaving it in decline. Now this sword array was merely a simplified version, as the complete Mount Shu sword array required tens of thousands of people to form. This array had only a few thousand participants, and their cultivation levels were low, so it possessed merely a tenth of the power of the complete Mount Shu sword array. Nevertheless, even a cultivator at the half-step chaotic origin realm would face great peril within this array. Such was the legacy. Though Mount Shu sword sect had fallen to this state, it was once a supreme orthodoxy on the continent. On the worship of the Qingming sect, Qi Lianga did not rush to order an attack, but sneered, if Ling Chongqing were still here we might have had some fear. But the current Mount Shu sword sect is already on its last legs. Relying on this puny sword array to stop us is nothing but a foolish dream. Humph. Arrogant words. Break this formation first before you boast, the Grand Elder who was overseeing the array retorted coldly. Disciples of the Mount Shu sword sect, listen well. If you lay down your weapons and surrender now, you may yet live. Otherwise no mercy will be shown. Mount Shu disciples, we live and die with the sect. Everyone roared in unison, their battle spirit surging. Qi Liang's lips twisted into a cold smile and he suddenly shouted, "Attack!" With a sharp sound, a cry of agony erupted from the Grand Elder as a long sword pierced through his back, the blood-stained tip emerging from his chest. To everyone's shock, the attacker was Liang Jinqiu. The Grand Elder turned slowly in disbelief, staring at Liang Jinqiu behind him. The other Mount Shu disciples were equally horrified, unable to comprehend why senior brother Liang would strike his own father. "You unfilial wretch, how dare you!" Liang Jianqi's face twisted into a grimace as he sneered, "Old man, after calling you father for all these years, it's time for your old life to serve some purpose." The Grand Elder's eyes narrowed sharply. You know. Did you think hiding my origins from me would keep me in the dark?" Liang Jianqi's expression was full of disdain. "Little did you know I deliberately let you bring me to Mount Shu back then." These words shocked countless onlookers. Liang Jinqiu was not the Grand Elder's biological son. Indeed, years ago Liang Zhicheng had traveled down the mountain for several years and returned with a 3-year-old child, claiming him as his son, whose mother had died of illness. That child was Liang Jinqiu. Fewer than 5 people in Mount Shu knew the secret that Liang Jinqiu was not his own but an orphan he had found during his travels. Over the years the Grand Elder had treated Liang Jinqiu as his own, teaching him diligently in cultivation, so much so that he himself had nearly forgotten the truth. Who would have thought that Liang Jinqiu not only knew the truth but had even deliberately allowed himself to be brought to Mount Shu from the start? How is that possible? The Grand Elder said in disbelief. Then, as if realization struck, he asked coldly, "I never thought you were a spy for the 3 great sects, scheming so meticulously to destroy our Mount Shu sword sect." Yet Liang Jinqiu sneered dismissively, "You're wrong. The mere 3 great sects are not worthy of having me work for them." Liang Zicheng's expression hardened. "Who are you? Why did you infiltrate Mount Shu? What do you want?" Liang Jinqiu smiled coldly and abruptly yanked the long sword from Liang Zicheng's body. Blood sprayed out as Liang Zicheng staggered backward. The second elder quickly stepped forward to support him. "You are not worthy to know who I am," Liang Jinqiu said coldly, watching the Grand Elder cough up blood. The third elder's face twisted with murderous intent as he roared, "You traitor! After all these years of raising you your senior brother, you dare commit such an act of utter defiance. Today I will kill you first to cleanse the sect." With that he lunged directly at Liang Jinqiu. Liang Jinqiu let out a cold snort, flicking his longsword as several streams of sword qi burst forth. The third elder's expression shifted. He hadn't expected this youth to have concealed his true strength. Even he dared not be careless in the face of those sword qi streams. The crowd was shocked. No one anticipated Liang Jinqiu would turn traitor at this moment. Recalling his earlier insistence on handing over Ling Tianhuang, many suspected he was behind the 3 great sects' attack on Mount Shu. Similarly, many disciples reflecting on the last expedition to Zhanglong Mountain quickly spotted the clues. It was Liang Jinqiu who claimed that he and several Mount Shu disciples were besieged by disciples from the 3 great sects. Yet when Ling Tianhuang led them there, they found only a few corpses, 2 from Mount Shu sword sect and the rest from the 3 great sects. Immediately after, disciples from the 3 great sects emerged from all directions surrounding them. To allow the others to retreat, Ling Tianhuang single-handedly held off the numerous disciples of the 3 great sects. At the time nothing seemed amiss. But now, recalling after Liang Jinqiu relayed the news, he vanished and never reappeared. In hindsight, that incident was likely orchestrated by Liang Jinqiu. On the battlefield, the third elder suddenly drew his sword and engaged Liang Jinqiu in fierce combat. Yet it must be said Liang Jinqiu was exceptionally strong, his sword techniques were vicious and cunning. His cultivation at the Zhuozhou realm was merely a facade, his true level was the Shingon realm, rivaling many elders. "Beast, die!" The third elder bellowed, his true qi surging violently, coalescing into his longsword as he slashed a mighty strike toward Liang Jinqiu. This strike was the third elder's signature move. Liang Jinqiu dared not meet it head-on and retreated repeatedly. However, the Mount Shu disciples behind him had already cut off his escape. A thunderous boom echoed as a black-robed elder appeared on the scene. With a wave of his hand, the true qi billowing from his sleeve sent the third elder flying backward. A black robe shrouded his gaunt frame, and from his sunken eye sockets gleamed a chilling murderous intent. It was he who had just intercepted the third elder's full-powered strike and repelled him. The appearance of this black-robed elder put the Mount Shu high-ranking members on high alert. Yet instead of continuing the assault, he took Liang Jinqiu and leaped onto the warship of the Qingming sect in an instant. Qi Lianga greets the young master. From the other warships, the experts of the three great sects also clasped their fists in salute to Liang Jinqiu. This scene stunned everyone. Qi Lianga was the vice-sect master of the Qingming sect, and the Lianlei Gate and Xianyun sect were led by a supreme elder. Yet now they bowed to Liang Jinqiu. Just who was Liang Jinqiu? He nodded slightly and said, "Slaughter Mount Shu sword sect, leave no one alive." Yes. Qi Lianga and the others responded loudly. Kill. At Qi Liang's cold command, the experts of the three great sects surged forth, charging toward Tianzhou Peak. Before the main hall of Mount Shu sword sect, the Grand Elder coughed up blood continuously. Despite the second elder administering pills and channeling true qi to heal him, the sword strike had damaged his heart meridian, beyond all remedy. "It is I who have brought ruin to the sect," the Grand Elder said weakly. "Senior brother, save your strength. Let me help you heal." The Grand Elder shook his head. "Preserve your strength to fight. If you can remember, you must kill Liang Jinqiu or I will die with regret." With those words, the Grand Elder breathed his last. With his death, the original sword formation became incomplete. The sword formation's power stemmed from the unity of all participants, amplifying both attack and defense exponentially. Yet it had a fatal flaw: any loss of personnel drastically reduced its might. If too many were lost, it would collapse entirely, scattering like loose sand. At that moment, the experts of the three great sects leaped from their warships, charging toward Tianzhou Peak. "Charge up and stop the formation!" Qi Lianga roared. The second elder set aside his grief, rose and filled the Grand Elder's position, ordering the formation to activate. As the core of the formation, the Grand Elder's role was critical, one reason Liang Jinqiu had targeted him. "Kill!" At the second elder's cry, over 3,000 Mount Shu disciples moved, and the sword formation began to spin. Countless sword beams shot forth, sharp and dazzling, halting the disciples of the three great sects in their tracks. Even the simplified version of the Mount Shu sword formation was not something they could withstand. Even the half-step Hunyuan realm experts dared not advance recklessly. Qi Lianga, calm and composed, sneered, "Long have I heard of the might of the Mount Shu sword formation. Did we come unprepared?" As his words fell, he slowly opened his palm. A cyan light bloomed from his palm, and a bronze ancient seal flew into the air. As it slowly rotated, its size expanded, and a pressure of power radiated outward. "Holy might! That is a saintly weapon!" A Mount Shu elder cried, his face pale with terror. A saintly weapon, also known as a legacy saintly weapon, contained Tao principles and possessed unmatched power. In an age when no saint of the ultimate saint realm walked the world, a saintly weapon was the most fearsome existence. Though cultivators below the ultimate saint realm could not fully unleash a saintly weapon's power, activating even a fraction allowed them to suppress opponents above their level. For instance, a Shinggong realm expert wielding a saintly weapon could make even a Hunyuan realm expert yield. Though Qi Lianga was only at half-step Hunyuan, with a saintly weapon in hand he was virtually invincible. For Mount Shu sword sect currently possessed no saintly weapons. Indeed, they were curious, how did the Qingming sect come by one? Across the Tianhuang Continent, aside from the few great lineages that stood above the clouds, no other force owned a saintly weapon. In its glorious days, Mount Shu sword sect had its own legacy saintly weapon, but it was lost on the Tianhuang battlefield. Suddenly Shi Nanhong shook his head. Not a true saintly weapon, merely a sub-saintly weapon. A sub-saintly weapon. As the name suggests, it was second only to a true saintly weapon. Though inferior, it still carried holy might and was immensely powerful. By now the ancient seal had expanded to the size of a millstone, threads of Tao pattern spreading out as the terrifying holy might surged like a tidal wave. With a thunderous crash, the bronze ancient seal bearing its fearsome holy might slammed down. Below, countless Mount Shu disciples felt their breath catch and their movements slow. "Begone!" At that moment a furious shout rang out. A flying sword sliced through the void, striking the bronze ancient seal directly. With a metallic clang, the bronze ancient seal was sent flying. A white-haired, white-robed elder appeared in the void, none other than Mount Shu ancestor Ren Wufeng. The ancestor of Shu Mountain stood proudly in the void, his icy gaze sweeping over the powerful figures of the three great sects. With a mere gesture he summoned the flying sword back into his hand. The ancestor's appearance was like a soothing balm for the disciples of Shu Mountain. Yet as Ren Wufeng's eyes scanned the surroundings, his expression grew even more solemn. "Since you're here, why hide in the shadows? As his words fell, the void silently split open and an old man holding a staff stepped forth. Ha ha ha, Ren Wufeng, it's been a while. The newcomer was none other than Qi Jinglan, the former sect master of Qingming sect, a genuine Hunyuan realm powerhouse. Soon after, another section of the void trembled and an old man bearing a long blade strode out. His presence exuded a domineering and sharp aura. With every step the void quaked. Another Hunyuan realm powerhouse. Xianling Ci, the ancestor of Xianyun sect. Ren Wufeng, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Xianling Ci spoke coldly. Seeing this, the faint hope that had just risen in the hearts of Shu Mountain Sword sect's disciples was dashed once more. The three great sects had not only brought a Quasi-Saint artifact but also deployed two Hunyuan realm powerhouses. This left Shu Mountain Sword sect with no glimmer of hope. Ren Wufeng, Shu Mountain Sword sect's fate is sealed. You alone cannot change the outcome. Xianling Ci slowly drew his war blade and spoke. The ancestor of Shu Mountain, his expression grave, declared, "Today, even if Shu Mountain fights to the last man, we will wage an unending war against you." Ha ha ha. Ren Wufeng, even at death's door you remain so stubborn. Today I will erase the entire Shu Mountain. Qi Jinglan laughed heartily. Ren Wufeng gazed at all the Shu Mountain disciples and proclaimed, "Remember this, a sword may break, life may be forfeited, but the pride and righteousness within us shall never be bent." With that he pointed his long sword at Qi Jinglan and Xianling Ci, shouting, "Come. Let's fight." Without hesitation Qi Jinglan and Xianling Ci charged forward and the three Hunyuan realm powerhouses clashed fiercely in the void. It must be known that when the powerhouses of the top Dao lineages refrained from acting, the Hunyuan realm represented the pinnacle of strength in the Tianhuang Continent. The devastation of their full-force strikes was beyond imagination. Boom! The void echoed with successive explosions, sword chi swept across, blade lights cleaved through and staff shadows scattered in all directions. With each strike the void exploded, for their speed and power were so terrifying that the very air currents in the void were shattered. In the blink of an eye the three powerhouses exchanged dozens of moves. It must be said that the Shu Mountain ancestor's strength was formidable. With his sword in hand his momentum was like a rainbow. Torrents of sword chi surged from his body, slicing through the surrounding air. Qi Jinglan and Xianling Ci were secretly alarmed. In a unknown duel they were no match for Ren Wufeng, for his sword was too sharp. Though they shared the same realm they dared not face his edge. In truth, in any era sword cultivators were among the most formidable in their realm. Yet with the two of them joining forces even Ren Wufeng had no hope of turning the tide. Kill! They roared in unison and charged at Ren Wufeng again. The Shu Mountain ancestor let out a cold cry, his long sword thrust forward, abruptly splitting the void. A blinding sword light turned into a meteor hurtling straight at Xianling Ci. Clang! Xianling Ci blocked the strike with his broad blade, using its thick body to halt the sword light. However, the tremendous force numbed his arms and sent him stumbling backward. The Shu Mountain ancestor did not pursue. Instead he turned his sword and slashed at Qi Jinglan. Qi Jinglan's expression shifted slightly. He swung his staff with such vigor that it whistled through the air. Amidst a flurry of metallic clashes the sword and staff collided over a dozen times in an instant. Meanwhile Xianling Ci attacked again. He raised his war blade and brought it down from the void. The slash tore through the void and a terrifying blade light materialized into a massive sword over 10 zhang long, descending upon the Shu Mountain ancestor. Facing this overwhelmingly domineering strike, Ren Wufeng neither dodged nor evaded. He thrust his sword straight upward. Where the sword tip pointed, a white rainbow soared into the sky, shredding the 10 hanglong blade light. The three powerhouses clashed fiercely, their movements growing faster and faster. Even cultivators at the Divine Palace realm could barely track their trajectories. As for ordinary Shu Mountain disciples, they could only see the shattered void above Tianzhao Peak. On the warship Qi Lianga once again activated the bronze ancient seal, releasing wisps of saintly might. Attack! Kill them all! With that command the massive bronze ancient seal slammed down. Boom! A thunderous crash followed as the seal was blocked by the endless sword chi released from the sword formation. A Quasi-Saint artifact couldn't shatter the Shu Mountain sword formation in a single blow, but the dozen or so disciples caught beneath the seal were jolted into spitting blood. The bronze ancient seal rose into the void before crashing down again. Suddenly a red figure soared upward. It was Shi Nanhong. She wielded Xingdai and slashed fiercely, meeting the bronze ancient seal Heaton. With a thunderous boom her sword stopped the seal, but the terrifying saintly might sent her flying backward. Pfft! Sure Nanhong spat a mouthful of blood, her face as pale as paper. Junior sister. An elder rushed to support her, his face filled with concern. Senior brother, take the younger disciples and retreat through the back mountain. Shu Mountain is likely lost. Sure Nanhong wiped the blood from her lips and spoke weakly. Though they had resolved to perish with Shu Mountain, there were many newly initiated disciples barely in their teens. Sure Nanhong couldn't bear to see them die here. Moreover, even if they stayed they would be of little help. The elder's expression hardened, but he shook his head and said, "You go, junior sister. I'll stay and fight." Just then the bronze ancient seal crashed down again. Boom! This strike caused several Shu Mountain disciples below to explode, dying before they could even scream. Seeing their comrades die so brutally, all the Shu Mountain disciples were enraged. Stay calm. Hold the formation. The second elder, who was directing the sword formation, managed to suppress his hatred and shouted. For now they could still rely on the formation to deter a full assault from the enemy. But if the formation crumbled, the powerhouses of the three sects would launch a total offensive. At that point, even fighting on their home ground, Shu Mountain Sword Sect would be no match for such a formidable foe. In truth, the current situation was already dire. Though the bronze ancient seal couldn't break the formation outright, each strike killed nearly 10 disciples. At this rate the formation would collapse on its own after just a few more blows. On the bow of the ship, Qi Liang wore a cruel smirk as he activated the bronze ancient seal once more, sending it crashing down. The elder supporting Sure Nanhong let out a furious roar and charged forward with his sword. Go to hell. Get lost. He poured all his strength into a single sword strike, once again sending the bronze ancient seal flying. However, his body was torn apart by the terrifying power and saintly might of the quasi-saint weapon, instantly turning into a cloud of blood mist in the air. Although he had already stepped into the divine palace realm, his cultivation was inferior to Sure Nanhong's. Facing the full-force blow of the bronze ancient seal, he could not withstand it. Sure Nanhong cried out, staring at the blood mist in the sky, an endless killing intent surging in his heart. Qi Liang sneered. Aboard the 9 warships, the experts of the 3 great sects were poised to strike. If the moment the sword formation was breached, they would charge forward to reap the lives of the Shushan disciples. Of course, they also intended to seize Shushan's legacy. Perhaps because activating the bronze ancient seal consumed too much true qi, Qi Liang handed it directly to the half-step mixed element realm elder of Xianyun sect to wield. As the elder poured a vast amount of true qi into the bronze ancient seal, the seal swelled once more, now the size of a chariot. Suddenly a sword beam tore through the void, slashing from the direction of the sword pavilion. The elder's expression shifted dramatically. He felt a sharp sting in his eyes and an icy chill envelop his entire body. A splash of blood blossomed in midair as the body of the Xianyun sect elder was cleaved in two by the sword qi. A half-step mixed element realm expert had been slain with a single sword strike. This scene instantly stunned the experts of the 3 great sects. Even the Shushan disciples were filled with shock. If the first thought that crossed their minds was that the sect leader had emerged from seclusion, for aside from sect leader Yuan Jingchuan and ancestor Ren Wufeng, no one in all of Shushan possessed such strength. Everyone turned their gaze toward the sword pavilion, where a young man in white robes was seen riding a flying sword. However, the sword beneath his feet was a massive blade formed from hundreds of swords. A Shushan disciple exclaimed, "It's senior brother Ling. Wasn't junior brother Ling severely injured and his cultivation lost? Why does he seem even more powerful than before? Could it be that the sword strike just now came from senior brother Ling?" This thought had barely entered the minds of the Shushan disciples before they dismissed it, for it was utterly impossible. Ling Tianhuang was merely at the observation realm, a full 2 major realms below the half-step mixed element realm, and no matter how extraordinary he was, he could not have accomplished such a feat. Ling Tianhuang stood atop the giant sword, his robes fluttering, and in the blink of an eye he arrived above Tianzhao Peak, facing the experts of the 3 great sects. Qi Liang asked, his face filled with shock. Shushan disciple Ling Tianhuang. Ling Tianhuang stared coldly at him, his eyes brimming with killing intent. Seeing the fallen Shushan disciples, his heart was filled with guilt. For he understood that from a certain perspective this calamity had been brought about by his own actions. Hearing the name Ling Tianhuang, the experts of the 3 great sects were momentarily stunned. "So you are Ling Tianhuang. Perfect timing," Qi Liang said coldly. However, Ling Tianhuang paid him no heed. His gaze was fixed on Liang Jianxiu, who stood behind Qi Liang. Liang Jianqiu had been lounging leisurely in a recliner. Two female disciples of Qing Ming sect brewing tea for him, his expression one of utter complacency. But when he saw Ling Tianhuang again he shot to his feet. "You haven't your cultivation been crippled? How is this possible?" Liang Jianqiu asked, staring at Ling Tianhuang in disbelief. Ling Tianhuang did not answer his question. Instead he said coldly, "I never imagined that the Shushan sword sect would produce a traitor like you." Although he did not know what had transpired previously, the fact that Liang Jianqiu, a Shushan disciple, stood among the ranks of the Qing Ming sect said it all. "So the trip to Zhanglong Mountain was indeed a scheme you carefully orchestrated." Liang Jianqiu sneered and said, "You are very clever, but unfortunately you have realized it too late. After today neither you nor the entire Shushan sect will exist. Ling Tianhuang, do you, an ant at the observation realm, still think you can turn the tide? Even if the Heavenly King himself descended today, he could not save your Shushan sect." Qi Liang sneered. "You had better pray that you can annihilate my Shushan in one battle, or else I, Ling Tianhuang, will make you pay 100-fold for what you have done today. Die." Qi Liang bellowed, his true qi churning. A massive hand materialized in the void, hurtling toward Ling Tianhuang. Shi Nanhong cried out from before the great hall, "Tianhuang, come back." But at that moment the people witnessed a scene so stunning they would never forget it for the rest of their lives. The void behind Ling Tianhuang split open and tens of thousands of flying swords shot forth like raindrops. The disciples of the three great sects upon seeing this widened their eyes in sheer terror. The 10,000 flying swords like a swarm of locusts arrived above Tianzhou Peak in the blink of an eye. Ling Tianhuang abruptly drew his long sword, pointed it forward and shouted coldly, "Kill." The single word "kill" shook heaven and earth. The 10,000 flying swords, as if receiving orders from a commander, shot directly toward the warships of the three great sects. In an instant blood sprayed and screams rang out incessantly. Disciples of the three great sects fell in droves. Many had not even reacted before they were pierced through by the sharp swords. The flying swords were incredibly fast and their numbers were staggering. In a single clash hundreds of disciples from the three great sects perished. The 10,000 flying swords like a long dragon circled in the air before turning back, poised to strike again. When the disciples of the three great sects saw the dense swarm of swords hurtling toward them, their blades still dripping with blood, they were terrified out of their wits, their souls fleeing their bodies. "Don't panic. Hold your ground." The experts of the three great sects shouted, ordering their disciples to form defensive formations. But by then their disciples had already been frightened out of their courage. Facing the overwhelming onslaught of flying swords, they did not even have the will to fight back. Moreover, the flying swords were so fast that they had no time to organize any defensive formation. Screams rose one after another. Several hundred perished under the flying swords, many of their bodies torn to shreds, turning into blood mist. The Shushan disciples were utterly dumbfounded, feeling as if everything was a dream. Even years later, whenever the Shushan disciples recalled this scene, their blood would still boil with excitement. As for the Shushan high-ranking officials, their minds were a blank, their shock beyond words. They knew the 10,000 flying swords came from the sword pavilion, but they racked their brains and could not understand how Ling Tianhuang could command the myriad swords. Amidst their shock, a flicker of excitement surged within them, for they saw the hope of victory. As for the multitude of experts from the three great sects, their expressions darkened to the extreme, glaring at Ling Tianhuang with murderous intent. They could not fathom how a mere cultivator at the sitting illumination realm could command 10,000 swords. Yet it was this very cultivator at the sitting illumination realm who with a mere gesture had routed their disciples, leaving nearly half dead and the rest either severely wounded or utterly terror-stricken. In the void, Ling Tianhuang stood proudly, his white robes flapping loudly in the wind. Above 10,000 flying swords hovered behind him, humming and clanging, each blade stained with the blood of his enemies. At this moment Ling Tianhuang's countenance was cold, his demeanor extraordinary, like a youthful celestial deity. The experts of the three great sects, however, were twisted with rage, their eyes nearly splitting apart. Their originally flawless plan had been utterly overturned by this single variable, Ling Tianhuang. Although the high-end combat strength of the three great sects had not suffered greatly, only the half-step Chaos Unity elder from Xianyun sect had been cleaved by a single sword stroke. The loss of nearly 1,000 elite disciples was an incalculable blow. These disciples were the cream of the younger generation from the three sects. This assault on Shu Mountain was meant both to crush the enemy and to provide real combat experience for the young. They had accounted for the Shu Mountain sword array and even planned for the Shu Mountain ancestor Ren Wufeng, but they never foresaw that a single disciple at the sitting illumination realm could inflict such grievous losses. Ling Tianhuang, I will tear you apart limb from limb. Qi Liang gnashed his teeth, wishing he could devour Ling Tianhuang alive. Likewise, Ling Tianhuang replied indifferently with just 2 words. Qi Liang roared in fury, reaching out to retrieve the bronze ancient seal. Pouring a vast amount of true qi into it, he hurled the seal at Ling Tianhuang. Well struck. Ling Tianhuang cried out lightly and took the initiative to meet the attack. Though he was merely at the sitting illumination realm, his overbearing and fierce aura shocked even the divine palace realm experts. As the bronze ancient seal bore down, Ling Tianhuang could clearly feel the wisps of saintly might emanating from the seal. Though it was no match for a true saintly weapon, that trace of saintly power was still terrifying, enough to overwhelm even a divine palace realm expert. Yet Ling Tianhuang was unafraid. For now he had not only 10,000 flying swords at his command but also the sword path empowerment of the blue-clad woman. Ling Tianhuang fixed his gaze on the rapidly approaching bronze ancient seal, then suddenly raised his Qinghu sword and slashed downward. In an instant a brilliant sword radiance carrying an unmatched sword momentum descended from the void. With a thunderous crash, the bronze ancient seal was sent flying, slamming heavily into Qi Liang. Qi Liang was struck with tremendous force, his body hurled sideways as he vomited blood. His chest exploded into a mess of gore. As for the bronze ancient seal, a massive gash was carved into it and dense cracks spread like a spiderweb across its entire surface. At that moment Ling Tianhuang struck again with his sword. This sword radiance was even larger and sharper than the previous one. Even from afar the disciples of the 3 great sects felt their skin being cut as if by blades. Another thunderous roar echoed as the sword radiance like a divine sword from the heavens sliced a Qingming sect warship cleanly in 2. One must know that void warships were extraordinarily sturdy, forged from countless precious materials and inscribed with array runes. Ordinary weapons could hardly damage them. Yet Ling Tianhuang's single sword stroke had cleaved it in half. The 2 broken sections of the warship plummeted from the void. The Qingming sect disciples on board had no choice but to flee the falling wreckage, leaping toward other warships. Insignificant ant, you know not death. A furious roar exploded as an old man tore through the void and stepped out. This was yet another Chaos Unity Realm expert, an ancestor of the Thunder Refining sect. Originally it was thought that deploying 2 Chaos Unity Realm experts from the 3 great sects was already an overwhelmingly powerful lineup. Who would have guessed there was a third such expert, one who had been hidden in the shadows all along? In comparison, a single Chaos Unity Realm expert posed a far greater threat than a quasi-saintly weapon. After all, a quasi-saintly weapon was not a true saintly weapon. At this moment the old man stood in the void, his terrifying aura surging like a tide, locking onto Ling Tianhuang. It was the pressure of Cultivation Realm. When a Chaos Unity Realm expert fully unleashed his aura, even a Divine Palace Realm cultivator might not withstand it. Yet Ling Tianhuang remained completely unaffected. For one, he had comprehended the invincible sword path which blocked the suppression of the opponent's aura. On the other hand, with the empowerment of the blue-clad woman as a sword spirit, the old man's aura was as good as non-existent to Ling Tianhuang. Kneel! The old man bellowed, his terrifying aura coalescing into a giant palm print that descended toward Ling Tianhuang. The void rumbled as the enormous palm like a dark cloud slowly pressed down upon Ling Tianhuang. Ling Tianhuang snorted coldly. Rows of flying swords behind him shot into the sky, tearing the giant palm print apart. Then the 10,000 flying swords, like well-trained soldiers, formed a colossal sword, dozens of zhonglong, and struck at the old man. Slash! Ling Tianhuang shouted, and the giant sword released endless sword qi as it descended. The old man was startled, but he had no time to ponder how Ling Tianhuang controlled so many flying swords. Facing the giant sword that was about to cleave him, deep wariness flickered in the old man's eyes. With a mighty roar, his boundless true qi surged like a river, bursting its banks, enveloping his entire body. In the next second, that terrifying true qi condensed into a massive shield above him. The giant sword crashed heavily into the shield. The shockwave from the violent collision swept in all directions, forcing even distant onlookers to circulate their true qi for protection. One must admit, a Chaos Unity Realm expert was truly fearsome. Ling Tianhuang's giant sword only managed to crack the true qi shield, not shatter it. Ling Tianhuang channeled his sword control art, pressing the giant sword downward. Though he had only recently begun training in the art of moving swords with his mind, his prior comprehension of the invincible sword path allowed him to progress with twice the result for half the effort. As the giant sword pressed down, the old man frantically channeled his true qi to repair the shield, but the giant sword formed from 10,000 flying swords was simply too terrifying. Both the weight of the sword and the endless sword qi emanating from it made him struggle immensely. He could hardly believe it, as a mighty Chaos Unity realm expert he could dominate the scene as long as the invincible powerhouses of the top Tao traditions did not appear. Yet now he was being driven into such a dire predicament by a mere cultivator at the sitting illumination realm. Kneel. Just as he was pondering how to break the deadlock, Ling Tianhuang coldly uttered 2 words. Moments earlier he had attempted to force the other to kneel through sheer realm suppression, thereby humiliating Ling Tianhuang. Now Ling Tianhuang was compelling him to kneel in the same manner. As Ling Tianhuang's furious roar echoed forth, the colossal sword pressing against the Qi shield trembled violently. Instantly an endless cascade of razor-sharp sword Qi poured down like a galaxy in reverse. The elder's pressure multiplied tenfold. He felt as though a towering mountain weighed upon him, one that even his utmost strength could not withstand. At this moment his body emitted crackling sounds as if his very bones were about to shatter. Boom! With a thunderous crash the Qi shield exploded and the terrifying blast wave tore the void into countless fragments. The giant sword slammed heavily onto the elder's shoulder. Pfft! In that instant the elder violently spewed a mouthful of blood. His entire shoulder collapsed and his body plummeted from the high sky like a meteor. Bang! The elder's body crashed heavily before the Scarlet Dawn Hall, his knees striking the ground and shattering the floor tiles. A mighty expert at the Chaos Unity realm, the founding patriarch of a major faction, was forced to his knees by an ant at the sitting illumination realm. This was an unparalleled disgrace that could never be washed away in his lifetime. At this moment only one thought consumed his mind: to slice Ling Tianhuang into 1,000 pieces. Of course the entire Shushan sword sect would also become the target of his wrath. Roar! With a furious bellow his body shot skyward. Clang! A deafening crash left him seeing stars as if his sea of consciousness were about to explode. It turned out that Ling Tianhuang had once again driven that giant sword, using it like a door plank to smack squarely against the elder's forehead. The elder crashed back to the ground, spouting several more mouthfuls of blood with countless bones broken. At this moment he was consumed by a maddening hatred. He was a supreme master of the Chaos Unity realm, not some nameless stray. Yet now he was being brutally beaten, covered in wounds. These injuries were not fatal to him, but the humiliation in his heart could never be erased. However, Ling Tianhuang had no intention of giving him a chance to recover. This time he did not drive the giant sword again. Instead a cold gleam shot from his hand. It was the Azure Crane sword. The Azure Crane sword transformed into a descending beam of light, piercing directly into the elder's brow. SSH. And so the venerable ancestor of the Thunder Refining sect was nailed to death at the entrance of the Scarlet Dawn Hall by a single sword strike. This sight sent chills down the spines of the 3 great sect's experts. This sight ignited the blood of every Shushan disciple. In recent years the 3 great sects had joined forces to oppress Shushan, and now they sought to extinguish its heritage entirely. Every Shushan disciple harbored a smoldering fury. And Ling Tianhuang's sword strike allowed that pent-up rage to find release. Ling Tianhuang reached out with a gesture and the Azure Crane sword returned to his hand. Shushan disciples, heed my command. Activate the sword formation and slay the enemy. Shi Nanhong roared, charging forth as the first to strike. For the Shushan sword sect this was a heaven-sent opportunity they could not afford to miss. Kill. Immediately after, all Shushan disciples shouted in unison, brandishing their long swords as they charged toward the warships of the 3 great sects. Earlier the 3 great sects had arrived with overwhelming force, holding an absolute advantage. Yet they could never have dreamed that the tide would turn in an instant. Even more unbelievable was that the one who turned the tide was Ling Tianhuang, an unremarkable Shushan disciple. By now over half of the young disciples from the 3 great sects were dead or wounded. Of the 3 half-step Chaos Unity experts, one was dead and another injured. Most critically, the Thunder Refining sect's ancestor had been slain before the Scarlet Dawn Hall. Although they had immediately summoned their disciples to counterattack, faced with the ferocious Shushan sword formation, every one of them looked ashen. Not to mention the ordinary disciples, even the leading Divine Palace experts had been utterly terrified by Ling Tianhuang. The quasi-sage weapon they had relied on to break the formation was nearly destroyed. How could they possibly withstand this onslaught now? Kill. Amidst a chorus of mighty shouts, the Shushan sword formation surged forward like a colossal beast bristling with fangs and spikes, charging at the warships of the 3 great sects. In an instant flesh and blood flew, screams rang out and bodies kept falling from the void. The elders of the Shushan sword sect, their eyes bloodshot and killing intent surging, charged at the very front. The great battle erupted in full force. This time the Shushan sword sect held an overwhelming advantage. Seeing this, Ling Tianhuang ceased his attacks and instead turned his gaze toward the void beyond Shushan. Their fierce clashes resounded like rolling thunder. The Shushan ancestor fighting 1 against 2 was already in dire straits. To prevent the battle's aftermath from harming Shushan's disciples, the ancestor had deliberately lured the 2 opponents into the void beyond Shushan where he could fight with full abandon. Without a word, Ling Tianhuang charged straight toward that void. "Brat, have you lost your mind? Do you truly believe you can slay a Chaos Unity expert?" Just then a cold rebuke echoed in Ling Tianhuang's mind. "Help me one last time," Ling Tianhuang pleaded. As he spoke, Ling Tianhuang arrived in that void where Xian Lingzi and Qi Jinglan had joined forces to suppress the Shushan ancestor, leaving him barely able to defend with no strength to counterattack. Without hesitation, Ling Tianhuang raised his hand and unleashed a sword strike. The instant sword. Earlier when he first appeared, he had used this very strike to instantly kill a half-step Chaos Unity expert. Although it was empowered by the blue-robed sword spirit, the terrifying might of this sword was undeniable. "You seek death." Xian Lingzi sneered, dismissing Ling Tianhuang entirely. He and Qi Jinglan had been focused on besieging Ren Wufeng, paying no attention to the battle elsewhere. In fact, in their view, killing Ren Wufeng would be equivalent to breaking the last backbone of the Shushan sword sect. Because aside from ancestor Ren Wufeng, the Shushan sword sect now had no other formidable experts to speak of. Ling Chongqing from over a decade ago was one, but he had left years ago and his fate was unknown. Though Yuan Jingchuan was diligent, his talent paled in comparison to Ling Chongqing's. Thus, under immense pressure, he had entered the Sword Valley ready to stake everything on a breakthrough. Therefore, in his eyes, Ling Tianhuang was nothing more than a reckless ant trying to shake a mighty tree. Yet in the next second, Xian Lingzi's hairs stood on end. He had not expected this sword strike to be not only blindingly fast but also overwhelmingly fierce in momentum. Even he dared not take it lightly. Surrounded by a surge of terrifying true qi, he swung his blade. Clang! A metallic clash rang out and Xian Lingzi was sent staggering backward. He stared at Ling Tianhuang ahead with utter disbelief, struggling to imagine how a mere cultivator at the sitting illumination realm could unleash such a terrifyingly peerless sword strike. But before he could react, a thunderous explosion sounded from above. He jerked his head up to see a colossal sword like a giant monument descending from the sky. Xian Lingzi's eyes were filled with terror as he finally realized the gravity of the situation. At this moment he dared not hold back in the slightest. His true qi surged forth like a river breaking its banks, and the war blade in his hand exuded a terrifying saber aura. Slash! With a thunderous roar, the war blade in his hand swept upward, carrying a blade glow over 10 zhang long, cleaving toward the sky. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted and the blade glow shattered. Yet the colossal sword pressed onward undeterred, bearing down upon him. Xian Lingzi raised his war blade to block, but in the face of that giant sword his weapon seemed no more than a toothpick. Clang! The moment they clashed, Xian Lingzi was sent hurtling downward from the impact. At the same time, blood gushed from his mouth. Ling Tianhuang's single strike that gravely wounded Xian Lingzi not only stunned Qi Jinglan but also shocked Shu Mountain's ancestor Ren Wufeng. The Shu Mountain ancestor had previously suspected that Ling Tianhuang possessed a great fortune, but he never imagined his strength would reach such a level. Even he himself, facing that sword strike, would have fared little better than Xian Lingzi. Before Tianzhao Peak, the three great sects initially managed to form a small defensive formation, but against the unparalleled Shu Mountain sword formation their defenses crumbled like withered weeds, utterly fragile. After all, every Shu Mountain disciple harbored a pent-up fury, a killing intent. In a unknown duel, individual combat power would decide the outcome. But in group combat, morale was an especially crucial factor. Morale was like a flame. Once it blazed into a prairie fire, even if outnumbered and slightly inferior in strength, it could become an unstoppable force. Likewise, once morale shattered, even the most elite troops would scatter like loose sand. In the void, blood mist drifted and every Shu Mountain disciple fought like a madman, unleashing the sword formation's full power. Before long, over half of the dozens of Divine Palace realm experts from the three great sects were slain, and the survivors, all wounded, struggled to defend themselves. Retreat! Retreat now! The half-step Chaos Realm expert from the Thunder Refining sect, seeing the tide turn, decisively ordered a withdrawal. But it was already too late. Hold them! Don't let these traitors escape! With the second elder bellowed. The sword formation formed by thousands flexibly dispersed like a vast net, trapping the 8 void warships within. Though the formation scattered, its structure remained unbroken. Each disciple performed their duty and endless sword chi surged ceaselessly. The 8 warships seemed mired in quicksand, unable to break free no matter how they struggled. As the experts of the 3 great sects watched their comrades fall one by one, their hearts sank into despair. "Ancestor, save me!" A divine palace realm expert from the mystic cloud sect drenched in blood cried out for help. Just then the void was torn open by a sword glow and a bloodstained youth stepped forth. At the sight of Ling Tianhuang, once more the experts of the 3 great sects were utterly hopeless. For in Ling Tianhuang's right hand his long sword still dripped blood, while in his left hand he held a severed head. It belonged to none other than the mystic cloud sect's ancestor Xian Lingzi. Soon after, the Shu Mountain ancestor also returned to Tianzhou Peak. Blood stained the corner of his mouth and a grievous wound marred his right shoulder. Had his reflexes been slower, that strike would have severed his entire arm at the joint. After Ling Tianhuang slew Xian Lingzi, Qi Jinglan saw the writing on the wall and fled directly. The battle had reached this point and the outcome was sealed. As the experts of the 3 great sects were cut down one after another, the battle gradually drew to a close. Only a few terrified disciples of the 3 sects remained trembling in the cabins of their warships. The Shu Mountain disciples stormed the warships, charged into the cabins, and dragged out the surviving disciples of the 3 great sects. The second elder personally rushed into the Azure Void sect's warship, conducting a thorough search, but found no trace of Liang Jinxiu. "That wretch! Had better hope I never catch him." The second elder gnashed his teeth. "Elder, how should we deal with these people?" an older Shu Mountain disciple asked. "Kill." The second elder coldly uttered a single word. The Shu Mountain Sword sect was not bloodthirsty, but neither were they weak-willed or merciful. Moreover, the 3 great sects had come to annihilate Shu Mountain. Had Shu Mountain lost today, the consequences were unimaginable. And though Shu Mountain had narrowly won this battle, it had paid a grievous price. Over 200 disciples had fallen and 400 to 500 more were wounded to varying degrees. Seeing the victory secured, Ling Tianhuang breathed a long sigh of relief. Suddenly darkness clouded his vision and an unprecedented wave of exhaustion washed over him. A faint call reached his ears. "Tianhuang!" The Shu Mountain ancestor cried out in alarm, flashing to Ling Tianhuang's side to support him. After an unknown time, Ling Tianhuang's consciousness gradually stirred and he found the blue-clad woman standing not far away, her back to him. "You're awake." The blue-clad woman's cold voice reached him. Ling Tianhuang nodded, rose and bowed respectfully. "Thank you." "Then tell me, how will you thank me?" The blue-clad woman turned slowly, a smile enchanting all beings on her face, coupled with her graceful and alluring figure, making Ling Tianhuang's heart race. Meeting her teasing gaze, Ling Tianhuang's mind was in turmoil, unable to answer. Seeing his flustered expression, the blue-clad woman grew bolder, stepping forward with seductive eyes, sizing him up. She had to admit this young man was indeed handsome, with striking features and innate elegance. Moreover, his talent was extraordinary. Whether it was the Tao Calamity or the invincible sword Tao, he grasped them in an astonishingly short time. In just a few days he had cultivated the art of controlling swords with thought to such a level. It was no exaggeration to call it unprecedented. "All right, enough teasing." The blue-clad woman dropped her smile, reverting to her usual cold and aloof demeanor, and said, "Your performance this time was passable, barely acceptable." Hearing the praise, Ling Tianhuang broke into a smile, but her voice came again. "Don't get too pleased. Compared to the prodigies of those invincible orthodoxies, you're still a mere fledgling." Ling Tianhuang. A fledgling? She really showed no mercy. To go far you must first see far. Arrogance born of ignorance will only trap you in stagnation. Ling Tianhuang nodded, committing those words to heart. "Cultivate well and don't disturb my sleep unless it's important." With that, the blue-clad woman turned to leave. Ling Tianhuang rose, preparing to leave her world, when a thought struck him. Gazing at her retreating figure, he asked, "May I know the lattice name?" Hearing this, the blue-clad woman seemed lost in distant memories. A name? Such a long-forgotten memory. In the ancient battle my main body shattered, and after sleeping for so many years in the burial Dragon Mountain, many of my memories have become blurred. Ling Tianhuang could not see her expression, but he could distinctly see her body trembling slightly, as if she had recalled something sorrowful. "I vaguely remember some called me Xiao Zhu, some called me immortal." "Xiao Zhu? Immortal? Then I shall call you Xiao Zhu from now on, it sounds more intimate." Ling Tianhuang murmured softly. Boom! A terrifying force suddenly struck, sending Ling Tianhuang's body flying sideways. "How dare you call me Xiao Zhu? So disrespectful. If you call me that again, I will kill you." As this voice rang out, Ling Tianhuang abruptly opened his eyes only to find himself lying on the bed in the sword pavilion once more. He turned over and sat up, breathing heavily, clearly still not recovered from the shock just now. "Junior brother Ling, you're awake." At that moment Sun Zhuo pushed the door open and entered. "Senior brother Sun, how long have I slept this time?" Ling Tianhuang asked. Sun Zhuo grinned honestly and said, "Not long this time, just one night." Hearing that he had only slept for one night, Ling Tianhuang breathed a slight sigh of relief, as last time he had inadvertently slept for a full 5 days. Sun Zhuo poured a cup of tea for Ling Tianhuang, handed it to him and asked with a smile, "Junior brother Ling, you are now the great hero of our Shu Mountain. Everyone is proud of you." Sun Zhuo's expression was excited as he continued, "Especially that scene of 10,000 swords soaring across the sky. It was incredibly cool, truly unforgettable." Ling Tianhuang smiled dismissively. He naturally knew that he had stolen the show yesterday. But he was well aware that most of the credit belonged to the sword spirit Xiao Zhu. Although his own swordsmanship had reached the entry level, commanding 10,000 swords across the sky with such ease and effortlessly slaying powerful beings at the primordial chaos realm was nothing short of a pipe dream. Seeing Sun Zhuo's face full of admiration, Ling Tianhuang smiled and said, "Senior brother Sun, if you want to learn, I can teach you." However, Sun Zhuo shook his head with a smile and said, "Better not. I know my own limits. Such profound swordsmanship would be wasted on me. Senior brother, don't sell yourself short. Cultivation is like a life-and-death duel. Hesitating before the battle is like losing the first move. What is more terrible than failure is regret. Keep it up, senior brother. I believe you can do it." With that, Ling Tianhuang passed the swordsmanship technique to Sun Zhuo. Perhaps Ling Tianhuang never imagined that these words of encouragement, originally meant for Sun Zhuo, would soon become a beacon guiding him to pull himself together. Subsequently, Ling Tianhuang also imparted to him some insights and techniques in the way of the sword. These were all given to him by the sword spirit Xiao Zhu, containing a wealth of sword insights left by ancient sages and various skills in swordsmanship. Sun Zhuo was naturally overjoyed and committed them firmly to memory. At the same time, he secretly resolved to train diligently so as not to waste junior brother Ling's good intentions. After Sun Zhuo left, Ling Tianhuang was about to begin his cultivation. Suddenly he noticed a piece of paper tucked under his pillow with only a corner visible. He lifted the pillow, picked it up, and saw a line written on it. The delicate handwriting was unmistakably Yuan Qingjius. "Tianhuang, I will bring the sacred lotus back for you. Wait for me." Just one sentence, but after reading it, Ling Tianhuang's expression changed drastically. "Sacred lotus, demon sealing abyss. This silly girl, are you risking your life? Doesn't she know how dangerous the demon sealing abyss is?" Ling Tianhuang's heart was filled with both gratitude and deep worry. Because he had already guessed where Yuan Qingyi had gone. Behind the Shu Mountain sword sect lay an endless stretch of mountains with peaks towering and ridges layered. The disciples of Shu Mountain had always ventured into the back mountains for training, but they dared not go too deep. For deep within the mountains of Shu Mountain, powerful demonic beasts roamed, and even experts at the primordial chaos realm dared not venture too far. However, a legend circulated within Shu Mountain. It was said that in the depths of Shu Mountain there existed a bottomless abyss called the demon sealing abyss, beneath which grew a sacred lotus. Clearly, earlier, when his meridians were severed and his cultivation was lost, Yuan Qingyi, in her effort to heal his injuries, had risked danger and ventured deep into Shu Mountain while he was unconscious, seeking that legendary sacred lotus. This silly girl, even if the legendary sacred lotus truly existed, would it be so easily obtained? Ling Tianhuang was extremely anxious and rushed to Tianzhao Peak at top speed. After the great battle yesterday, the entire Shu Mountain had been busy with aftermath. Upon seeing Shi Nanhong, he bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Uncle Master." Ling Tianhuang held deep respect for the couple Shi Nanhong and Yuan Jingchuan. Ever since his father left, the couple had taken care of him with meticulous attention. So much so that even Yuan Qingyi would pout and complain, asking who was truly their biological child. "Tianhuang, I was just about to go to the sword pavilion to see you. How are your injuries?" Shi Nanhong asked with concern. Yesterday Ling Tianhuang had dominated the battlefield, astounding the entire Shu Mountain. They had thought that the genius who once made Shu Mountain proud had fallen into obscurity, but instead he had shone with even more dazzling brilliance. Shi Nanhong had wanted to visit him at the sword pavilion, but with her husband still in seclusion, many of the sect's internal affairs had fallen on her shoulders, leaving her unable to get away. "Thank you for your concern, Uncle Master." "I am fine," Ling Tianhuang replied. "Good to hear," Shi Nanhong said happily. "By the way, why didn't that girl Qingyi come with you?" Ling Tianhuang was taken aback and asked, "Does Uncle Master not know?" Shi Nanhong was startled and asked, "What's wrong? Didn't Qingyi say she has been taking care of you at the sword pavilion?" "Oh no." Ling Tianhuang had originally thought she had informed her mother Shi Nanhong, but now it seemed she had concealed it from everyone and gone alone into the depths of the back mountains. "Uncle Master, look at this." Ling Tianhuang handed the note Yuan Qingyi had left to Shi Nanhong with both hands. Shi Nanhong glanced at it and immediately stood up in shock. Nonsense. How could she recklessly venture into a dangerous place like the demon sealing abyss? "Don't worry, Uncle Master. I will go and bring junior sister Qingyi back," Ling Tianhuang said as he stood up. No many places deep in Shu Mountain have restrictions making flight impossible. One can only travel on foot. It's too dangerous. Shi Nanhong waved her hand and said. She worried about Yuan Qingyi's safety, but she also did not want Ling Tianhuang to take the risk. "I have the means to protect myself. Besides, Shu Mountain has just been through a great battle and there are many matters to handle." Seeing Shi Nanhong still hesitating, Ling Tianhuang spoke again. "Rest assured, Uncle Master, I will bring junior sister Qingyi back safe and sound." In the end, thinking of Ling Tianhuang's strength, which could not be measured by his cultivation level alone, Shi Nanhong felt much more at ease and finally nodded, saying, "Be careful in everything." Ling Tianhuang bowed to her, then set off directly heading toward the back mountains. Strictly speaking, the Shu Mountain Sword Sect was located on the edge of the Shu Mountain range, with its entire mountain gate occupying dozens of peaks. However, as Shu Mountain gradually declined, many peaks were no longer inhabited. Only the still-standing palaces testified to the final glory of Shu Mountain. Looking at those dilapidated palaces, Ling Tianhuang felt a mix of emotions, his mind involuntarily conjuring images of Shu Mountain's glorious era. Surely at that time Shu Mountain was a paradise longed for by tens of thousands, with countless disciples practicing swordsmanship under the morning glow and soaring across the sky at sunset. Though the Shushan sect still boasted thousands of disciples, it had aged like a decrepit elder, its once renowned edge that had shaken the continent now nowhere to be seen. Ling Tianhuang resolved to revitalize Shushan, for even in his darkest and most desperate hour the sect had never abandoned him. Even when he had lost all his cultivation and was no longer the prodigy who could restore Shushan's former glory, the sect had risked annihilation by going to war against the three great sects. Fortunately, Shushan emerged victorious. Unbeknownst to Ling Tianhuang, the news of this battle swept across the entire southern domain like a hurricane. The three great sects had dispatched thousands of experts to besiege Shushan, believing that after this battle the Shushan sword sect would vanish from the continent, becoming nothing but history. Yet who could have foreseen that the outcome would be the complete annihilation of the three sects, with thousands of experts defeated at Shushan's gates. This time, to divide Shushan's legacy, the three sects had staked everything. Over 1,000 young disciples, dozens of Divine Palace realm experts, 3 Half-Hunyuan realm experts, and 3 invincible beings at the Hunyuan realm. Logically, against such a formidable force the Shushan sword sect had no chance of victory. Yet in the end all these experts perished on Shushan, with only Qi Jinglan, the ancestor of the Qingming sect, escaping gravely wounded. On that day, experts hiding in the distance witnessed the spectacle. A myriad of swords soared across the sky, their sword aura piercing the heavens. The experts of the three great sects were like chickens and dogs, utterly routed. After the battle, the blood mist hanging over Shushan lingered for a long time. Now the news was spreading beyond the southern domain. The sole survivor Qi Jinglan fled back to the Qingming sect and immediately went into seclusion to heal. Thus no one knew why the three great sects had suffered such a crushing defeat. Some speculated that the Shushan sword sect had always concealed its true strength, and the three sects' reckless underestimation led to their downfall. Others whispered that Shushan's ancestors had left behind powerful contingencies and the sect had turned the tide by deploying those hidden cards. After all, the Shushan sword sect had once been the most supreme Dao lineage on the continent. Even in its decline, a lean camel is still bigger than a horse. Of course, these were mere conjectures. The truth would likely remain shrouded until Qi Jinglan emerged from seclusion. At the rear of Shushan the mountains rose majestically, peaks towering one after another. Clad in white robes, Ling Tianhuang rode his flying sword, heading deep into the Shushan mountain range. The endless undulating peaks stretched beyond sight, exuding an inexplicable sense of oppression. According to records, the demon sealing ravine lay within a canyon deep in Shushan. No one knew how deep it was, but every millennium the phantom of a 7-colored sacred lotus appeared on the water's surface. Ling Tianhuang dared not delay a moment, speeding straight into the heart of Shushan. He flew swiftly on his sword, watching peaks recede beneath him until the Shushan sword sect vanished entirely from sight. After half a day he spotted a massive forbidden character carved into a cliff face ahead, a warning left by Shushan's ancestors to deter disciples on training expeditions from proceeding further. Clearly danger lay beyond. But consumed by worry for Yuan Qingyi, Ling Tianhuang paid it no heed. After another 2 hours of flight, a wave of extreme peril washed over him, every nerve in his body tensing. Instinctively he veered aside on his sword as a flash of cold light streaked past him, so close it almost grazed his body. Yet even at that proximity he couldn't discern what it was. Cautiously he drew his Qinghu sword, fully alert, and continued flying forward. With a sharp whistle the cold light struck again, this time charging straight at him from the front at blinding speed. Ling Tianhuang raised his sword and unleashed a blade of light. A clang of metal rang out as sparks burst in the air. Still he couldn't see his attacker clearly, only vaguely catching that it was a ferocious bird. A sharp claw had deflected his sword aura. His heart pounded. What kind of beast possessed such terrifying speed? And blocking his strike meant it was no ordinary bird but a demonic beast. Silently he activated the Tao Tribulation Guidance, letting his abundant true qi flow through his meridians as he accelerated his flying sword. Yet he knew that with the beast's incredible speed, even pushing his sword art to the limit wouldn't shake it off. As expected, the beast reappeared. To his astonishment, when he activated the Tao Tribulation Guidance, the beast seemed to slow down in his perception. In truth, its speed hadn't changed, only his vision had sharpened. This time he held back, waiting for it to draw near. His eyes fixed like lightning on the diving beast. It was a wind-chasing eagle, not overly large, but its claws gleamed with icy light. When the eagle was less than 10 feet away, Ling Tianhuang struck, thrusting his sword forward. Blood spurted, followed by a piercing shriek. Just as the eagle's claws were inches from his head, the Qinghu sword pierced it cleanly. In the next instant, sword aura radiated from the blade, shredding the beast's body. Cold sweat drenched his back. His gamble had been perilous. A single misstep or a fraction of a second slower and he'd have fallen to the eagle's claws. Thankfully the Tao Tribulation Guidance hadn't failed him. A precise strike ended the eagle. He continued onward but kept his sword drawn. He knew the deeper he went, the greater the danger. Suddenly a mist appeared ahead, shimmering under the twilight. Unconcerned he flew through it. After an unknown time he noticed the receding peaks below seemed familiar, as if he'd seen them before. He grew wary but pressed on. An hour later he spotted the same range again. Something was wrong. Ling Tianhuang sensed an anomaly, though he couldn't pinpoint it. He halted, scanning his surroundings with full vigilance. Yet after a thorough search he found nothing amiss. The entire void was eerily silent. And that silence only deepened his unease. He pondered carefully and finally identified the issue. Earlier, when he had first spotted the mist, it was already nearing dusk. Yet now several hours had passed and the sun still had not set, an absolute impossibility. "Xiao Zhu, are you there?" Ling Tianhuang called out in his mind. He intended to ask the sword spirit Xiao Zhu, but after several calls he received no response. It seemed he would have to rely on himself. Ling Tianhuang continued flying on his sword for some time, yet still found nothing unusual. The surroundings were utterly silent, but this only reinforced his conviction. He halted once more, abruptly channeling his true qi into the Qinghu sword in his hand, while an invincible sword intent surged from within. "Break!" Ling Tianhuang roared, slashing his long sword through the air. Instantly a sword light over 10 zhang long tore through the void. As the slash descended, the very fabric of space was rent open and the surrounding void gradually faded like a curtain. A bright moon hung high, dotted with countless stars. Lofty mountains loomed faintly like slumbering dragons or crouching beasts. Standing in the void, Ling Tianhuang felt that everything was unreal, though he knew deep down that what he saw was the true reality. He realized he had fallen into an illusion, and its source was that patch of mist. Although he had noticed it earlier, he had dismissed it, intending simply to fly through on his sword. Little did he expect to be ensnared. This showed that the depths of Mount Shu were far more perilous than he had imagined. Dangers like this were especially hard to guard against. Fortunately, the instant sword had shattered the illusion. Yet Ling Tianhuang dared not let his guard down, for he did not know whether the illusion was natural or man-made. If the latter, the mastermind surely lurked in the shadows. However, after lingering for a long while without any disturbance, he resumed his sword flight. Before long, Ling Tianhuang landed on an unremarkable small peak. At the summit was a protruding boulder with a wide view. He sat down cross-legged, partly to recover his true qi and partly to wait for dawn, thinking it safer to travel by daylight. Though he had learned to control his sword with his mind no longer needing to expend true chi for flight, the chi sword itself was still condensed from true chi. Moreover, the use of the instant sword had drained most of his true chi in an instant. The instant sword was immensely powerful, but for Ling Tianhuang it had a major drawback: its enormous consumption of true chi. With his cultivation at the observation realm, he could at most unleash it twice consecutively. Ultimately his realm was still too low. Ling Tianhuang began cultivating with the Tao calamity attraction art. Unconsciously his true chi recovered and he felt invigorated. Suddenly he snapped open his eyes, leaped to his feet and drew his sword. Ahead a colossal black shadow loomed in the void like a mountain, its gaze fixed on Ling Tianhuang. Though he could only make out its silhouette, its immense size pressed down on him with an overwhelming force. The monstrous creature was enormous, with 2 horns on its head and a pair of massive wings flowing like dark clouds. As the shadow drew nearer, Ling Tianhuang found it hard to breathe. "And how dare you trespass into my domain? You truly know not life from death." A cold shout rang out like a thunderclap, leaving Ling Tianhuang's head ringing. "If you take your own life in atonement, I might grant you a whole corpse." The monster spoke again, its massive form drawing ever closer. By the moonlight Ling Tianhuang could even see the cold gleam of its scales. Faced with this behemoth, he lacked the courage to draw his sword and his body instinctively retreated. Suddenly Ling Tianhuang lifted his gaze sharply and his retreating steps surged forward. "I don't care what kind of demon you are, don't even think of making me take my own life." With a furious roar, his invincible sword intent erupted like a volcano soaring into the sky. Then he struck out with his sword. It was still the instant sword. Yet this strike was far more powerful than any before. Precisely, Ling Tianhuang's invincible sword path had advanced greatly, amplifying the sword's might. Under the immense pressure from the giant monster, Ling Tianhuang had forcibly activated his invincible sword path, which in turn elevated his invincible sword intent. As a brilliant sword light slashed forth, the giant beast shattered like paper, dissolving into the air in an instant. Boom! A thunderous crash echoed as a nearby mountain peak was cleft in 2 by the sword light. Ling Tianhuang stood on the boulder, utterly bewildered and incredulous. Had he truly slain that mountain-sized monster with a single strike? Logically it shouldn't be so weak. As dawn broke, he noticed a pool of blood not far away. He approached and saw an old fox lying in the blood. Its body had been cleaved in 2, utterly lifeless. Now Ling Tianhuang understood. The monster from before, like the earlier illusion, was merely a trick conjured by this old fox. He had indeed been intimidated by the creature's massive size. Yet the pressure came not from the beast but from his own heart. Fortunately, at the critical moment he had mustered the courage to strike. Anyone else might have crumbled without the enemy even lifting a finger. The rising sun breathed life into the endless towering mountains, yet still cast an intangible sense of oppression. Ling Tianhuang stored the old fox's corpse in his ring, recalling the elder's words that beast bodies were treasures for crafting artifacts. Then he condensed another chi sword and soared into the sky, heading deeper into Mount Shu. According to the mountain's records, the demon sealing abyss was half a day's journey away. Worried for Yuan Qingjia's safety, Ling Tianhuang hastened his pace. Bang! Suddenly a loud crash rang out as he was violently repelled while flying. Startled, he scanned his surroundings vigilantly but found nothing amiss. He tried moving forward only to be blocked again by an invisible barrier. The barrier was invisible yet tangible. He knocked on it and a series of dull thuds echoed. Could this be the legendary formation barrier? Ling Tianhuang had once read about formation barriers in ancient texts from the scripture library. Such barriers were a branch of array arts. Powerful ones could isolate heaven and earth, forming a realm of their own. After repeated attempts, Ling Tianhuang still could not break the barrier. Moreover, he noticed that the harder he struck, the stronger the rebound. He dared not even try the instant sword to breach it. If it failed and the force rebounded with his current strength, he would not survive. Forced to descend, he landed on the ground, hoping to find a path forward. Amidst a primeval forest, Ling Tianhuang attempted to advance and indeed encountered no obstruction. According to his journey, Ling Tianhuang was now nearing the region of the demon-sealing abyss. From time to time the roars of beasts echoed through the mountains and occasionally birds of prey soared overhead. During his travels, Ling Tianhuang narrowly avoided powerful demonic beasts several times, but fortunately he escaped unscathed. These demonic beasts possessed a cultivation level equivalent to that of Divine Palace realm experts, yet if a battle were to ensue, ordinary Divine Palace realm cultivators would be no match for them. This was because demonic beasts were inherently superior to humans in physical strength and power, and some even possessed innate abilities from their formidable bloodlines. Now Ling Tianhuang's top priority was to find Yuan Qingyi. He wished to waste no time on other matters. Suddenly his gaze sharpened as he noticed signs of a battle ahead. Several trees as thick as buckets had been cleaved in two. The cuts were smooth and clean, unmistakably the work of a sharp blade. Ling Tianhuang hurried over and with a single glance confirmed they had been made by a sword. Not far away, deep claw marks were etched into a large tree clearly left by a ferocious beast. Then upon the withered leaves on the ground he spotted traces of blood, dried yet not long old. If his speculation was correct, Yuan Qingyi must have passed through here and engaged in a fierce struggle with a beast. This realization filled him with concern. Thankfully he picked up a leaf and examined the blood, discerning that it was not human, which eased his mind slightly. He continued along the trail of destruction, and before long a stone statue loomed ahead. The statue stood over 10 feet tall, covered in moss and creeping vines. After inspecting it and finding nothing unusual, he discovered a stone archway behind it. The stone door was not tall, just enough for a person to pass through. Beyond it lay a heap of rubble overgrown with weeds, where a few wildflowers bloomed in the crevices, swaying gently. Ling Tianhuang cautiously stepped through the stone door, and instantly the scene before him transformed. The rubble and weeds vanished, replaced by an emerald green pool. The pool was about 100 zhang wide, its surface as smooth as a mirror, utterly still. The water was a deep dark green, fathomless, and a chill emanated from it as he drew near. This must undoubtedly be the demon-sealing abyss. Ling Tianhuang surveyed the area and found the cold pool nestled between two towering skyscraping mountains. As he circled its edge, he suddenly spotted a scabbard. It was unmistakably the scabbard of Yuan Qingyi's sword Yuan. So she had indeed come here, and it was highly likely she had already descended into the pool. Without a moment's delay, Ling Tianhuang straightened his robes and prepared to dive into the demon-sealing abyss. Even before autumn the water was bitingly cold, deepening his anxiety. With a splash, Ling Tianhuang plunged into the cold pool, and the piercing chill enveloped him instantly. Though robust, he had to circulate his true qi to ward off the cold. The deeper he went, the more intense the cold became and the dimmer the light. He estimated he had descended several tens of zhang. Glancing back upward, the water's surface had shrunk to a thin slit of faint light. He continued his descent until suddenly a soft radiance caught his eye. The light did not come from above but from the depths of the pool. Ling Tianhuang quickened his pace, but even after descending another several tens of zhang he still hadn't touched the bottom, and the soft glow remained nearly 100 zhang away. Just as he prepared to dive deeper, a bone-chilling sensation sent a shiver down his spine. He spun around to find a colossal creature looming behind him, appearing as if from nowhere. Antlers, eagle claws, a python's body, a serpent's tail. It was none other than the legendary dragon. It twisted its massive frame, extending its enormous head toward Ling Tianhuang, its eyes like lanterns gleaming with a ghostly blue light. Ling Tianhuang held his breath, gripping his longsword tightly, yet the piercing cold made him feel as though the very blood in his veins was freezing. Throughout his journey, Ling Tianhuang had entertained various conjectures. If the legendary Holy Lotus truly existed within the demon-sealing abyss, a powerful demonic beast would surely guard it, making it no easy prize. He had originally planned to find Yuan Qingyi and then return to Mount Shu. But now, with Yuan Qingyi still missing and the fabled Holy Lotus nowhere in sight, he had instead encountered a demonic dragon in the abyss. The enormous dragon's head drew nearer, its long whiskers almost brushing Ling Tianhuang's face. At that moment he struck. He thrust his sword straight toward the demonic dragon's brow, unleashing his ultimate killing move, the instant sword. Yet no sooner had his sword lunged than the dragon's whiskers coiled around it. In an instant frost spread across the blade and the biting cold surged toward Ling Tianhuang. Startled, Ling Tianhuang struggled to pull back his Qinghu sword. But before he could react, a massive tail slammed solidly into his chest. With a thunderous boom, the heavy blow made him feel as if his body were about to shatter. He plummeted like a meteor toward the pool's bottom, blood streaming from his mouth. After an indeterminate time, a searing pain shot through his back as he crashed onto the pool's floor. Gritting his teeth, he scrambled to his feet and noticed the demonic dragon had not pursued him. Seizing the moment, Ling Tianhuang scanned his surroundings. Suddenly he beheld a colossal green lotus, its 7-hued petals radiating a soft glow that illuminated the entire abyss floor. The lotus had 14 petals in 7 colors, exuding strands of the Taoist principles. These principles converged into a barrier holding back all the pool's water and creating a space of its own. Even from over 10 zhang away, Ling Tianhuang could sense the fragments of the great Tao within those principles. So the legend of a holy lotus in the demon-sealing abyss was true. Ling Tianhuang had never seen a sacred herb before. In fact, the entire continent had not witnessed one for many years, and records of such treasures were exceedingly scarce. Yet the moment he laid eyes on this lotus, he was certain, this was the legendary holy lotus. A single petal could extend one's lifespan and restore flesh and bone, while a single seed could cleanse the marrow and reshape the Tao body. Initially, Ling Tianhuang had thought such claims were somewhat exaggerated, but now witnessing the Tao principles radiating from the petals, he believed the legends were absolutely true. 14 multicolored petals layered upon one another, suffused with the aura of the Tao. Suddenly Ling Tianhuang noticed a woman seated cross-legged at the center of the petals. Clad in a simple azure robe, her bearing was ethereal like a celestial maiden framed by the lotus. Qingyi. Yuan Qingyi was indeed here, and Ling Tianhuang breathed a silent sigh of relief. However, Yuan Qingyi's eyes were tightly shut, seemingly in cultivation, as the radiant light of the great Tao from the lotus petals surged into her body. This startled Ling Tianhuang. Clearly Yuan Qingyi had encountered a stroke of fortune, undergoing the sacred lotus baptism of the great Tao. With a dragon's roar, the evil dragon dove down from above, bringing a wave of bone-piercing cold. Ling Tianhuang's expression shifted dramatically, yet he did not retreat. Instead, his eyes burned with unyielding resolve. He knew the evil dragon was formidable, far beyond his ability to defeat. But even if it meant death, he would never allow the dragon to harm Yuan Qingyi. A colossal dragon claw descended upon Ling Tianhuang. Startled, he instantly slashed out with his sword. With a metallic clang, Ling Tianhuang's long sword struck the dragon's claw, sending up a shower of blinding sparks. Yet the strike only left a faint scratch on the dragon's claw, failing to break through. Then a massive dragon tail swept across, sending Ling Tianhuang flying as he coughed up blood. He wanted to rise and fight immediately, but the chilling energy invaded his body, traveling through his meridians as if to freeze his very qi. As the cold spread through his entire being, Ling Tianhuang fell into unconsciousness. After an unknown time, he awoke to find the Tao Tribulation scripture operating on its own. Not only had it expelled the cold energy from his body, but his injuries had also fully healed. Without a moment's thought for himself, he hurriedly looked toward the seven-colored sacred lotus. Thankfully Yuan Qingyi was unharmed, still seated serenely amidst the petals, holy and ethereal. Then Ling Tianhuang's gaze sharpened as he noticed a small child, perhaps 4 or 5 years old, had appeared beneath the lotus. The child had a little topknot, a copper bell hanging around its neck, and a red bellyband embroidered with a silver dragon pattern. Its chubby face was utterly adorable. The child lay barefoot on the ground, legs crossed, snoring soundly. Ling Tianhuang was curious, how had a little brat appeared here? He stood up and cautiously approached the child. Suddenly the child's eyes snapped open, flashing with ferocity. It sprang up, baring its teeth at Ling Tianhuang. With a roar, the little boy opened its mouth wide, unleashing a dragon's cry. The terrifying sound waves like hardened qi swept toward Ling Tianhuang, and the bone-chilling cold once again enveloped him. Ling Tianhuang finally realized that this little boy was not human at all, but the incarnation of the evil dragon. This time the dragon child did not attack directly. Instead, it acted like an adult, clasping its hands behind its back and pacing back and forth before Ling Tianhuang, looking utterly incongruous. After a few circuits, it found a rock, sat down cross-legged, crossed its legs, and wore an expression of leisurely contentment. Though trapped in the dragon's lair, Ling Tianhuang found the little brat amusing. Seeing him stifle a laugh, the boy's face twisted into a snarl and it lunged at him with bared teeth. "Don't misunderstand. I'm not laughing at you." Ling Tianhuang quickly raised a hand to stop it. "I'm not here to take the sacred lotus. Once she wakes up, I'll leave with her immediately." The little boy snorted coldly, crossed his arms, and uttered 2 words in a childish voice. "No way." Ling Tianhuang's eyes widened. This little creature could actually speak human language. Many demonic beasts cultivate for centuries before slowly gaining intelligence. But to take human form, unless they encounter a celestial treasure or similar fortune, even 1,000 years of cultivation may not suffice. Yet this little brat was no ordinary beast, it was a dragon. The dragon clan is one of the most powerful among the demonic races. Among humans, only those with heaven-defying bloodlines can compare. Ordinary bloodlines are no match. Legend has it that among the demonic races, a dragon with such powerful bloodline is born with a cultivation level no less than the divine palace realm. Moreover, in their early stages they need little effort in cultivation, simply allowing their bloodline to awaken step by step to grow stronger. In the path of cultivation, the demonic race is uniquely favored compared to humans. They possess formidable physical bodies and do not require relentless training. However, this is only the innate advantage of races with powerful bloodlines like the dragon clan. For ordinary demonic beasts, cultivation is far more arduous than for humans. Seeing that the creature could speak Ling Tianhuang knew communication would be simpler. "So what will it take for you to let us leave?" he asked. "Little treasure has been stuck in this godforsaken place for centuries. Finally someone shows up. If I let you go, it'll be bored to death again." The little boy said, hands clasped behind its back, putting on an air of world-weary wisdom. Ling Tianhuang wondered where it had learned such gestures and tones. "Then you can leave too. There's no need to keep us here, right?" Ling Tianhuang suggested. But the little brat just rolled its eyes at him. It then uttered 2 words flatly. "Idiot." Ling Tianhuang was speechless. Here he was, a dignified human being looked down upon by a demon, and in terms of intelligence no less. "If I could leave, I would have run off long ago." The plump little boy crossed its legs, pointing at the cold pool above. "There's a restriction here. I simply can't get out." "A restriction?" Ling Tianhuang was taken aback. He hadn't sensed any restriction when he came down. Could it be that the restriction only targeted demonic beasts? "Then how did you get in?" Ling Tianhuang asked, puzzled. "Little treasure was born here," the boy said in its childish voice. "And your parents?" The little boy's face fell, a hint of longing in its eyes. "I don't know. I've never seen them." Seeing its expression, Ling Tianhuang felt a complex mix of emotions. Wasn't he the same? He had never known his mother, and his father had left Mount Shu when he was very young, never to return. "Sigh, another unwanted child," Ling Tianhuang murmured. Though his voice was soft, the little boy heard him. Its face darkened instantly and it spat at Ling Tianhuang. "Tui. You're the unwanted one. Your whole family is unwanted." With that it charged at Ling Tianhuang and began to pummel him mercilessly. Even in human form its strength was terrifying. Ling Tianhuang, despite using all his power, could barely defend himself. With a cry of pain, Ling Tianhuang pushed the child away and stared at the 2 rows of teeth marks on his thigh. "How can you bite? Are you a dog? You're the one who's a dog. Your whole family are dogs. I'm a dragon, so biting is perfectly normal," the little boy stated with a matter-of-fact tone, baring his teeth. "Let alone biting you. If you push me too far, I'll devour you whole." Upon hearing this, Ling Tianhuang felt his hair stand on end and a chill run down his spine. Pop! At that moment a faint sound echoed. The 14 lotus petals burst apart, transforming into countless Dao runes that enveloped Yuan Qingyi. Instantly she was wrapped in resplendent Dao patterns, making her appear even more immaculate and holy. Ling Tianhuang gazed at the swirling Dao runes, his face etched with astonishment. "Tch, look at you, so easily impressed." The little boy scoffed. "Have you seen them before?" Ling Tianhuang retorted. "This sacred lotus blooms once every 100 years, each bloom lasting 7 days. After 7 days the petals fall, yielding 14 lotus seeds." The little boy continued, "And you call it a sacred lotus? The seeds don't even taste good. I still had some left from last time, so I threw them away." Hearing this, Ling Tianhuang nearly collapsed. "Threw them away? A sacred lotus that only bears fruit once a century, and you threw them away because they didn't taste good?" This was a sacred medicine. A single seed would cause countless powerhouses to fight tooth and nail. Even the ancient recluses of the continent would scramble to get their hands on it. This was the perfect definition of wasting a heavenly treasure. If not for his fear of the boy's strength, Ling Tianhuang would have dearly loved to drag this prodigal son over and give him a thorough spanking. "If it doesn't taste good, you just throw it away. What's with that look on your face?" Ling Tianhuang took a deep breath, trying to calm himself lest he be infuriated to the point of spitting blood. "Let me discuss something with you," Ling Tianhuang said with a smile. The little boy glanced at him indifferently and said, "Don't you just want the lotus seeds? If you promise to play with me, I'll give you the seeds." "Play with you? Is it that simple?" Ling Tianhuang couldn't trust this rascal who exuded roguishness. After all, this little brat's real age was several 100 years old. Although a few centuries was still infancy for a dragon, his current cultivation was no match for the boy. "Play what?" Ling Tianhuang asked tentatively. The little boy bit his finger, thought for a moment and said, "Just tell me what the outside world is like." "What do you want to know?" I'll tell you. The little boy thought for a long time and said, I've never been outside, just tell me anything. Ling Tianhuang smiled gently. He could see now that this little brat, despite his world-weary demeanor, was as innocent as a blank sheet of paper. After all, he had been born in this demon-sealing abyss and had never interacted with the outside world. He didn't even have a rough concept of the outside world. Ling Tianhuang turned his gaze and saw that Yuan Qingyi was still absorbing the Tao laws. It seemed she wouldn't finish any time soon. He sat down cross-legged and began to describe the outside world to him. However, most of his descriptions revolved around the Shushan sword sect, as Ling Tianhuang's own understanding of the Tianhuang Continent was quite limited. In fact, from a certain perspective, he himself was no different from this demonic dragon. He had always been in this demon-sealing abyss, while Ling Tianhuang had always been on Shushan Mountain. Seemingly free, but wasn't Shushan itself just a larger demon-sealing abyss? Ling Tianhuang recounted his own experiences and some strange tales he had read in books. The little boy listened with rapt attention, utterly engrossed. Your childhood sounds so fun, with so many fellow disciples to play with. Not like me. The little boy's eyes were full of envy. Suddenly, as if a thought struck him, he asked, Hey, do you know about the true dragon realm? The true dragon realm? Ling Tianhuang furrowed his brows in confusion and shook his head. I've never heard of such a place on the Tianhuang Continent. Where did you learn about it? The little boy, resting his chin on his hand, said, In the bloodline memories my parents left me. Aside from dragon cultivation methods, there's some information. The true dragon realm is the ancestral land of our dragon clan. Besides that, what else did your parents leave you? Ling Tianhuang asked again. They told me to stay here forever and guard the sword seal. Sword seal? What sword seal? Ling Tianhuang asked curiously. He recalled reading about the Shushan sword seal in an ancient text from the sect's library. It said that the ancestors of Shushan had arranged a protective mountain array of unparalleled power, and the sword seal was the key to activating it. He had once asked the ancestor about it, but was told that the sword seal had been lost after the war between the righteous and demonic sects, which indirectly led to the deactivation of the mountain protecting formation. The little boy pointed into the distance. Ling Tianhuang followed his finger and saw a smooth stone wall. Etched upon the wall were intricate patterns. Ling Tianhuang approached the wall and realized it was not a wall but two stone doors. He channeled his true qi and pushed against the stone doors. However, no matter how hard he tried, the two stone doors stood as firm as a mountain, completely unmoving. Don't waste your energy. I've been trying to push them open for hundreds of years without success. Just then the little boy's voice came from behind. As Ling Tianhuang was about to withdraw his hands, he accidentally touched the patterns on the stone door. Shing! Suddenly a flash of cold light. Ling Tianhuang felt a sting on his finger and quickly pulled his hand back. Startled, he raised his finger and saw a cut on it, blood streaming down. Ha ha ha! Behind him the little boy was doubled over with laughter, eventually rolling on the ground. You little brat! You set me up on purpose, didn't you? Ling Tianhuang cursed angrily. The little fellow got up, turned his back to Ling Tianhuang, planted his hands on the ground and wiggled his butt vigorously. Ling Tianhuang stepped forward and raised his hand to spank him. Pfft! A wave of gas hit Ling Tianhuang, forcing him to cover his nose and mouth as he stumbled backward. Ha ha ha! Another bout of childish laughter rang out, making Ling Tianhuang's face turn black with rage. But since he couldn't defeat him, he had to endure it. Afterwards, Ling Tianhuang looked back at the two stone doors. More precisely, he looked at the dense patterns on them. At a glance, the patterns seemed randomly carved, crisscrossing in a chaotic mess. But just now, when Ling Tianhuang accidentally touched one of the lines, a sword aura had cut his finger. He observed carefully and found that each pattern was deeply etched into the thick stone door. Judging by the traces, they were left by a sword. Ling Tianhuang drew his Qingke sword, infused it with his true qi, and slashed out. Clang! A crisp sound rang out as Ling Tianhuang's full-powered strike hit the stone door. With his cultivation, even a stone mountain would have been cleaved apart. But to his astonishment, the strike only left a shallow mark on the door. Moreover, in the blink of an eye, the mark vanished as if erased by an invisible force. This shocked Ling Tianhuang deeply, and a seed of doubt was planted in his heart. This stone door was definitely extraordinary. He wanted to ask the little fellow about it, but the other just shrugged, indicating he didn't know either. His own full-powered strike left nothing behind. So what level of cultivation did the person who carved those sword marks on the door possess? Ling Tianhuang quietly activated the Tao Calamity art and looked at the sword marks again. Suddenly the sword marks seemed to come alive, evolving into streaks of sword qi. In a trance, countless sharp sword energies manifested within Ling Tianhuang's mind, each one incomparably fierce and terrifying. Hundreds of sword energies swirled endlessly, slashing horizontally and vertically, appearing chaotic, yet each following a specific trajectory. "It's the Shu Mountain sword art," Ling Tianhuang exclaimed. Every sword scar on the stone door was left by a move from the Shu Mountain sword art. However, Ling Tianhuang soon froze, because the first few dozen moves were undoubtedly the Shu Mountain sword art, but the later ones he had never seen before. Unconsciously, Ling Tianhuang resonated with them. He raised his long sword and began practicing mimicking the sword trajectories in his mind. Instantly the space was filled with dancing sword shadows and flickering sword light. Ling Tianhuang practiced the combined moves of both parts in one breath. He was astonished to find that the later moves seemed to form a whole with the earlier ones, yet were more profound, each exquisitely crafted and more powerful. A bold guess emerged in his mind: could this be a single sword art? If it were two different techniques combined, they could never flow so seamlessly. Yet after several repetitions his execution was perfectly fluid and flawless. If that were true, didn't it mean the Shu Mountain sword art he had always practiced was incomplete, and that everyone in the Shu Mountain sword sect was only cultivating the first half? This discovery filled Ling Tianhuang with immense excitement, and he began practicing again. Though he had no sword manual and deduced the moves from the sword energies with some imperfections, after several rounds his form was nearly perfect. Ling Tianhuang found that since cultivating the Tao Calamity attraction, many complex sword moves became simple and he could grasp their essence after just one glance. Nearby, a young boy lay sideways on a rock watching Ling Tianhuang practice tirelessly. All flash and no substance. If I made a move, your sword techniques would be nothing. Ling Tianhuang ignored him, knowing well that before absolute power even the most exquisite moves would be crushed. But to give up cultivation because of that would mean eternal subjugation, a vicious cycle. Beams of sword light flickered as Ling Tianhuang resumed his practice. Each strike targeted the stone door, thrusting, parrying, cleaving, slashing, chopping, cutting, every move perfectly aligning with the sword scars without a hint of deviation. As Ling Tianhuang delivered the final thrust, the blade precisely entered a gap in the stone door. Suddenly dazzling sword energies burst from the scars, each brilliant and exceedingly sharp. Those sword energies seemed alive, transforming into runes that swiftly merged in the air, eventually coalescing into a sword. This sword was similar in size to the azure crane sword in Ling Tianhuang's hand, but so radiant it illuminated the entire underwater space. Seeing this, the young boy was also shocked, springing to his feet. Sword seal. He never expected Ling Tianhuang could actually comprehend the sword seal. He had been here for centuries, trying countless times, but lacking sword Tao he could never activate the sword seal. Then the sword seal flashed and vanished into Ling Tianhuang's Qi Sea. A brilliant longsword hovered above the Qi Sea, rotating on its own, emitting strands of sword energy. At that moment Ling Tianhuang felt his invincible sword Tao surge rapidly, his sword heart becoming perfectly clear. A sword beam slashed from his hand, leaving a deep scar on the stone door. The scar began to fade quickly, but this time it didn't vanish entirely, finally leaving a mark over an inch deep on the stone door. Sword Tao essence. Ling Tianhuang's heart leaped with joy. He had comprehended sword Tao essence. Martial arts have realms, and so does the sword. However, the realms of the sword are mainly reflected in one's comprehension of the sword Tao. The first realm is sword Tao will, followed by sword Tao essence, sword Tao domain, sword Tao order, and sword Tao law. Comprehending sword Tao will is the first threshold to becoming a true sword cultivator. Only by doing so can one be considered a genuine sword practitioner. But this very threshold bars over 80% of sword cultivators. Ling Tianhuang comprehended sword Tao will at 12, becoming Shu Mountain's undisputed prodigy. Now across all of Shu Mountain only a handful have grasped sword Tao essence. What thrilled Ling Tianhuang was not just obtaining the sword seal and thereby comprehending the essence. More importantly, with the sword seal he could activate the grand formation of Shu Mountain, an absolute trump card for the sect. At that moment a graceful figure descended from the sky, robes fluttering as ethereal as a celestial maiden. Meanwhile the sacred lotus withered at a visible rate, and dozens of gleaming lotus seeds detached from the seed pod, floating in the air. A rich fragrance spread, refreshing the soul even from afar. Ling Tianhuang marveled at the power of a sacred herb. Suddenly Yuan Qingjia's aura surged violently, a powerful force sweeping outward. She had broken through, leaping into the meditation realm. At the same time a seven-colored radiance appeared behind her with a tender green lotus shadow swaying within. Strands of Tao principles wove through its stems and leaves and Tao runes danced on its petals. Life-bound divine ability. The young boy's eyes widened at the green lotus behind Yuan Qingyi. Though just a shadow, it felt incredibly real. Hearing those words, Ling Tianhuang was also startled, then filled with joy for Yuan Qingyi's fortune. The world's cultivators are as vast as the ocean, but fewer than 1 in 10,000 awaken a life-bound divine ability, and most do so only after the chaos origin realm. Life-bound divine abilities cannot be cultivated if they rely entirely on talent and destiny. Any ability called a divine art is immensely powerful, and unlike other techniques, a life-bound divine ability is a growable type that strengthens with one's cultivation. Clearly Yuan Qingyi awakened hers by absorbing the Tao laws within the sacred lotus. Yuan Qingyi slowly opened her eyes. Instead of assessing her newfound power, she reached out and gathered all 14 lotus seeds. This was her primary goal. She valued these seeds even more than her breakthrough. Qingyi! Ling Tianhuang exclaimed, rushing to meet her. Tianhuang, what are you doing here? Yuan Qingyi asked in surprise, never expecting to see him upon waking. As astute as she was, she immediately deduced the reason. Ling Tianhuang must have seen her message and realized she would likely come to the demon-sealing abyss to seek the sacred herb for him, thus tracing his way here. Tianhuang, I've found the sacred herb for you. Your injury can be healed. Yuan Qingyi exclaimed, her face brimming with excitement as she thrust the freshly obtained sacred lotus seeds into Ling Tianhuang's hands. Ling Tianhuang stepped forward, clasping her hands tightly, his face etched with profound emotion. Silly girl, if anything had happened to you, how could I ever find peace in my heart? Ling Tianhuang's eyes shimmered with tenderness as he gently pulled Yuan Qingyi into his embrace. It's all right, I helped you find the sacred herb, and I even gained a stroke of fortune. Leaning against Ling Tianhuang's shoulder, Yuan Qingyi felt his warmth and replied softly. Suddenly she pushed him away, her face a mask of shock. How did you get here? Only then did she realize that with all his meridians severed and his cultivation lost, it was utterly impossible for Ling Tianhuang to descend to the bottom of the demon-sealing abyss. After examining his body, she exclaimed in astonishment, your cultivation has recovered. Ling Tianhuang nodded with a smile. Yes, it's restored. That's wonderful. Yuan Qingyi's face radiated joy and tears of excitement streamed from her eyes. Ever since Ling Tianhuang returned gravely wounded from Burial Dragon Mountain, she had been unable to eat or sleep, consumed by worry. She feared he would sink into despair and drift aimlessly, dreaded that they would become strangers and grow apart. Thus, knowing full well the perils of the demon-sealing abyss, she resolutely came anyway. Even if there was only a glimmer of hope, she would never give up. How did you recover? Yuan Qingyi asked eagerly. It's a long story, let's leave this place first. Ling Tianhuang suggested. All right. Yuan Qingyi nodded, then turned to the little boy. Xiaobao, thank you for your gift. We need to go now, would you like to come with us? The boy clutched the corner of his bellyband, head bowed, his face clouded with disappointment. Ling Tianhuang could see it clearly, despite his fierce exterior, the little one was still an innocent child. Otherwise both he and Yuan Qingyi would have already become his meal. Then. Will you come back to see me? The boy's clear eyes shimmered with hope and reluctance. For him, trapped here for centuries, these few days had been the happiest of his life. Why don't you leave with us? Yuan Qingyi stepped forward, puzzled. The little one looked helplessly at the two massive stone doors and let out a soft sigh. Seeing the boy's dejection, Ling Tianhuang's heart softened. I've inherited the sword seal, I can break the restriction and take you away. Do you know why this place is called the demon-sealing abyss? The boy asked, looking at them. Ling Tianhuang and Yuan Qingyi exchanged a startled glance. They had never pondered that question, simply taking it as a place name. After all, many perilous locations have peculiar names. Is there some significance? Yuan Qingyi inquired. The boy pointed to the heavy stone doors. Because within them a great demon is truly sealed. At these words, Ling Tianhuang and Yuan Qingyi gasped sharply. Then he said to Ling Tianhuang, those sword marks on the doors, they are the seal. Ling Tianhuang now understood the sword energy on the doors was not merely a legacy but also a seal. The reason he had been able to obtain the complete Shu Mountain sword art from it was that his own swordsmanship resonated with it, allowing him to inherit the sword seal. Ling Tianhuang approached the stone door once more, placing both hands upon it. Perhaps because he had inherited the sword seal, this time no sword energy shot forth from the marks. But even exerting his full strength, he could not budge the door an inch. According to the demonic dragon, its parents had only told it that a great demon was sealed inside, but what it was or how powerful remained unknown. Xiaozhu. Ling Tianhuang called out inwardly. He had thought the sword spirit Xiaozhu was still asleep as previous calls had gone unanswered. But this time Xiaozhu responded. Don't bother, even if you were 100 times stronger you couldn't open this door. Ling Tianhuang quickly asked, is there really a great demon inside? Yes. Is it powerful? Ling Tianhuang pressed. Powerful? That depends on who you compare it to. Xiaozhu paused then continued, if my original body were still here 1/ would reduce it to ashes. Of course for you it would only take a single breath to obliterate your body and soul. Ling Tianhuang was left speechless. Though this was not the first time he had been belittled, he was gradually getting used to it. Moreover, from Xiaozhu's words it was clear that the great demon within was indeed formidable. Don't worry, it's sealed and cannot escape. At least not for a while, Xiaozhu's voice came again. Ling Tianhuang frowned. Do you mean it will eventually break free? The seal on it is still there, but it's no longer as strong. If the seal dissipates or it breaks through, this stone door certainly won't hold it. Xiaozhu replied. How long can the seal last? It's hard to say exactly, but under normal circumstances it can hold for another 100 to 200 years. Hearing that the seal could last another century or two, Ling Tianhuang breathed a sigh of relief. But Xiaozhu's next words made his heart leap again. If it breaks the seal, the Tianhuang Continent will face a catastrophe. Every living being will become its food. Is there any way to stop it? Ling Tianhuang asked, deeply worried. Yes. What is it? Kill it. Ling Tianhuang. If in 100 or 200 years you still can't kill it, go find a piece of tofu and bash your head against it. Xiaozhu said coldly, then fell silent. Beside him Yuan Qingyi noticed Ling Tianhuang's stillness and asked, Tianhuang, what's wrong? Ling Tianhuang shook his head, choosing not to share what he had learned from Xiaozhu with Yuan Qingyi. He turned to the little boy. I don't know how powerful the great demon you speak of is, but since it can't get out, it means this door can hold it. And if it could break through, standing guard here would be useless. Hearing this, the boy lifted his gaze to meet Ling Tianhuang's. As he had said, the fact that the demon couldn't escape proved the door could contain it. Similarly, after years of trying every possible method, he had failed to open the door. If the demon truly broke out, that would mean its power far exceeded his ability to oppose. Seeing the boy still hesitating, Ling Tianhuang continued, the seal behind the door should last another 100 to 200 years. Rather than staying here, you'd be better off focusing on cultivation, so when the seal breaks you'll have enough strength to confront it. How do you know the seal can last that long? The boy asked. I sensed it through the sword seal. Yuan Qingyi also walked up, gently stroking the little boy's head, and said, Little treasure, he is right. Instead of staying here, we should seize the time to cultivate. When the time comes we will deal with him together. Okay. The little boy nodded, agreeing to leave with them. Then let's go. Yuan Qingyi said happily. Wait for me. The little boy turned and ran to the side. Seeing this, Yuan Qingyi and the others followed him. It was a simple stone room, not very large. On the stone walls various patterns drawn with stones were visible, most of which were made by the little boy himself, although the craftsmanship was not praiseworthy. The little boy went directly to a huge stone platform that was piled high with spirit stones conservatively estimated to number over 10,000. Moreover, they were all top-grade spirit stones. It is known that one top-grade spirit stone is equivalent to 100 ordinary spirit stones. Spirit stones are not only the circulating currency on the continent but also a precious resource for cultivation. This is because spirit stones contain a large amount of spiritual energy which can be directly refined to enhance one's cultivation level. Even for the Shu Mountain Sword sect, these 10,000 top-grade spirit stones were a fortune that could not be ignored. In addition, there was a large pile of scales on the stone platform, each shimmering with a silvery glow. Ling Tianhuang recognized them as dragon scales, which should have been shed by the little boy's true form and collected by him. The little boy picked up the bronze bell around his neck and inhaled toward the stone platform, directly sucking in the pile of spirit stones and all the dragon scales. Let's go. He then turned to Ling Tianhuang and the others. Although he spoke casually when it was time to leave, he was still very reluctant, carefully observing every corner of the pond and touching each stone. This was his lifetime memory. Then the three of them, 2 people and 1 dragon, ascended. As they approached the water's surface of the sealed magic gorge, symbols lit up on the water's surface, dazzling like lightning. Clearly this was the restriction mentioned by the little boy, but it had no effect on Yuan Qingyi and Ling Tianguan. Boom! A dull sound echoed and the little boy felt as though he had been struck heavily, his body hit by an invisible force and falling toward the bottom of the pond. Just as he was about to transform into his true form, Ling Tianguan grabbed his chubby little hand and said, "Don't be afraid, leave it to me." The little boy nodded, his eyes filled with trust. Ling Tianguan activated the sword imprint in his sea of qi, and instantly a blinding sword light shot out, cutting open a gap in the restriction symbols above, which resembled a giant net. "Go!" Yuan Qingyi pulled the little boy and rushed through the opening. Ling Tianguan followed closely behind, and after reaching the shore he retracted the sword imprint. As the sword imprint was retrieved, the torn opening in the restriction symbols quickly healed, and soon the symbols faded, restoring the water's surface to calmness. Wow! The air here is so sweet. Is this the outside world? The little boy breathed in the fresh air deeply and began to run around the lakeside, his ponytail swaying joyfully. Seeing the little boy's innocent demeanor, Yuan Qingyi smiled. This little guy can be mischievous at times, sometimes innocent and carefree, yet in front of unfamiliar people he insists on putting on a fierce and elderly demeanor. In fact, previously when Yuan Qingyi was frightened by the sealed magic gorge, she was also quite scared. Although she was harmed, she did not resort to killing. Later, after interacting with him, she found that this little guy was quite pitiful. As for this outsider, although she had her guard up, she also thought about playing with him. "Tianguan, what do you think we should say if the others in the sect ask about bringing back a child like this?" Yuan Qingyi seemed to think of something. Her jade-like face flushed and she lowered her head. Ling Tianguan was taken aback at first upon hearing this, then couldn't help but laugh. This. Seeing Ling Tianguan's cheeky smile, Yuan Qingyi punched him in the chest. "What are you laughing at, you rascal?" Ling Tianguan hugged her and said, "Think about it, he is a dragon, and in just 10 days even if we really did something it wouldn't be possible." Yuan Qingyi's face turned so red it seemed like it could drip water as she buried herself in Ling Tianguan's embrace. Oh, how embarrassing. At that moment an untimely voice appeared. The little boy with a tiger-like face appeared beside them, at some point covering his eyes with his hands, although his fingers were spread wide and his blue eyes were spinning. Then the three of them followed the edge of the deep pond and walked out of the stone door. Looking back, the inside of the stone door was still overgrown with weeds and the emerald deep pond had vanished. After leaving the area shrouded by restrictions, Ling Tianguan directly condensed a giant sword using his true energy. Whoosh! A sword light shot up into the sky, and Ling Tianguan and Yuan Qingyi sat cross-legged atop the giant sword. As for the little guy, he transformed into his true form, revealing a demon dragon several dozen feet long, soaring in the air. Roar! A somewhat immature dragon roar resounded through the heavens and earth, startling 1,000 birds to flee and making 10,000 beasts cower in fear. Boom! Another loud noise echoed as a distant mountain peak was directly broken in half, with rocks flying and smoke billowing into the sky. The two of them were dumbfounded, but thinking that he had just encountered the outside world, his excitement was understandable. "By the way, Tianguan, quickly tell me how your injury was healed," Yuan Qingyi asked eagerly. Ling Tianguan did not hide anything, revealing his experiences in the Dragon Burial Mountain and the existence of the sword spirit within him to Yuan Qingyi. For her own sake, Yuan Qingyi had braved dangers to find the holy medicine in the sealed magic gorge, while he had concealed it from her during his tribulation, which was indeed disheartening. Then Ling Tianguan mentioned the three major sects attacking Shu Mountain, and Yuan Qingyi immediately showed a look of tension. Fortunately, in the end there were more surprises than dangers. Although Shu Mountain suffered considerable losses, the three major sects' powerful forces were annihilated, which was undoubtedly a severe blow to them. After this injury, the three major sects should have no energy to trouble Shu Mountain for a while, but they had already taken on a blood feud, and with their long-standing covetousness toward Shu Mountain, it was still not wise for Shu Mountain to let their guard down. In fact, just as Ling Tianguan stood up to head deeper into Shu Mountain, an even greater crisis was looming over Shu Mountain. In the previous battle, the three major sects allied but returned in defeat. This unusual result spread like wildfire in the outside world, leading to much speculation. Just when everyone was guessing how Shu Mountain's sword turned the tables, the ancestral master of the Qingming sect, Qi Jinglan, emerged from his seclusion after healing. At the same time, he revealed a major news. The Shu Mountain sword sect obtained the legacy of an ancient mighty being in the Dragon Burial Mountain and additionally acquired a legendary holy weapon from it. In the last battle, the Shu Mountain sword sect successfully turned the tide with this holy weapon, killing the experts of the three major sects. Even the ancestors of the Thunder Refining sect and the Xianyun sect perished under the holy weapon. As soon as the news broke, it stirred up boundless turmoil across the southern domain, spreading like wings and sweeping beyond its borders. Before long it was destined to reverberate throughout the entire Tianhuang Continent. Leaving aside the legacy of the ancient great power for a moment, even a single heirloom saintly weapon was enough to shake the continent. After all, across the entire land only the three supreme orthodox lineages possessed such saintly arms. In an era where no saints walked the world and those at the return to one realm remained in seclusion, wielding a saintly weapon meant one could stride unopposed across the continent. With the news of the saintly weapon spreading, countless ancient monsters would be roused from their slumber. Even the three great lineages would surely stir and take action upon hearing it. For the allure of a saintly weapon was simply too immense. If sects like the Azure Firmament sect were to obtain such an heirloom, they would rise to prominence overnight, inevitably growing into a behemoth second only to the three great lineages within mere decades. Once during the zenith of its glory, the Shushan sword sect also possessed a saintly weapon. Yet in the Great War 3,000 years ago its elite warriors were nearly annihilated and the saintly arm was lost on the Tianyuan battlefield. If the Shushan sword sect were to reclaim this saintly weapon, it would not be impossible for them to restore their former splendor. In an instant undercurrents surged across the continent and countless powerhouses set out upon hearing the wind. Moreover, many ancient monsters who had long withdrawn from the world emerged from seclusion, hastening toward the southern domain. Clearly these formidable beings were all converging on Shushan, seeking an opportunity to seize that saintly arm. At this very moment Shi Nanhong gathered with the high-ranking members in the main hall of Tianshao Peak to deliberate on their next course of action. It was evident that this was a conspiracy aimed squarely at Shushan. To be precise, it was a blatant open scheme. The news that the Shushan sword sect had obtained a saintly weapon had already spread across the continent. Even if they stepped forward to explain, no one would believe them. After all, the previous battle had already been shrouded in suspicion, and the explanation of a saintly weapon carried great credibility. They could hardly tell the world that it was Ling Tianguan, a mere disciple of the Shushan sect at the observation realm, who single-handedly turned the tide of battle and slew the elites of the three great sects. Moreover, even if some believed it, the Shushan sect would never dare to make such a claim, for it would effectively place Ling Tianguan in mortal danger. In fact, after the last battle the Shushan High Command had issued a gag order to all disciples. No details of that conflict were to be disclosed to outsiders on pain of being branded a traitor. What a cunning move by the Azure Firmament sect! Using a fabricated legacy of a great power to put our Shushan at the center of the storm. Shi Nanhong said in a deep voice. Earlier news had already spread that disciples of the Shushan sword sect had clashed with the three great sects during their training in the burial Dragon Mountain. Moreover, Qi Jingfan deliberately refrained from specifying what the saintly weapon was, instead describing matters ambiguously, precisely to drag more factions and more people into the fray. Driven by human greed, even those harboring doubts would come to investigate. Junior sister, just tell us directly, how should we respond next? Huang Daijiang asked with a grave expression. Previously the Grand Elder Liang Zhicheng had been assassinated by Liang Jianxiu, and thus the second elder Huang Daijiang naturally stepped into the role of Grand Elder. At this moment, however, all the elders and stewards turned their gazes toward Shi Nanhong, the only woman present in the hall. It was not because of her status as the sect leader's wife, but because her strength, decisiveness and prestige were second only to the sect leader Yuan Jingchuan himself. Now that the sect leader was absent, it fell to her to take command. At this time Shi Nanhong's face also bore a look of solemnity. She swept her gaze across the assembly and said, "Issue an order immediately, recall all disciples training abroad. Then devote all efforts to drilling the sword formation." Shi Nanhong commanded decisively, for the previous battle had cost the Shushan sword sect many disciples, leaving the formation incomplete. It had to be replenished as soon as possible. Afterward she instructed Grand Elder Huang Daijiang to go to the sword pavilion and report the matter to the Patriarch. "Junior sister, do you have any news on when the sect leader will emerge from seclusion?" Another elder asked with a worried expression. Shi Nanhong shook her head and replied, "I was just about to go to the Sword Valley myself." Just then a robust voice rang out from the entrance of the hall, "No need to trouble yourself." Everyone turned to look and saw a man in a blue robe striding in with a long sword in hand. Jingchuan, sect leader. They all rose hastily, their faces brimming with excitement. Shi Nanhong was the first to rush forward. "How did it go? Did you break through?" Shi Nanhong asked. The man in blue smiled and nodded. "I did not fail my mission." At these words everyone was stirred with elation. The sect leader's successful breakthrough meant that the Shushan sword sect would now be guarded by two primordial chaos realm powerhouses. In the current continent, primordial chaos realm experts constituted the pinnacle of combat power. The addition of one more such powerhouse would elevate the overall strength of the Shushan sword sect by a significant margin. Congratulations, sect leader. With 2 primordial chaos realm experts in our Shushan, our confidence is greatly bolstered, the third elder said with emotion. Yuan Jingxuan took his seat at the head of the hall and spoke, I am already aware of the situation. You have all worked hard during this time. He paused, then continued, it is my incompetence that has allowed Shushan to suffer humiliation all these years, bringing shame to our ancestors. However, this incident has also taught me a lesson. Yuan Jingxuan went on. Dignity lies only at the edge of the sword. We the disciples of Shushan fear no battle. Yuan Jingxuan's words rang out like clashing swords, each syllable resounding through the entire hall. Deep within Shushan, Ling Tianhuang and his companion sat atop a giant sword of true qi, chatting and laughing all the way. Xiaobao meanwhile would sometimes transform into his original form to soar across the sky and sometimes take human form to frolic and play with the two of them. Along their journey they shattered countless mountain peaks, and wherever they passed flocks of birds fell from the sky and myriad beasts trembled in fear. This was likely the legendary suppression of bloodlines, for in the demon race the hierarchy of bloodline was starkly defined. A race with a powerful bloodline naturally possessed an oppressive dominance over those weaker than itself. Long after he had departed, these demonic beasts still lay prostrate on the ground, daring not to move. This also saved them a great deal of trouble, as they no longer had to avoid powerful beasts along the way. With this little one around, ordinary demonic creatures dared not even show their heads. Xiaobao, once we reach Shushan you must not be so mischievous or you'll frighten everyone. Yuan Qingyi said softly. Indeed, if this fellow constantly revealed his original form, the Shushan disciples would be too scared to step outside. Oh. Got it. The little boy pouted and nodded. Then, tilting his head as if struck by a thought, he said, by the way, you all have names, so I want to give myself one too. Yuan Qingyi laughed at this and said, all right, tell me, what name are you thinking of giving yourself? The little boy scratched his head and replied, although I never met my parents, they called me Xiaobao in the message they left for me. But Xiaobao is just a nickname, not a real name. Ling Tianhuang, who was beside him, thought for a moment and said with a smile, Xiaobao, I have a name that perfectly suits your temperament. Would you like to hear it? The little boy's interest was immediately piqued as he leaned in and said, let this treasure hear it. Ling Tianhuang suppressed a smile and said, your parents call you Little Bao, and since you're a dragon, I think the name Baopi Dragon perfectly suits your temperament. Pfft. Yuan Qingyi couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. The little boy, however, looked at Ling Tianhuang with a bewildered expression and asked, what does Baopi Dragon mean? The Baopi Dragon is the most magnificent dragon in the world, symbolizing unwavering righteousness and strikes as swift as thunder. Ling Tianhuang fabricated with a straight face. Yet given the boy's mischievous nature and roguish charm, the name indeed matched his character in a literal sense. Fearing disbelief, Ling Tianhuang added, in the human world when praising someone we often say, you're such a Baopi Dragon. The little one upon hearing this rested his chin on his hand with an air of worldly wisdom and declared, not bad, not bad. From now on call me Baopi Dragon. Yuan Qingyi, unable to contain herself, interjected, Little Bao, how about we choose another name? I think Dragon Baby sounds lovely. Yet her suggestion was met with the child's righteous refusal. Dragon Baby is too childish. It'll be Baopi Dragon from now on, vowing to become the greatest dragon in the world. Yuan Qingyi. May you never understand the true meaning of this name. With a thunderous dragon roar, the child transformed back into a demonic dragon and soared into the sky. I have a name now. Call me Baopi Dragon. His shouts echoed through the mountains and Ling Tianhuang laughed heartily. What a Baopi Dragon indeed. Yuan Qingyi shot him a glare and said, he's still just a child. Don't forget he's over 300 years old. Just then the demonic dragon twisted its body, transformed back into human form and landed on the giant sword. Standing tall, he asked, well, isn't it imposing? Ling Tianhuang nodded vigorously and praised, it suits your temperament perfectly. In recent days powerful auras had frequently emerged outside Mount Shu. Though unseen, their presence suggested they were formidable experts. The atmosphere within the Shu Mountain sword sect grew tense like a bowstring pulled taut. Boom! Suddenly a thunderous roar echoed through the sky. A colossal warship appeared outside Mount Shu, hurtling toward Tianzhou Peak like a mountain. This warship dwarfed the combined 9 vessels of the 3 sects from before. Its speed was astonishing. Moments ago it was beyond the mountain, yet in an instant it was upon them. As the giant warship rapidly approached, an oppressive aura engulfed the entire Tianzhou peak. The vessel showed no sign of stopping, charging straight toward the Qishao Hall. If it struck, the Qishao Hall would be reduced to rubble in an instant. Who goes there? Halt! With a loud shout, the third elder soared into the sky. In the next moment, a whip like a bolt of black lightning lashed out toward the third elder. Swoosh! A spray of blood arced through the air as the whip, sharp as an arrow, pierced through the third elder's shoulder, shattering his scapula. Then the bloodied whip coiled back, wrapping around the third elder's neck. He was dragged away and hoisted onto the warship's mast. The Shu Mountain disciples who rushed to the scene were startled, and soon their faces twisted with fury. The intruders were arrogant beyond measure, crushing the Shu Mountain Hall with their warship, injuring an elder and even hanging him up. This was a blatant humiliation. A surge of indignation and rage welled up in the third elder's heart as he swung his sword at the whip to break free. But in that instant a cold light flashed, severing the third elder's entire arm. Swoosh! Blood sprayed as the arm dropped to the ground. The third elder clenched his teeth, enduring the pain without a sound. Boom! The giant warship showed no sign of slowing, about to crash into the Qishao Hall. Clang! A clear sword cry rang out as a colossal sword beam erupted from the hull, slashing toward the giant warship. Boom! A brilliant array of runes lit up on the warship's prow, blocking the devastating strike. Yet the entire vessel was jolted back several dozen zhang. Above the hull, a man in blue robes stood proudly, Yuan Jingchuan, the leader of the Shu Mountain sect. Sword in hand, his expression was icy, his gaze fixed on the warship. He wished to save the third elder, but several powerful auras had already locked onto him. Soon figures emerged on the warship. On the left were dozens of young men and women, each with an extraordinary bearing and formidable auras despite their youth. Among them was the woman who had gravely wounded the third elder and the man who had severed his arm. On the right stood a group of adults, dozens of middle-aged men at the Divine Palace Realm, 5 elders at the half-step Chaos Realm, and 3 mighty figures at the Chaos Realm. These individuals stood on either side with reverent expressions, as if awaiting the arrival of a grand figure. Finally a carriage slowly emerged, simple yet ancient, its black body shimmering with runes. The carriage, unlike the void warship powered by spirit stones, was drawn by 2 massive black mastiffs. These mastiffs were covered in scales, their long fangs adding a fierce edge. They were no ordinary hounds, but a fearsome beast known as the black-scaled mastiff. Black-scaled mastiffs were enormous and bloodthirsty, an adult rivaled a Chaos Realm expert. Though these 2 were still young, they could easily crush ordinary Divine Palace Realm cultivators. Yet such powerful beasts were reduced to pulling a carriage. Inside, a young man lounged lazily, fanning himself with a folding fan. His luxurious robes spoke of noble birth, his face paler than many women's, but with a sickly pallor that lent him an effeminate rather than masculine air. I've heard the Shu Mountain Sword sect was once the top orthodox school on the continent, but now it's fallen to such a state, truly lamentable. A shrill mocking voice came from the carriage. My Shu Mountain Sword sect has no grievance with you. Why attack our elder unprovoked? Yuan Jingchuan demanded gravely. Heh. The effeminate man chuckled lightly. You must be Yuan Jingchuan. Before Yuan could respond, the man straightened up and said, I heard you have a daughter renowned as the most beautiful in the southern domain. Let her come pour tea for me. These words stirred a flicker of murderous intent in Yuan Jingchuan's eyes. You are far too arrogant. The effeminate man smirked without answering. Beside him 2 women in gauzy robes, their undergarments and patches of skin faintly visible, knelt to brew tea. Their movements were graceful and light. Yuan Jingchuan, if your daughter hasn't come to pour tea for me by the time my tea is ready, I will kill him. The effeminate man pointed at the third elder who was hanging from the mast, his tone as calm as if discussing the weather or which tavern served the finest wine. Humph. If you've got the nerve, kill me now. If I so much as frown, I'll take your surname, the third elder roared. Pale as he was, his tone remained unyielding, as though the threat of death held no sway over him. Yuan Jingchuan's expression grew somber. He knew the third elder would never trade Shu Mountain's pride for his own life. But as the sect leader, how could he stand by and watch him suffer such humiliation and torment? Below, a host of Shu Mountain's high-ranking elders drew their swords, glaring with fury. Thousands of Shu Mountain disciples had already formed ranks, ready for battle at any moment. Yet Yuan Jingchuan's face was heavy with gravity. This effeminate man was so audacious, showing not the slightest respect for the Shu Mountain Sword sect. Moreover, the formation of his entourage and guards far surpassed what forces like the Qingming sect could muster. It was precisely because of this group's arrival that the powerful figures lurking beyond Shu Mountain dared not show themselves. Clearly this man possessed an extraordinary background, one that forced even the veteran powerhouses to abandon their pursuit of the sacred weapon. Across the entire continent only the three great orthodoxies, which had dominated for millennia, could boast such influence. Though it was uncertain which of the three great orthodoxies this effeminate man hailed from, any one of them dwarfed forces like the Qingming sect. It was no exaggeration to say that whether it was the Shu Mountain Sword sect, the Qingming sect, or the Thunder Refining sect, they were all but ants before the three great orthodoxies. Since you are a powerhouse from one of the three great orthodoxies, why must you make trouble for the Shu Mountain Sword sect? Yuan Jingchuan ventured. At the mention of the three great orthodoxies, the Shu Mountain elders' expressions tightened. They knew full well what those words meant. They were the rulers of the entire continent. The effeminate man smiled faintly. I didn't expect you to guess my identity. Since that's the case, I won't beat around the bush. Hand over the sacred weapon, and from this day forth the Shu Mountain Sword sect shall be a subsidiary sect of my heavenly martial sect under its protection. The heavenly martial sect. One of the three supreme orthodoxies of the Tianhuang Continent. It was an invincible entity whose words were law. Countless sects across the continent would break their backs to become subsidiary sects of the three great orthodoxies. For doing so not only granted their protection but also allowed their most talented disciples to train within those hallowed halls. Becoming a subsidiary force of the three great orthodoxies was the dream of innumerable sects. Yet Yuan Jingchuan felt no joy, only a profound sorrow. There was a time when the Shu Mountain Sword sect stood as an equal to the three great orthodoxies. Now a junior from one of those sects dared to look down upon them. The intruders had clearly come for the sacred weapon, but everyone in Shu Mountain knew they possessed no such thing. The effeminate man lightly fanned himself with a folding fan, casting a casual glance at Yuan Jingchuan. Countless forces across the world scheme to become subsidiary sects of my heavenly martial sect. Now the opportunity is before you. Think carefully. An innocent man may suffer for the treasure he holds. The sacred weapon will not elevate Shu Mountain, it will only bring endless calamity. Hand it over to the heavenly martial sect, and in return you shall have our protection. Before long Shu Mountain will rise again. To be honest, my Shu Mountain has no sacred weapon. The talk of a sacred weapon is nothing but a rumor spread by those with ulterior motives to make Shu Mountain a target of all. Yuan Jingchuan spoke. The effeminate man did not seem surprised by this answer. He smirked and said, I am a reasonable man. Since sect leader Yuan is unwilling to part with it, I shall have to reason with you in another way. With that he waved his hand. The cold-faced woman in black slowly approached the second elder, her palm opening to reveal a gleaming dagger. Stop! Yuan Jingchuan bellowed, his figure blurring as he dashed toward the warship. A thunderous boom followed as an elder stepped forward to the ship's prow, blocking Yuan Jingchuan's path. Get out of my way! Yuan Jingchuan roared, throwing a punch. Though Shu Mountain disciples primarily cultivated the sword, they were never limited to it. Fist techniques and movement arts were also mandatory. The elder was a genuine primordial chaos realm powerhouse, his aura dense and his gaze icy. Though Yuan Jingchuan had only just entered the primordial chaos realm, his punch was terrifyingly powerful, forcing even the elder to take it seriously. The elder's true chi surged, his black robe billowing in the wind. With a palm strike, a colossal handprint materialized in the void, hurtling toward Yuan Jingchuan. With a deafening crash, the handprint shattered and the elder was forced back to the warship's prow by Yuan Jingchuan's fist. Meanwhile, Grand Elder Huang Dijiang seized the opportunity to dash toward the mast, hoping to rescue the third elder. A thunderous bark assailed their ears as a massive black-scaled mastiff lunged at him. Startled, the Grand Elder spun and thrust his sword. The black-scaled mastiff clamped its jaws onto the blade, its sharp claws swiping down. The Grand Elder channeled his true chi, punching at the claw. Blood sprayed as the claw tore through his fist, revealing white bone. He was stunned. He had not expected the mastiff to be so fearsome, overwhelming even his peak divine palace realm cultivation. But he kept his composure, condensing a sword aura and shooting it toward the mastiff's brow, aiming to slay the beast in one strike. Yet the black-scaled mastiff, long since awakened to intelligence, lashed its scaly tail like a whip, shattering the sword aura. The Grand Elder seized the chance to withdraw his sword for another strike, but the mastiff pounced first. His sword clanged against the mastiff's scales, sparking but failing to pierce its defense. Instead, the mastiff's claw struck the Grand Elder's shoulder, shattering his scapula and collapsing the entire shoulder. With a gush of blood, the Grand Elder was sent flying backward. The mastiff opened its bloodied maw and lunged again, its eyes gleaming with bloodlust. Just as the Grand Elder was about to meet his end in the mastiff's jaws, a sword beam cleaved through the air, intercepting the ferocious beast. Sure Tianhuang, clad in a crimson robe, stood before the black-scaled mastiff with a long sword in hand. The beast let out a low guttural growl, its bloodshot eyes fixed intently on her. Enough, come back. The black-scaled mastiff instantly shed its ferocious aura, turned and leaped back onto the deck. It trotted to the chariot, wagging its tail, docile as a lapdog. The effeminate man gestured to an attendant who tossed a blood-drenched arm before the black-scaled mastiff. It was unmistakably the arm severed from the third elder earlier. The black-scaled mastiff, rewarded, wagged its tail joyfully and began to feast. This sight ignited blazing fury and murderous intent in every disciple of Shu Mountain. Feeding the third elder's arm to this beast was an unparalleled humiliation for Shu Mountain. The effeminate man smiled nonchalantly and said, "This beast, eager for a morsel, rushed to claim credit and harmed someone. My sincerest apologies." Though seemingly an apology, his words were a deliberate insult to Shu Mountain. Moments ago this very beast had gravely wounded the Grand Elder, and without Sure Nanhong's timely intervention the Grand Elder would have surely perished. The beast in the effeminate man's words had nearly killed the Grand Elder, leaving his implication unmistakably clear. The effeminate man paused before continuing, "As I said, since you refuse to surrender the sacred weapon, this young master will reason with you in another way. I have long heard that the Shu Mountain sword sect was once the continent's orthodox sword path. Though now in decline, your swordsmanship must still hold some merit. My humble attendants wish to test your skills." The effeminate man swept his gaze over the Shu Mountain disciples below, then turned to the third elder hanging limp and barely alive from the mast and said softly, "If you win, you may take him away. But if you lose, you must leave an arm as rations for my two pets." These words ignited the fury of Shu Mountain. A disciple soared into the air, sword aimed at the enemy, and roared, "This is too much. I shall test your mettle." This young man was Hiyun. Though not the most talented among Shu Mountain's younger generation, he was diligent and had been in the sect for a considerable time. He was one of the few disciples in the younger generation to have reached the Zhaojing realm. "Senior brother He-go. Show them that Shu Mountain sword sect is not to be trifled with." Many disciples shouted in support of Hiyun. From the warship, the young man who had severed the third elder's arm stepped forward. He was about Hiyun's age, also at the Zhaojing realm, but his aura was far more formidable. Hiyun sensed his opponent's strength and knew his chances of victory were slim. Yet he had to fight, for the third elder was his master. Besides, as the sect leader said, a disciple of Shu Mountain fears no battle. If one lacks the courage to draw their sword against a stronger foe, can they truly call themselves a sword cultivator? The man sneered at Hiyun with disdain and said, "I advise you to leave an arm now, saving me the trouble." Arrogant. Hiyun, enraged, thrust his sword forward. The strike was fierce, yet he held back, knowing he needed a retreat against such a powerful foe. But the man did not dodge. Instead, he met the attack head-on with his blade. With a clang of metal, Hiyun's sword was deflected. The force numbed his arm, nearly sending the blade flying from his grip. Startled, he quickly channeled his true energy to neutralize the impact. Then, shifting his sword, he aimed for the man's throat. Blood sprayed as Hiyun watched his sword arm fall to the ground. A searing pain engulfed him. Hiyun clutched his severed arm. The man, not delivering a killing blow, kicked him in the chest. Hiyun flew backward, spitting a mouthful of blood. This sight made everyone gasp. They knew Hiyun's strength well. Even though Ling Tianguan and Yuan Xingyi, the twin prodigies of Shu Mountain, overshadowed their peers, Hiyun was undeniably among the top 10 of his generation. Yet in a single exchange he was instantly defeated and lost an arm. Yuan Jingchuan flew to catch Hiyun, quickly sealing his meridians with true energy to staunch the bleeding. "Sect leader, I'm sorry. Do not speak. Go and heal first." Yuan Jingchuan handed him to a steward for treatment. The man sneered coldly, sweeping his gaze over the Shu Mountain disciples with utter contempt. "Is that all?" Just 2 words, yet they stung the disciples like sharp slaps. "This is too much. I'll fight you." Another disciple rushed forward but was held back by another. "You're no match for him. Let me." The speaker was Chao Liang, 26, who had trained in the sword for 18 years. He held high prestige and strength among Shu Mountain's youth. He had been on a training expedition and only returned last night after receiving the sect summons. His intervention brought a slight sigh of relief to the crowd. Cao Liang stepped into the void, drew his sword and stood facing the man. He dared not underestimate his opponent, who had severed He Yun's arm with a single blow. "You're slightly better than him, but still not enough." The man shook his head dismissively. "Spare the words. Make your move. Since you're in such a hurry, I'll send you on your way." The man's eyes blazed with killing intent as he leaped and slashed down with his blade. Cao Liang remained cold, sidestepping the heavy strike. His sword, like a serpent's tongue, darted toward the man's throat. The man snorted, kicking Cao Liang's wrist to deflect the thrust. Unfazed, Cao Liang punched at the man's chest. Cao Liang was not only skilled with the sword but also adept at boxing. The man grinned coldly and met the fist with his own. A thunderous clash echoed through the void as true energy roiled. Their fists collided heavily and both figures recoiled. Before they could steady themselves, they lunged at each other again. Amid a flurry of blades and swords, they became locked in a fierce, indecisive battle. Suddenly they separated. Cao Liang's chest was stained with blood from a gash. The man's shoulder was pierced by Cao Liang's sword, leaving a bloody hole. As the man prepared to charge again, the effeminate man on the chariot spoke. "Stop. You disgraceful thing. Go kneel aside." Upon hearing these words, fear instantly flickered in the man's eyes. He shot Cao Liang a vicious glare, then turned around, picked up He Yun's severed arm and knelt beside the chariot. Clearly he was deeply terrified of this effeminate man. The bloodied arm was snatched away by the one who had not eaten the black-scaled hound earlier, who then crunched and swallowed it in a few bites. Then a woman in black emerged from the warship. In her hand she held a pitch-black whip identical to the one from which the third elder was suspended. The whip was covered in scales, appearing to be crafted from python hide. The woman in black stepped forward, her icy gaze sweeping across the gathered disciples of Mount Shu. "Next. Who will step up?" For a moment no one in the Mount Shu camp dared to answer the challenge. After all, in the previous two bouts Mount Shu had already deployed their most outstanding talents, yet the results were one defeat and one draw. Although this woman in black was also at the Zhaojing realm, her strength was undoubtedly greater than the previous man's. The Mount Shu disciples knew that even if they stepped forward they would only be delivering themselves to be slain, failing to save the third elder and bringing further shame upon their sect. If junior brother Ling and junior sister Yuan were here, how would these people dare to be so arrogant? Lu Qing said, his face filled with anger. "That's right. I haven't seen senior sister Qingyi in a long time. After the last battle, senior brother Ling also vanished." A Mount Shu disciple around 14 or 15 years old said this. Only then did everyone realize that Yuan Qingyi and Ling Tianhuang, the twin prodigies of Mount Shu, were absent. If senior brother Ling were here with his invincible strength, he could surely teach these insolent fools a lesson in no time. "I will fight." Just as everyone was at a loss, a furious roar rang out and a man flew over. This man possessed an extraordinary bearing, carrying two long swords on his back as he faced the woman in black. Seeing him, all the Mount Shu disciples felt a surge of spirit. "It's the Grand Senior Brother. It really is the Grand Senior Brother. I didn't expect him to be back either." The Grand Senior Brother they spoke of was Huang Xian, the son of the Grand Elder Huang Daijiang. He was revered as the Grand Senior Brother by the younger generation, not only because he was the oldest but also because his strength and talent were exceptionally monstrous. Moreover, he was humble and deeply loved by the disciples. Even in recent years, as Ling Tianhuang and Yuan Qingyi gradually rose to prominence, they still could not overshadow the brilliance of this Grand Senior Brother. Finally, a worthy opponent has arrived. "I hope you won't disappoint me," the woman in black sneered. With a clang, a sword's cry echoed as Huang Xian flicked his finger and a long sword materialized in his hand. At the same time, true qi churned within him and streams of sword qi radiated outward, sweeping directly toward the woman in black. Huang Xian was well aware of his opponent's strength and understood that he bore the honor of Mount Shu on his shoulders. If he were to lose, not only would the sect be disgraced, but the morale of the entire younger generation of Mount Shu would suffer a devastating blow. Therefore he unleashed his signature technique from the very start. In the void, a brilliant sword beam shot straight toward the woman in black. Faced with this strike, even her expression shifted slightly. She flickered, evading the sword beam at incredible speed. Simultaneously she twisted her wrist and the black whip lashed out like a bolt of black lightning. The whip whistled through the air with a piercing sound, hurtling toward Huang Xian. His expression unchanged, he turned his sword and struck the whip with a fierce slash. However, the anticipated scene of the whip being severed did not occur. Instead, a shower of sparks erupted from the impact. Huang Xian's gaze sharpened. He had not expected the python skin whip to be so resilient that his full-powered strike could not cut it. Unbeknownst to him, the woman's two black whips were not made of ordinary python skin but were refined from entire demon pythons. They possessed both toughness and flexibility and were laced with potent venom. Not only was the whip undamaged, but its tip twisted back like a serpent coiling toward Huang Xian's neck. Startled, Huang Xian quickly unleashed 3 sword beams to deflect the whip. At the same time, he flickered and charged straight toward the woman in black. By now he realized that cutting the whip was extremely difficult, while she could use it to keep him at a distance, placing her in an inherently invincible position. To turn the tide, he had to close in where the whip's power would be greatly diminished. Another sword cry rang out as the second sword at Huang Xian's back was drawn. It transformed into a streak of light slashing through the air toward the woman in black. Seeing this, the woman's expression changed drastically. She hurriedly channeled her true qi and swung her whip to block the attack. A clash resounded and the woman was forced back several steps. At the same time, Huang Xian was already upon her. He thrust his sword forward with unparalleled sharpness. In response, the woman swiftly spun her whip, which coiled spirally toward him. In the blink of an eye, the sword and whip clashed dozens of times. With a tearing sound, Huang Xian's sword pierced the woman's shoulder and a jet of blood spurted out. However, the tip of the whip suddenly appeared behind Huang Xian, darting toward his back like a spear. "Grand Senior Brother, be careful!" A Mount Shu disciple cried out in alarm. Just as the whip tip was about to strike Huang Xian's back, the sword that the woman had earlier knocked away with her whip arrived behind him, slashing down and deflecting the whip. "Release the man," Huang Xian said coldly, slowly retracting his long sword. The woman in black covered her shoulder wound and sneered, "Are you so sure you've won?" At these words, Huang Xian froze, and then a chill ran down his spine. He abruptly raised his arm and saw a gash on his wrist made by the whip scales from which black blood was flowing. You used poison!" Huang Xian roared in fury. The woman in black laughed nonchalantly. "I forgot to tell you, this whip was refined from 2 demon pythons. A mere scratch and the venom will spread through your body. Even a divine palace realm expert cannot withstand it." In terms of pure skill, the woman was slightly inferior to Huang Xian, but no one had expected her to resort to such despicable tactics. "Vile!" The Mount Shu disciples gnashed their teeth in anger. The woman, however, smiled dismissively and said, "If any of you are dissatisfied, feel free to come and fight." Faced with such provocation, the Mount Shu disciples burned with rage but lacked the strength to retaliate. The Grand Senior Brother had nearly turned the tide for Mount Shu, but no one anticipated the use of poison. Now who could step forward to salvage the sect's honor? Having said this, she suddenly condensed her true qi and struck Huang Xian in the chest with her palm. Huang Xian coughed up a mouthful of black blood, his body flying backward like a kite with a broken string. Ha ha ha. The Mount Shu sword sect was once a premier orthodoxy on this continent, but now it is nothing more than this. The woman in black taunted loudly. "How dare you!" A furious roar exploded like a thunderclap. At that moment, a piercing sound of something tearing through the air came from the back mountain. A sword beam approached from afar, arriving above Mount Shu in the blink of an eye. A young man and woman stood atop a colossal sword. The woman, clad in a green robe, possessed unparalleled beauty and an ethereal aura. The man, dressed in a white robe, had sharp brows and starry eyes, his heroic bearing unmatched. The giant sword beneath them suddenly accelerated, tearing through the void as it shot toward the woman in black. The woman in black, her expression drastically changing, frantically circulated her inner qi. She wielded her long whip with such fierce momentum, hoping to shred the giant sword formed of condensed qi. A thunderous boom echoed. Before the giant sword, the whip was sent flying like a withered weed, utterly fragile. The sword, its momentum undiminished, sped straight toward the woman in black. With a muffled sound, the woman in black was torn apart by the countless sword energies from the giant sword, leaving no trace behind. In an instant, a genius at the sitting reflection realm was killed, dissolving into a mist of blood. Senior Brother Ling. Below, the disciples of Mount Shu were momentarily stunned, then someone shouted. The entire Tianzhou peak of Mount Shu erupted into fervor. Ling Tianguan's arrival calmed every Mount Shu disciple, as if in their hearts his intervention guaranteed victory for Mount Shu. This scene startled everyone aboard the warship. None had expected the Shu Mountain Sword sect to harbor such a genius who could slay the woman in black with a single strike. Among these young prodigies, the woman in black, though not the strongest, ranked among the top, especially with her python whip that was difficult to guard against. Yet she had failed to withstand even a single sword strike from this youth. Ling Tianhuang, his white robe fluttering, stood proudly in the void facing the assembly of experts. Behind him Yuan Qingyi caught Huang Xian as he was flung back. Huang Xian, his mouth streaming black blood, his face a ghastly purple, was immediately given a sacred lotus seed by Yuan Qingyi without a word. "Junior sister, tell junior brother Ling to be careful," Huang Xian said with effort. "Senior brother, focus on healing. Leave the rest to us." The effeminate man in the chariot gently fanned himself, unperturbed by the loss of a servant. He cast a slightly surprised glance at Ling Tianhuang. Then, ignoring him, he fixed his gaze on Yuan Qingyi, behind his eyes brimming with undisguised avarice. A beauty of timeless grace, breathtakingly divine. The effeminate man nodded in admiration. "You must be Yuan Qingyi, the foremost beauty of the southern domain." Yuan Qingyi ignored him, leading Huang Xian back to her father Yuan Jingchuan. Ling Tianhuang glanced at the third elder hanging above, a fierce murderous intent surging in his eyes. Then, like a sharp sword piercing the sky, he shot straight toward the elder suspended from the mast. Seeing the third elder covered in blood and barely alive, Ling Tianhuang's killing intent erupted like a volcano soaring into the heavens. Among all the elders of Mount Shu, the third elder was the kindest. He remembered when he was 5 or 6 training swords with his senior brothers and sisters. When he grew tired, the third elder would hoist him onto his shoulders, continuing to urge the others not to slack off. Though it happened only once, it was enough to be etched in memory forever. Ling Tianhuang poured all his fury and killing intent into a single sword strike, slashing directly at the python whip. The whip snapped with a sound. Ling Tianhuang caught the third elder, who was like a blood-soaked figure, in his arms. Barely clinging to life, the third elder managed a faint smile upon seeing Ling Tianhuang. "Tianhuang, rest now. I will repay their torment 100-fold. Ling Tianhuang said solemnly, then holding the elder he turned and walked back. Seeing this, the effeminate man grew angry. "How dare you? Did I permit you to take him away?" Yet Ling Tianhuang, as if deaf to his words, walked away step by step, the elder in his arms. This disregard infuriated the effeminate man further. He stroked the black-scaled mastiff beside him and said, "Go. Enjoy a feast." At the command, the black-scaled mastiff let out a low growl and lunged at Ling Tianhuang. "Be careful," Yuan Jingchuan shouted. The strength of the black-scaled mastiff was already known. It was at the half-step chaotic unity realm, far beyond the reach of divine palace realm cultivators. Earlier, a single mastiff had gravely wounded the Grand Elder. Now 2 mastiffs charging together made everyone's hearts leap into their throats. Yuan Jingchuan was the first to rush forward. But at that moment, a dragon's roar echoed across Tianzhou Peak. The void tore open as a mighty demon dragon swooped down. The 2 black-scaled mastiffs trembled violently, cowering under the terrifying bloodline pressure, tails tucked, too afraid to move. The demon dragon bit one mastiff, and with a scream it perished instantly. The other, gathering its courage, tried to flee. But the dragon extended a massive claw, seizing it firmly. The mastiff let out a pitiful howl as if begging for mercy, yet the dragon showed no hesitation. With a clench of its sharp claws, the mastiff dissolved into a mist of blood. This sight stunned everyone on both sides. A dragon. They had witnessed a legendary dragon. Many doubted their senses, pinching themselves harshly only to realize it was no illusion. Even Yuan Jingchuan and the experts on the void worship were dumbfounded. For cultivators, dragons were not as mythical as legend suggested. They knew such creatures existed. Yet on the Tianhuang Continent, pythons and flood dragons had appeared, but never a true dragon. Today they had seen a living dragon. Before anyone could react, the demon dragon circled in midair, then soared back into the clouds. "Pfft! Dog meat tastes terrible." A childish voice came from above the clouds. Then a mangled corpse fell, the mastiff the dragon had bitten to death. The dragon appeared and vanished in an instant, leaving many feeling that it was all too surreal. By now Ling Tianhuang had handed the third elder to Yuan Jingchuan. Yuan Qingyi once again gave the elder a sacred lotus seed. This was a sacred lotus seed. No matter how severe the injury, as long as one still breathed, it could restore them swiftly. Unfortunately, their cultivation levels were too low, or it could even regenerate severed limbs. Ling Tianhuang slowly turned and walked toward the void worship. Yuan Qingyi stepped forward to join him but was stopped. Leave this to me, Ling Tianhuang said. Yuan Qingyi hesitated briefly then nodded. In her heart Ling Tianhuang had always been invincible, before now and forever. Ling Tianhuang slowly walked toward the void warship. His steps were heavy, each one echoing dully through the void, and with every stride the killing intent radiating from him surged even higher. Since you want to play, I'll play with you. Ling Tianhuang said coldly, a long sword in his hand, his eyes brimming with undisguised murderous intent. The effeminate man seemed unimpressed, though briefly startled by the sudden appearance of the demonic dragon. He quickly regained his composure. At the core it was his unshakable confidence in himself and his retinue of followers. The demonic dragon had indeed caught him off guard, but upon calming down he realized its strength was not formidable. A mere Hunyuan realm expert could suppress it. With a faint disdainful smile he took a sip of tea and said, "It's been a long time since anyone dared speak to me in such a tone. Tell me, who are you?" "A disciple of Mount Shu, Ling Tianhuang." Ling Tianhuang replied coldly. "Remember this name, for one day I will become the nightmare of your Tianwu sect." He knew the Tianwu sect was mighty, one of the continent's rulers. But so what? Even if it were the heavenly king himself, if he harmed those close to him he would make him pay. Upon hearing this a wave of scornful laughter erupted from the warship. Both the senior experts and young prodigies looked at Ling Tianhuang as if he were a fool. Though his instant slaying of the black-clad woman proved his skill before the Tianwu sect, even a mere Zhuozhou realm ant like him, let alone a Hunyuan realm expert, could only kneel and speak. The effeminate man smiled dismissively. "You'd better worry about surviving today." With a hum Ling Tianhuang said no more, shaking his longsword which let out a resonant ring. His sharp gaze fixed ahead, provoking the young prodigies on the warship. "Senior brother Ling, bring glory to Mount Shu." A Mount Shu disciple shouted loudly. "Senior brother Ling, bring glory to Mount Shu." The disciples echoed in unison, their voices like thunder shaking the heavens. "Enough noise." A burly bare-armed man bellowed as he stepped forward. A heavy war blade strapped to his back, his aura was fierce and sharp. Though they were the effeminate man's followers, any one of them could dominate as a prodigy outside the three great sects. How could they tolerate such provocation? With a thunderous step the man leaped from the warship's prow, drawing his blade in one swift motion and raising it high to strike at Ling Tianhuang. In an instant terrifying true essence surged into the blade, forming a massive 10-foot-long blade light that tore through the void and descended. This burly man at the peak of Zhuozhou realm was among the strongest of the young talents. Seeing this overwhelmingly dominant strike, the Mount Shu experts gasped. Even at their Shinggong realm they would have to dodge its edge. Yet facing this lethal blow, Ling Tianhuang stood still, neither dodging nor evading. This action made everyone from Mount Shu tense up, their hearts in their throats. Only when the massive blade light was less than 10 feet from his head did Ling Tianhuang move. With a swift motion he thrust his sword upward. The strike was unadorned, a simple thrust toward the sky. Yet in the next second a blinding sword light pierced through the burly man's brow. Blood spurted as the massive blade light in the void lost its true essence support and instantly dissolved. The man's war blade dropped from his hand, falling with his body. At that moment Ling Tianhuang flickered, kicking the blade's hilt midair. The blade changed direction, piercing the man's chest and carrying his body toward the void warship. The blade tip embedded into the mast, pinning the burly man's corpse there as blood trickled down the wood. Earlier the third elder had been hung there in shame and torment. Now Ling Tianhuang had nailed one of the effeminate man's followers to the same spot. It all happened too fast. Many had yet to react before another prodigy was instantly slain. The effeminate man's expression shifted slightly, his eyes growing even more murderous. For him losing a follower was trivial, but losing face was a grave matter. In truth he hadn't expected Ling Tianhuang's strength to be so terrifying. Ling Tianhuang stood in the void, sword in hand, his cold gaze sweeping over the assembled prodigies. Instantly they all averted their eyes, unwilling to meet his stare, for Ling Tianhuang was too powerful. None among them had any certainty of victory. "All of you come at once," Ling Tianhuang said coldly. His words made everyone on both sides gasp. The Mount Shu sword sect feared Ling Tianhuang was being overly arrogant given the terrifying strength the enemy prodigies had already displayed. On the warship the prodigies seethed with anger, such arrogance showed utter contempt for them. Then waves of deadly intent radiated outward. The remaining 7 moved simultaneously, soaring into the void. "Since you seek death, well, grant it." They drew their weapons, surrounding Ling Tianhuang. Facing 7 prodigies, Ling Tianhuang remained calm, only a chilling murderous intent flickering in his eyes. "Today none of you will escape." arrogant fool. Slaying you or even massacring your Mount Shu is no challenge. A man roared, striking first. A silver spear in his hand darted like a viper's tongue aimed straight at Ling Tianhuan's chest. Since cultivating the Tao tribulation attraction, Ling Tianhuan only needed to circulate his technique and his opponent's speed seemed like a crawl. That was why he had dared to face the burly man's lethal strike so boldly. Just as the spear was about to strike, he sidestepped, evading its tip, and simultaneously flicked his sword upward. A bloom of blood appeared on the man's chest as a hole opened, but he had narrowly avoided a fatal hit, otherwise this strike would have claimed his life. At the same time, the other 6 launched their assault, charging at Ling Tianhuan together. Their coordination was precise. 3 led the attack, 2 blocked his escape and harassed him. The injured man and another stood ready, waiting for the perfect moment to deliver a killing blow. For a time Ling Tianhuan was in constant peril, utterly on the defensive. This set the Mount Shu disciples on edge, and the elders wore faces full of worry. The celestial officer is too reckless. If this path will lead to grave danger, Shi Nanhong said in a deep voice. We must trust him. After all, he has never let Mount Shu down. Yuan Qingyi spoke, unsure if she was consoling her mother or encouraging herself. Ling Tianhuan alone stood against the combined forces of 7 prodigies. Though it seemed perilous at every turn, if one could trace his movements they would be astonished to discover that Ling Tianhuan always evaded their attacks just before they landed. It was not due to his superior footwork, but because once he activated the Tao calamity attraction, his opponent's speed appeared infinitely slow in his eyes. Thus he could predict their moves in advance and dodge at the last moment. This was why to others Ling Tianhuan seemed to tread the edge of danger with every step. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen exchanges had passed. The 7 prodigies working in unison had failed to subdue Ling Tianhuan, and a look of bewilderment crept onto their faces. In their eyes Ling Tianhuan was as slippery as an eel, always evading their strikes at the most critical moment, leaving them feeling as though their fists were striking nothing but air. They exchanged glances and decided to summon the 2 who had been observing from the sidelines to further constrict Ling Tianhuan's space to maneuver. The pressure on Ling Tianhuan intensified instantly, and he realized it was time to unleash his full strength, otherwise he would be utterly trapped in a passive position. Clang! With a sword's cry, Ling Tianhuan struck out. In an instant a dazzling sword beam appeared in the void, locking onto one man. Ling Tianhuan unleashed his signature move, the instant sword. The man's expression shifted dramatically as every hair on his body stood on end and the aura of death enveloped him. Yet, living up to his reputation as a rare prodigy, he raised his twin blades to parry at the first possible moment. Clang! A sound like metal striking stone rang out. The twin blades snapped and a bloody line split his lips from the bridge of his nose, then traced down his neck and continued downward. Pfft! Blood sprayed as 2 halves of a corpse tumbled from the void. Ling Tianhuan slew a prodigy with a single stroke, creating a gap in their formation. Although another quickly filled the void, it still gave Ling Tianhuan the opening he needed. He channeled all his true qi into his long sword and swept it in a horizontal arc. Instantly a torrent of sword beams erupted, forcing 3 prodigies to retreat. Die! Ling Tianhuan roared. With a twist of his blade he pierced another man's throat at a bizarre angle. That prodigy's face was a mask of disbelief. He hadn't even seen how the sword had pierced his throat. Ling Tianhuan didn't spare him another glance, yanking his sword free to block the onslaught of the others. A thick iron staff came crashing down toward Ling Tianhuan. With no room to dodge, he could only raise his sword to block. With a resounding impact he was sent staggering backward. The sheer force of the blow numbed his wrist and his sword nearly slipped from his grasp. Yet he did not hesitate for a moment, charging back into the fray. This time Ling Tianhuan employed the Mount Shu sword art. This technique was a required course for all Mount Shu disciples, and as the former supreme orthodoxy of the continent, their core sword art was naturally extraordinary. However, the latter half of the art had been lost long ago, greatly diminishing its power. But now, having received the complete inheritance of the Mount Shu sword art in the demon-sealing abyss, it was time to let the world witness its unparalleled edge. The Qinghu sword seemed to come alive in Ling Tianhuan's hands, with sword shadows spreading and sword qi surging in all directions. Soon the high-ranking members of Mount Shu noticed something amiss. The initial sword techniques Ling Tianhuan displayed were from the Mount Shu sword art, which they all recognized. But the subsequent moves were ones they had never seen before. Most remarkably, these new techniques were perfectly aligned with the Mount Shu sword art, as if they were brothers born of the same mother. What sword technique is this? It feels like it was derived from the Mount Shu sword art. Shi Nanhong approached Yuan Jingchuan and asked in a low voice. Yuan Jingchuan shook his head. No. This is the Mount Shu sword art. The Mount Shu sword art. Shi Nanhong was utterly confused. Yuan Qingyi came to her mother's side and said, Tianhuang received the inheritance of the Mount Shu sword seal at the bottom of the demon sealing abyss, and the sword seal is fused within the complete Mount Shu sword art. Hearing this, Yuan Jingchuan's pupils contracted sharply. Qingyi, is this true? Yuan Qingyi nodded. Absolutely true. With the confirmation, Yuan Jingchuan's excitement was beyond words. His hands trembled uncontrollably. Mount Shu's rise was finally within reach. In the void, Ling Tianhuang's sword techniques grew ever more fierce. Every move from the latter half of the Mount Shu sword art was a killing stroke. At times his sword veered to the unorthodox, cunning and treacherous. At others it was domineering and fierce with the force of 1,000 Jun. SSSH. Ling Tianhuang struck like lightning, stabbing a man 7 times in rapid succession. That man was formidable, yet he only managed to block the first 3 strikes, leaving 4 bloody holes in his body. Time to go. Ling Tianhuang uttered 3 cold words. The man felt a flash of icy light hurtling toward him, then a chill at his neck as his head was severed from his body. Ling Tianhuang kicked the bloody head onto the deck, where it rolled to a stop in front of the effeminate man. Gone was the man's earlier composure. His eyes were filled with solemn gravity. Clearly he had not expected Ling Tianhuang's strength to reach such heights. A prodigy like this, even among the 3 great orthodoxies, would stand out as exceptional. Young master, this child is a freak of nature. Let this old man kill him to eliminate the threat. An elder in black robes, a cultivator at the Chaos Origin stage, stepped forward and bowed. He had already discerned that the remaining 4, even united, stood little chance of killing Ling Tianhuang. A genius like this, given enough time, would surely soar to the heavens. Although even if he matured he could not threaten the heavenly martial sect, it was safest to nip such an uncertain factor in the bud. Yet the effeminate man did not approve his proposal. No hurry, he said calmly. It's been a long time since I've seen such a talent. Even if these useless fools are all slaughtered, it matters not. The elder said no more and stepped back. The battle in the void was fierce. Ling Tianhuang, facing 4 alone, grew ever more valiant. All the Mount Shu disciples felt their blood boil with pride. Yet many clenched their fists, silently worrying for Ling Tianhuang. Senior brother Ling will not lose, he is invincible, or a young Mount Shu disciple said nervously. Yes, senior brother Ling cannot be defeated, or another nodded emphatically. After this series of engagements, Ling Tianhuang's record was illustrious, but he too had sustained injuries, with several wounds on his body and his white robe stained with blood. Suddenly a long sword silently approached behind Ling Tianhuang, aiming straight for the back of his head. Among the 4, the sole genius who wielded a sword made his move. His sword techniques were exceptionally venomous, coupled with his uncanny footwork, making them impossible to guard against. Several wounds on Ling Tianhuang's body were inflicted by the sword in his hand. Now, seizing another opportunity, he prepared to deliver a fatal blow to Ling Tianhuang. However, at that moment he felt the long sword in his hand tremble violently, as if about to break free from his control. Several streaks of sword aura burst forth from the blade, surging directly toward the man's wrist gripping the sword. This sudden change startled him. At this point he had no time to ponder the cause, nor even to release the sword. He could only circulate his true qi to withstand the sword auras. SSSSS. The sword aura swept past, leaving several bloody gashes on the man's wrist, yet he gritted his teeth and thrust the sword forward. Unfortunately, due to the abrupt upheaval, Ling Tianhuang had already evaded the strike, then countered by piercing his heart with a backhand thrust. The sword cultivator fell from the heights, filled with regret and unwillingness. With a thought from Ling Tianhuang, the long sword in his hand flew out, directly hurtling toward the spear-wielding man. Clearly Ling Tianhuang had employed the art of sword manipulation. Earlier, when the sword aura from the sword cultivator's blade turned against its master, it was also the result of Ling Tianhuang's sword manipulation. Previously, even when trapped in peril, Ling Tianhuang had not used this trump card. Partly to conceal his abilities, but primarily to hone his swordsmanship through this battle. In the cultivation of the sword, Ling Tianhuang had never slackened. He constantly sparred with fellow disciples, and later, when none among his peers could match him, he sought practice with elders and stewards. Yet he knew he lacked real combat experience. This current battle, which others might view as a life-or-death struggle, Ling Tianhuang regarded as an opportunity to temper himself. It was only when that sword strike appeared posing a grave threat that he was compelled to deploy the art of sword manipulation. Now the remaining three were suppressed by Ling Tianhuang, and his control of the flying sword posed a tremendous threat to them. After over a dozen exchanges, Ling Tianhuang successfully slew two. The last, seeing this, lost the will to fight and turned to flee. Swoosh! The flying sword transformed into a streak of cold light, pursued him directly and pierced through his body. In the end, that genius too was pinned to the prow of the ship by a single sword strike. The battle concluded. Ling Tianhuang alone with his sword had slain 7 prodigies. Below, the disciples of Mount Shu erupted in fervor, shouting that senior brother Ling was invincible. Yet they knew the fight was far from over, so all remained in place, ensuring the sword formation stayed intact. At this moment Ling Tianhuang stood in midair, long sword in hand. His white robe was stained with blood, but his posture was straight and his entire aura was as sharp as an unsheathed blade, exceedingly fierce. He lifted his gaze toward the effeminate man, who returned his look with a cold sneer. "Not bad, it's been a long time since I've encountered a prodigy as outstanding as you." The effeminate man sipped tea elegantly, seemingly unconcerned that Ling Tianhuang had slain his 7 attendants. This disregard for life spoke volumes of his innate coldness. The man slowly raised his teacup, took another shallow sip and said, "I too cherish talent. If you hand over the sacred weapon and submit to me, I will not only spare Mount Shu but also ensure a boundless future for you." After saying this, he glanced unabashedly at Yuan Qingyi behind Ling Tianhuang, his covetous intent unmistakable. Ling Tianhuang curled his lips into a smile and said, "If you kneel and repent now, I promise you a dignified departure." The effeminate man laughed in fury, "Arrogant enough. In that case today you'll have to bathe Mount Shu in blood." His tone was calm, as if speaking of a trivial matter. With a wave of his hand, a host of elites on the warship strode to the prow. 3 formidable existences at the Chaos Origin Realm, 5 at the Half-Step Chaos Origin Realm, and dozens at the Divine Palace Realm. Such a retinue for the effeminate man alone illustrated the terror of the Heavenly Martial Sect. Compared to the previous siege of Mount Shu by 3 major sects, this lineup was not much stronger, but what truly daunted Mount Shu was the Heavenly Martial Sect itself. Nevertheless, Yuan Jingchuan did not hesitate and directly commanded, "Form the formation." Instantly thousands of Mount Shu disciples drew their swords, standing ready. As the void trembled, Mount Shu's ancestor Ren Wufeng also appeared in the sky. In truth, he had arrived long ago but had not revealed himself. Now Mount Shu possessed 2 Chaos Origin Realm experts plus the Mount Shu sword formation. Though lacking in high-end combat power, they were not at a disadvantage overall. At this point the effeminate man rose from his chariot and stepped to the prow. Gazing at the sword formation formed by thousands of Mount Shu disciples, he showed no concern. Then he slowly extended his hand and terrifying true qi surged wildly toward his palm. Witnessing this, even Ling Tianhuang was startled. It was the first time the man revealed his strength, yet unexpectedly, despite his effeminate appearance, his power was so fearsome. The Divine Palace Realm. At just over 20 years of age he had already reached the Divine Palace Realm, a fact that even Yuan Jingchuan found astonishing. In his memory only one person had broken through to the Divine Palace Realm before the age of 20. That was his senior brother Ling Chongqing, Ling Tianguan's father. Once hailed as a genius unseen in Mount Shu for a century, he was considered the hope of revitalizing the sect. Unfortunately, a series of events later led that unparalleled prodigy to leave Mount Shu vanishing without a trace. Fortunately, a tiger father begets no dog son. Ling Tianguan's talent was no less than his father's, and the burden of reviving Mount Shu naturally fell upon his shoulders. Boom! As the effeminate man pressed his palm onto the warship's prow, terrifying true qi surged like a tide into the vessel. Instantly dazzling runes lit up across the entire warship. These dense runes, like the veins of a human body, spread over the whole hull. When all the runes blazed, the warship radiated blinding light and a dreadful pressure emanated. This warship is actually equipped with a magic formation. Mount Shu's ancestor Ren Wufeng narrowed his eyes and spoke gravely. No wonder the man faced the Mount Shu sword formation with such confidence if they possessed such a formidable trump card. "I'll ask one last time, will you hand over the sacred weapon or watch Mount Shu be razed to the ground?" the effeminate man demanded. Yuan Jingchuan stepped forward, arriving beside Ling Tianhuang, and said, "Think of our Mount Shu ancestors who fought the demon race, never retreating even when their swords broke on the battlefield. Though Mount Shu has declined, why should we fear another battle? Since you insist on going your own way, I shall grant your wish." As the effeminate man's words fell, the dense array patterns on the warship began to flow, an oppressive aura enveloping the entire Tianzhou peak. Immediately after, spears as thick as arms descended from the sky. They were not real spears but formed from condensed runes. Yet each spear possessed the power to slay a divine palace realm expert, terrifying in its might. Such a great killing weapon could only be produced by a deeply entrenched force like the three great Tao traditions. Below, the Shu Mountain sword formation activated instantly, with endless sword chi swirling in the air, forming a vast light barrier that shrouded the entire Tianzhou peak. Boom, boom, boom. Countless spears raining from the sky struck the sword formation's light barrier, producing earth-shattering explosions. The light barrier of the sword formation was condensed from the true chi of thousands of Shu Mountain disciples, and the sword chi within contained each of their sword wills. Though the spears formed from runes were immensely powerful, they could not immediately breach the light barrier, being shattered by the endless sword chi. The effeminate man stood at the bow of the ship, sneering at Yuan Jingchuan. "How long do you think this sword formation can hold?" Yuan Jingchuan's expression was grave. He was well aware of their predicament. In the short term, the Shu Mountain sword formation could indeed withstand the attacks of the Void Warship, but as time wore on and the disciples' true chi was depleted, the formation would collapse on its own. When that happened, merciless slaughter awaited them. In truth, even the complete Shu Mountain sword formation, formed by tens of thousands of disciples during the ancient battle between the righteous and demonic paths, was eventually exhausted and fell against the endless tide of demonic creatures. The effeminate man had clearly lost patience and wished to waste no more time. He said to the experts behind him, "Do not harm my woman. As for this brat, leave him alive. Kill the rest." The experts responded loudly, and then terrifying auras spread as dozens of them charged forward. Only one old man at the Chaos Origin realm remained by the effeminate man's side, the rest all attacked. At this moment all Shu Mountain disciples were within the sword formation, leaving only Ancestor Ren Wufeng, Patriarch Yuan Jingchuan and Shi Nanhong to fight. As for the younger generation, only Ling Tianguan and Yuan Qingyi were present. Facing the dozens of experts bearing down on them, their faces were etched with solemnity. "Tianguan Qingyi, fall back," Yuan Jingchuan commanded. Ling Tianguan did not move. Yuan Qingyi, instead of retreating, stepped forward to stand beside Ling Tianguan. 3 generations, old, middle and young, 5 in total, stood to face the formidable enemy. Though worried, Yuan Jingchuan said no more. As he had said, a Shu Mountain disciple fears no battle. How could his daughter Yuan Qingyi be any less? Kill! With a great roar, the dozens of experts pounced. Though only 5, the Shu Mountain warriors were full of vigor and without a trace of fear. Ren Wufeng, wielding an ancient longsword, charged first, followed closely by Yuan Jingchuan and his wife. The 2 Chaos Origin realm experts directly engaged Ren Wufeng and Yuan Jingchuan, and battle erupted instantly. As the pinnacle experts of the continent, their combat was naturally terrifying, and ordinary people dared not approach. Sword beams rent the void, fist and palm imprints shattered the heavens, and the sounds were deafening. Meanwhile, Shi Nanhong was intercepted by a half-step Chaos Origin realm expert. She was still at the peak of the Divine Palace realm, some distance from half-step Chaos Origin, yet she showed no fear and directly struck out with her sword. Elsewhere, a group of experts surrounded Ling Tianguan and Yuan Qingyi. Astonishingly, the enemy had deployed 2 half-step Chaos Origin realm experts and over a dozen Divine Palace realm experts. On one hand, they had witnessed Ling Tianguan's terrifying strength, having slain 7 geniuses in succession, a feat that made even Divine Palace realm experts cautious. But more importantly, the young master had ordered the capture of Yuan Qingyi alive. As his lackeys, they knew their master's desires well. In his view, seizing the sacred artifact was the top priority, followed by the #1 beauty of the southern domain. Destroying Shu Mountain was merely incidental. "Will you surrender, or must we take you by force?" the leading half-step Chaos Origin realm expert asked coldly. Ling Tianguan glanced at him briefly, then turned to Yuan Qingyi. "Are you afraid?" Yuan Qingyi shook her head. "With you all here, I fear nothing." Ling Tianguan smiled. "Don't worry. Shu Mountain will not lose." As he spoke, he activated the longsword formed of Dao patterns within his chi-si. Whoosh! The radiant sword flew forth, piercing the forehead of a half-step Chaos Origin realm expert charging at them. Before the man could react, darkness engulfed him, and without even a cry of pain he lost consciousness and fell from the void. Seeing this, the other experts attacked Ling Tianguan and Yuan Qingyi. The young master had ordered that Yuan Qingyi not be harmed, and Ling Tianguan only needed to be left alive. "Kill!" Yuan Qingyi shouted coldly, drawing her jade loot sword and charging forward. The Divine Palace realm expert, mindful of his master's orders, dared not strike lethally and sent a palm imprint to deflect her sword. But Yuan Qingyi turned her blade and slashed at his throat. The middle-aged man was startled, realizing that Yuan Qingyi was not only peerlessly beautiful but also formidable in her own right. He dared not be careless, drawing a short blade to block her sword, then struck at her with a palm. Kai! A flash of sword chi severed his wrist. Then Yuan Qingyi pierced his heart with her sword. She glanced at Ling Tianhuang. "Don't worry about me. I can handle this." With that she formed a lotus seal with her left hand. Rustle. Behind her a massive green lotus appeared in the void, verdant and swaying in the wind. Tao principles flowed and runes shimmered on the lotus, releasing a terrifying aura. The experts were stunned, and even the effeminate man on the ship's bow wore a look of shock. Innate divine ability. He had not expected Yuan Qingyi to awaken her own innate divine ability. It seemed he had underestimated Shu Mountain Sword Sect, first Ling Tianhuang a peerless genius and now Yuan Qingyi a woman of both beauty and talent. This only strengthened his resolve to possess Yuan Qingyi. With such a woman by his side, his chances in the struggle for the Tianwu sect's young master position would greatly improve. As the green lotus appeared behind her, Yuan Qingyi's aura and momentum surged dramatically. With a swift motion, Yuan Qingyi thrust her sword forward, sending a dazzling beam of sword light straight towards a peak god palace realm expert. The man's eyes widened in terror, feeling a chill run down his spine. He hurriedly channeled his true chi to form a shield in front of him. However, as the sword light approached, the chi shield was pierced as if it were made of paper. Blood sprayed as the peak god palace realm expert was struck through the forehead by a single sword. His eyes were filled with despair and disbelief. Perhaps he never imagined he would die at the hands of a young girl in the sitting Zhou realm. Yuan Qingyi moved gracefully, her sword tracing arcs in the air, sharp and radiant, forcing several experts to retreat. Just as they prepared to charge again, she thrust her sword into the air once more. With a thunderous sound, the arcs she had drawn suddenly flared to life, forming a lotus platform that surged forward. 3 explosive sounds rang out in succession as 3 god palace realm men were crushed by the rune-formed lotus platform, turning into blood mist. This scene startled the surrounding experts, including Yuan Qingyi herself, who wore a face of astonishment. Clearly she had not anticipated the terrifying power of her innate divine ability could so easily slay opponents of a higher level. After all, since she comprehended this divine ability at the bottom of the demon's sealing gorge, she had never used it before. Nearby Ling Tianhuang was also greatly shocked by this spectacle. At that moment Ling Tianhuang had already slain 2 god palace realm experts, but he himself was forced back by a half-step primordial realm cultivator, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Kill! Ling Tianhuang roared, unleashing a momentary sword strike towards the half-step primordial realm elder. The elder's expression changed drastically, clearly wary of Ling Tianhuang's sword. However, as a half-step primordial realm expert, he had his own pride. Facing a junior in the sitting Zhou realm, if he retreated, wouldn't that bring him shame? With a loud roar, he channeled his true chi like a river surging into his long knife. Crack! A slash came forth and arcs of lightning appeared in the void. With a deafening boom, the sword light and knife aura collided, violently exploding in an instant. The terrifying shockwave swept in all directions, forcing Ling Tianhuang to stagger back, sustaining several wounds from the residual knife aura. On the opposite side, the half-step primordial realm elder was also suffering. Although he managed to block the sword strike, he had underestimated its power. He had a long gash on his shoulder, with his right arm nearly severed, blood gushing forth. Ling Tianhuang paid no heed to his own injuries and charged forward once more. This time he unleashed the Shushan sword technique, seizing the initiative. Coupled with the elder's injuries from the momentary sword strike, his strength was greatly diminished, allowing Ling Tianhuang to suppress him relentlessly. However, the other nearby expert seized the opportunity and encircled Ling Tianhuang, placing him in an extremely precarious position. Not far away, Yuan Qingyi was maintaining her undefeated stance thanks to her innate divine ability, but this was not a long-term solution. Ultimately, her realm was too low. If the sitting Zhou realm could not sustain her in continuously using her innate divine ability for long. Boom! 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 The sound of thunder echoed continuously, shaking the entire Tianzhou peak. Above the void, the terrifying spears kept raining down, and although the sword formation could still hold, the sword chi barrier was clearly not as robust as before. During this time they tried to shift from defense to offense, attempting to attack the void battleship to completely destroy the runes on it and disrupt its offensive capabilities. However, several attempts were blocked by the void battleship. The runes on the battleship had not only powerful offensive capabilities but also terrifying defenses. Moreover, at this moment more than 10 God Palace realm experts had arrived below, attempting to eliminate the Shushan disciples within the sword formation to break it. This was undoubtedly fatal for Shushan. Because several high-ranking elders of Shushan were injured, the rest were busy maintaining the great formation, and most of the young disciples were within the sword formation, leaving only a few recent initiates with weak strength. At present there was simply no one who could stop these more than 10 Shushan disciples. As for Shushan's ancestors Ren Wufeng and Shushan's headmaster Yuan Jingxuan, they were each being held back by a primordial realm expert. The Shushan ancestor with a stable and seasoned sword technique firmly suppressed his opponent. However, the opposing expert of the same realm was equally formidable, and even in a disadvantaged position there was no sign of defeat. In fact, for such high-level experts, unless they used a great killing move, it was nearly impossible to defeat an opponent of the same realm in a short time. On the other side, Yuan Jingxuan had just stepped into the primordial realm, but his swordsmanship was sharp and radiant. The crimson rainbow in his hand unleashed sharp sword lights, shredding the void. Although the elder had been in the primordial realm for many years and had a mid-tier cultivation level which was higher than Yuan Jingxuan's by a minor realm, after dozens of rounds of fierce combat he still could not gain the upper hand. Seeing the enemy begin to attack the sword formation, both of them were extremely anxious, yet they could not break free. No one noticed that the brilliant sword light that had flown out from Ling Tianhuang's Qi Si was now swiftly spiraling above Tianzhao Peak. That was the Shushan sword seal, which could activate the mountain-protecting great formation. One could also understand it as the key to opening the mountain-protecting great formation. Boom! Suddenly the void trembled as a towering beam of light shot up from the Qishao Hall. This beam was as thick as a water barrel, resembling a giant sword piercing the heavens. Following this, several loud explosions echoed and beams of light shot up from several peaks such as Luanxia Peak, Yanyan Peak and Wangbei Peak. The Shu Mountain Sword Sect, once the most supreme orthodoxy on the continent, hailed as the true lineage of the world's swordsmanship, was a sacred destination for countless sword cultivators. Its formidable power was of course self-evident. Although this mountain-protecting grand formation had lain dormant for thousands of years, it was after all left behind by the Shu Mountain masters of that era. Though the sword seal had been lost and the formation had remained in slumber, it had not been damaged. Now activated by Ling Tianhuang using the sword seal, the formation that had slept for millennia was unveiled once more. "What is that?" the effeminate man asked, a flicker of unease in his voice. The elder behind him was equally stunned. Suddenly, as if recalling something, he said, "If this old servant is not mistaken, this should be Shu Mountain's mountain-protecting grand formation." "Mountain-protecting grand formation?" the effeminate man asked, utterly bewildered. The elder nodded. "I thought Shu Mountain Sword Sect's mountain-protecting grand formation had been destroyed. After all, this formation, once renowned across the continent, has not been activated for several millennia. To think it still exists. This formation, dormant for thousands of years, now reactivated, could it be related to that sacred artifact?" the effeminate man asked. He surmised that Shu Mountain Sword Sect had been unable to activate the formation before, otherwise they would not have suffered such humiliation over the years. The elder shook his head slightly, indicating he did not know. Hearing that it was a sword formation left by the ancient Shu Mountain masters, the effeminate man dared not underestimate it. He quickly asked, "What do we do now?" "To be safe, we should retreat first." At the mention of retreat, the effeminate man's face showed clear reluctance. He was so close to obtaining the sacred artifact. If he could bring it back to the heavenly martial sect, such an unprecedented achievement would surely secure him the position of young master. But since he had come, he could not leave empty-handed. He turned his gaze to Ling Tianhuang and Yuan Qingyi and said in a harsh tone, "Take action yourself. Kill that Ling brat, then seize Yuan Qingyi and retreat." The elder glanced at the dozens of towering light pillars, wanting to advise against wasting time, but considering that dealing with two mere ants at the Zhaojing realm was effortless for him, he did not refuse. "Very well." The elder nodded in agreement, then took a step forward and lunged directly at Ling Tianhuang. Ling Tianhuang had just forced back his opponent with a sword strike when a terrifying aura surged toward him. Without hesitation, he thrust his sword decisively. Yet before a Hunyuan realm expert, his strength seemed utterly insignificant. Last time when Ling Tianhuang faced the patriarchs of the three great sects and managed to slay two Hunyuan realm experts, it was ultimately thanks to the sword spirit Xiao Zhu. Pfft! The moment they clashed, Ling Tianhuang's body flew backward like a broken kite, blood gushing from his mouth. Moreover, cracks appeared across many parts of his body, blood streaming endlessly, dyeing his already blood-stained white robe completely crimson. "Tianhuang!" Yuan Qingyi cried out in alarm. Ignoring the attacks on herself, she endured a heavy blow and rushed toward Ling Tianhuang. She caught him in her arms, but blood was also spilling from her lips. The elder's expression was cold as he took another step forward and threw a punch. This punch was terrifyingly powerful. A massive fist imprint formed of true qi hurtled toward them. Even a half-step Hunyuan realm expert would have no choice but to flee from such an attack. Roar! At that moment a dragon's cry resounded through heaven and earth. A colossal demon dragon tore through the void, placing itself before the two. The demon dragon extended a claw and struck at the fist imprint. With a thunderous boom, the dragon's massive body was blasted away, crashing heavily into a small peak and shattering it entirely. Ouch! That hurts this baby. A childish voice came from the swirling dust. The elder looked up at the sky. The 36 light pillars exuded countless runes which spread like wildfire across the heavens, converging toward one another. He knew time was of the essence and dared not delay. If those runes merged, the grand formation would fully activate, trapping them all. He acted decisively, reaching out with a gigantic hand to grab Ling Tianhuang and Yuan Qingyi. Get lost! A furious roar rang out as Ling Tianhuang, drenched in blood, rose once more, shielding Yuan Qingyi behind him. Facing the enormous hand, Ling Tianhuang bellowed and slashed with his sword. This strike carried no sharp sword aura, no dazzling radiance. For the successive battles had drained the true qi from Ling Tianhuang's body, and that heavy blow had left him gravely wounded on the verge of death. Yet as this feeble, powerless sword stroke was unleashed, a thunderclap echoed in the void. With a crack, a giant sword descended from the heavens, stabbing directly toward the elder's crown. The elder looked up abruptly, bellowing in fury as he clenched his left fist and met the blow. The sword was not solid but formed of countless sword qi runes. As the giant sword fell, the elder's fist was rent apart like withered wood and his body followed suit. With a splatter, the giant sword dispersed into countless sword glints. The elder exploded into a mist of blood. Countless runes shimmered in the void, and the entire Shu Mountain became a world of sword qi. The mountain protecting grand formation had reappeared in the world. Dozens of li outside Shu Mountain, a young man stood in the void staring at the mountain, enveloped in a colossal light barrier, his eyes filled with shock. Behind him stood an emaciated elder in a black robe. These two were none other than Liang Jianqiu and his attendant. I never expected him to find the sword seal. Liang Jianqiu said coldly, his gaze sinister. Young master, this place is unsafe. We should leave now. The black-robed old servant behind him warned. Then the two vanished into the void and disappeared. Above Tianzhou Peak, countless runes turned into sword rain descending from the heavens, and a rain of swords fell over all of Shu Mountain. The effeminate man was still stunned by the sight of the Hunyuan realm elder being shredded by the sword. Seeing this, he flickered and retreated directly into the warship. But the two tea-serving maids were unlucky, instantly shredded by the falling sword rain. Pft, pft, pft. The sound of bodies exploding echoed continuously in the void. Whether cultivators at the Divine Palace realm or half-step Hunyuan realm, all were like mere chickens and dogs before this rain of runic swords, utterly helpless. Many didn't even have time to scream before being torn apart by the sword qi, leaving no trace behind. The experts attacking the sword formation below looked up at the sword rain cascading like a Milky Way, their faces filled with despair. In such a situation they didn't even entertain the thought of evading, for there was nowhere to hide. Strangely, the sword rain seemed to have eyes, causing no harm to the disciples of Shu Mountain. This indiscriminate attack naturally could not avoid the disciples of Shu Mountain, yet even when the sword lights fell upon them they dissipated harmlessly without causing any injury. After a wave of sword rain, the dozens of Divine Palace realm experts assaulting the sword formation were reduced to blood mist. The two Primal Chaos realm experts were now grievously wounded, teetering on the brink of death. As for the Void warship, it was firmly trapped in the void. Though its defensive formation was pushed to its limits, it could not withstand the relentless onslaught of the sky-filling sword qi. Boom! Suddenly a terrifying aura spread from within the warship, and a 10-hang-tall golden phantom appeared above it. The golden phantom was wreathed in flowing Dao runes, exuding an overwhelming pressure that stole one's breath. Seeing this, Yuan Jingchuan was startled and said in a grave tone, "Golden Body Dharma Form." The Golden Body Dharma Form, also known as the Heaven and Earth Dharma Form, was a unique ability of the Heavenly Phase realm. Once unleashed, moving mountains, toppling cities, severing rivers, and overturning seas were but mere gestures. Yet across the Tianhuang Continent, even among the three great orthodoxies, it was a rarity. Now its appearance here left the Shu Mountain experts tense and paralyzed with awe. For none knew if the grand formation of Shu Mountain could withstand an invincible existence of the heavenly phase realm. After all, the formation had lain dormant for millennia untouched by repairs. The ancestor of Shu Mountain also wore a somber expression, his gaze fixed on the golden Dharma form. After a long pause he shook his head slightly and said, "It is not the true body, merely an incarnation." Hearing it was but an incarnation, many breathed a sigh of relief. Yet Ren Wufeng and Yuan Jingchuan remained uneasy, for even an incarnation surpassed what a primal chaos realm cultivator could contend with. The Tenzhangtal golden Dharma form reached out and a beam of golden light fell upon the void warship. Then the effeminate man was lifted by the golden light and brought into the Dharma form's hand. At that moment the terror and fear in the effeminate man's eyes vanished, replaced by intense excitement. "I beseech the ancestor to annihilate Shu Mountain and seize the sacred artifact." The effeminate man barked sharply. Then pointing at Yuan Qingyi he added, "That woman has awakened her innate divine ability. The ancestor may spare her and bring her back as my Tao companion." Even now his covetous desire for Yuan Qingyi remained unshaken. The golden Dharma form stood like a celestial god in the void, a wrathful guardian surveying the entire battlefield. Where its gaze fell, everyone felt as though electricity coursed through their bodies, their scalps tingling. The two primal chaos realm experts who had been on the brink of despair now smiled with relief at the sight of the golden Dharma form. This time, to secure the sacred artifact of Shu Mountain, the young master had specially requested an incarnation from the ancestor of Tianwu sect. This was done to ensure absolute certainty, for if Shu Mountain were to wield that sacred artifact, even their void warship could not guarantee success. Fortunately, just as they were about to be vanquished, the young master played his final trump card. "Ha ha ha. Ants of Shu Mountain, can you even fathom the might of my Tianwu sect?" The effeminate man sneered, his voice grating. Boom. The golden Dharma form slowly raised its right hand and a colossal palm imprint like a mountain descended upon Tianzhao Peak. The palm imprint shimmered with golden light and surging Dao runes, suffocating all who beheld it. Where it passed, the sword chi runes from the formation were shattered, unable to harm it in the slightest. Seeing this, despair etched itself onto every face. If that palm fell, Tianzhao Peak would be reduced to rubble and the Shu Mountain sword sect would cease to exist. At that moment two beams of sword light shot into the sky, hurtling toward the massive hand. They were none other than the ancestor of Shu Mountain and Yuan Jingchuan. Both pushed their sword Dao to the absolute limit, unleashing the most powerful strike of their lives. Leaving aside Ren Wufeng, a veteran sword cultivator who had entered the primal chaos realm years ago, even Yuan Jingchuan, a younger powerhouse newly ascended to that realm, could sweep through ordinary primal chaos realm cultivators with this single strike. Yet this time they faced an invincible existence of the heavenly phase realm. Though merely an incarnation, it was still beyond their ability to oppose. Pft pft. Their all-out strike landed on the golden palm imprint, but instead of shaking it, they were sent flying backward by the recoil. The two crashed heavily onto Tianzhao Peak, coughing up blood, their faces deathly pale. "Is Shu Mountain truly doomed to fall today?" Yuan Jingchuan said in despair. Boom. At that instant the sky split open and a colossal sword like a towering pillar came slashing down. The giant sword was even larger than the golden Dharma form. With its descent, the massive golden palm imprint exploded. Then the endless sword chi from the giant blade surged along the severed arm toward the golden Dharma form. Roar. The golden Dharma form let out a heaven-shaking roar, its sound waves causing the sky to tremble. All Shu Mountain disciples felt their blood churn and their sea of consciousness buzz. Had it not been for the protective grand formation, every disciple present would have exploded from that single roar. Endless sword chi flooded toward the golden Dharma form like a tidal wave, shattering the arm as it passed. The golden Dharma form struggled with all its might to resist, but to little effect. The razor-sharp sword chi quickly enveloped its body. Terror filled the effeminate man's eyes. He had never imagined Shu Mountain's grand formation could be so terrifying. Not even an incarnation of his ancestor could withstand it. "Ancestor, save me." As the overwhelming sword chi surged toward him, the effeminate man let out a heart-wrenching cry. Boom. Realizing it could not resist, the golden Dharma form used its remaining strength to tear open a corner of the formation, hurling the effeminate man out. The effeminate man turned to look. The rift the ancestor had torn open with its life had already healed. Pfft. Within the formation, the golden Dharma form exploded, dissolving into Tao patterns that slowly faded into the void. Outside the formation's light barrier, the effeminate man dared not linger. He summoned a small boat and sped away into the distance. As arrogant as he had been upon arrival, so pitiful was his flight. He could never have dreamed that with such a formidable force and even an incarnation from his ancestor seizing a sacred artifact from this insignificant Shu mountain would be a trivial task. Yet the outcome was the exact opposite of his expectations. All his experts perished on Shu mountain and even his ancestor's incarnation was obliterated. To him the loss of these followers was trivial. With a single word his elders would assign him a new batch. After all, in Tianwu sect such lackeys were plentiful. Many talented and ambitious individuals across the continent eager to realize their aspirations but lacking background would be taken under Tianwu sect's wing. However, unlike those who entered through formal examinations, these individuals could only become attendants to the sect's core disciples, trading their service for cultivation resources, techniques and battle skills. Thus to the effeminate man these followers were no different from dogs he kept. But the loss of face for Tianwu sect, that was a grave matter. As a premier Daoist lineage on the continent, suffering a loss at the hands of a declining Shu mountain sword sect would surely invite ridicule from the 10,000 Dao Palace and the Divine Spirit Hall if word got out. The effeminate man piloted a small boat racing through the void at breakneck speed. Though he had already left Shu mountain dozens of miles behind, his heart still pounded with lingering fear, and he frequently turned to check if anyone was pursuing him. The void not far away slowly rippled, and the figures of an old man and a young man emerged. Watching the figure flee like a frightened dog, Liang Jianqi's eyes flickered with a trace of disdain. It seems I truly overestimated Qin Guanming. Qin Guanming was the name of that effeminate man, the youngest son of Qin Shaoyan, the current sect master of the heavenly martial sect. The news that the Shu mountain sword sect had obtained the inheritance of an ancient almighty being and a sacred artifact was deliberately spread by Liang Jinxiu. To be precise, he spread it through Qi Jinglan's mouth. After all, as the sole survivor of the last incident, Qi Jinglan's words carried far more credibility than anyone else's. According to Liang Jianqi's original plan, he would first make Shu mountain a target of public criticism, and after the Shu mountain sword sect was destroyed he would slowly search for the sword seal. But he never expected such an outcome. Although the sword seal had now appeared, the current Shu mountain was no less than a dragon's pool and tiger's den. Even a primordial harmony realm expert would not dare to trespass rashly. He would have to wait for another opportunity to find the sword seal. The old man behind Liang Jinxiu maintained a bowing posture and whispered, "Young master, obtaining the sword seal is nearly impossible now. We should return first." Liang Jinxiu shook his head and said, "The heavenly martial sect has suffered such a great loss. Given Qin Shaoyan's protective nature, he will certainly not let this rest. Send word back first and have the sect dispatch some men." The old man bowed in acknowledgement, "Yes." At the Shu mountain sword sect, as the golden divine manifestation was shredded by sword chi, the remaining two primordial harmony realm experts completely lost their will to resist and were subdued by Shu mountain strong. As for the void worship, it became ownerless and was collected by Shu mountain. The end of the great battle allowed everyone to breathe a sigh of relief, but soon worry resurfaced on all their faces. Shu mountain had escaped disaster once more, but in doing so had offended the heavenly martial sect, one of the continent's three top Daoist lineages. Retribution from the heavenly martial sect was sure to come swiftly. In the void the massive light screen slowly dissipated and the 36 pillars of light retracted into the 36 main peaks. The sword seal transformed into a dazzling sword radiance and flew back into Ling Tianguan's Dantian. Ling Tianguan, who was already grievously wounded and barely clinging to life by a thread, now seemed to have all his energy drained, plummeting directly from the void. Yuan Qingyi was startled and with a flicker of movement caught him in her arms. Although she had made him consume a sacred lotus seed earlier, the successive battles and the activation of the Shu mountain grand array using the sword seal had nearly drained him to the point of utter exhaustion. This time Ling Tianguan did not remain unconscious for long, recovering fully within a single night. This was partly due to the powerful effects of the sacred lotus and partly attributable to the strength of the Tao Tribulation Guide. Moreover, Ling Tianguan discovered that he had actually broken through to the midstage of the Insight realm. Currently all the strong experts of Shu mountain were healing their wounds. Yuan Qingyi handed all the sacred lotus seeds she had obtained to her father. Upon learning that these were seeds from the legendary sacred lotus growing in the demon-sealing abyss, even Yuan Jingchuan was utterly astounded. These were sacred herbs that even a top Daoist lineage like the heavenly martial sect would fight over, their value not much lower than that of a sacred artifact. Yet Yuan Qingyi had over 40 of them. How could this not be shocking? He dared not let the news leak out and carefully sealed them in a jade bottle to prevent the loss of their medicinal efficacy. Subsequently he sent a few seeds to the ancestor and handed several more to the fifth elder, who was skilled in alchemy, to refine a batch of pills. However, he repeatedly stressed that the news of the sacred lotus was a top secret of Shu mountain and must not be divulged. The fifth elder looked at the sacred lotus in his hands, his inner excitement beyond words. He had practiced alchemy for decades but had never seen what a sacred herb looked like, let alone dared to dream of using one to refine pills. At that moment Ling Tianhuang was visiting the various peaks of Shu Mountain to inspect the array platforms. These array platforms left by Shu Mountain's ancestors were the foundation of the mountain-protecting Grand Array. Previously, when the Sword Seal activated the Shu Mountain Grand Array, the 36 pillars of light piercing the sky had originated from these platforms. Ling Tianhuang used the Sword Seal within his body to carefully examine these array platforms and was shocked to discover that many of the array patterns inside them were missing. Presumably the root cause of these array patterns' collapse was years of neglect. After all, this super grand array had lain dormant for thousands of years, never activated since Shu Mountain's decline, and the fallen sect lacked the ability to repair it. Little Zhu, do you understand array formations? Ling Tianhuang tentatively asked. Recently the sword spirit Little Zhu had been in deep slumber, and Ling Tianhuang's repeated calls had gone unanswered. Earlier she had told Ling Tianhuang that after her physical form was damaged, the sword spirit had also suffered severe injuries and would need a long time to recover. Although array formations are profoundly intricate and extremely difficult to master, for me it's merely a trivial task. Upon hearing this, Ling Tianhuang was overjoyed and asked, then can you help me repair this mountain-protecting grand array? No. Little Zhu replied curtly and firmly. Why? Ling Tianhuang asked in confusion. If you rely on me for everything, what will you do if I leave one day? This plain sentence struck Ling Tianhuang like a thunderclap, jolting him awake. Ever since the battle with the three great sects, after witnessing the power of the sword spirit Little Zhu, he had always believed that no matter how great the difficulty, he could turn to her for help. Perhaps Ling Tianhuang himself had not realized it, but unconsciously a sense of dependency had taken root within him. Although Little Zhu had not helped him since that incident, once that thought emerged, it was like a seed sprouting and taking root in his heart. At this moment Little Zhu's words awakened Ling Tianhuang, making him realize that only by growing strong himself could he be truly powerful. Nevertheless, he still tentatively asked, will you leave? Once I recover to a certain extent, or when you become strong enough, I will leave. During this time I will do my utmost to guide you in cultivation and impart to you the methods of practice. How much you learn will depend on your own fortune. Little Zhu paused and said, it seems I need to establish a rule now. What rule? Ling Tianhuang asked. I will only act on your behalf 3 times. 1 has already been used, leaving 2 remaining. Ling Tianhuang frowned and asked, does that mean once the 3 chances are used up, even if my life is in danger, you will stand by and do nothing? That would only mean I misjudged you. Even if I were to guard your path all the way, your achievements would be destined to be limited. It's like a sapling in a greenhouse. No matter how many nutrients it absorbs and how vigorously it grows, if it cannot endure the wind and rain, it is destined never to become a towering tree. Ling Tianhuang remained silent for a long while, then let out a deep sigh. I understand. Teach me the way of formations. At this moment a resolute gleam flickered in Ling Tianhuang's eyes. Seeing that Ling Tianhuang had correctly grasped this point, Xiao Zhu felt greatly relieved and said, although the grand protective formation of Shu Mountain has lain dormant for thousands of years, the one who laid this formation must have been a grand master of array formations. Otherwise the formation patterns within the formation platforms would have dissipated long ago over the millennia. With my ability, as long as I have sufficient materials, it is not difficult to set up such a grand formation. Ling Tianhuang quickly asked, what materials are needed? Various heavenly treasures and earthly rarities, sacred weapons and spiritual artifacts. Upon hearing this, Ling Tianhuang's face darkened with dismay, for the current Shu Mountain simply could not produce such items. Of course these are not needed for now. After all, the formation platforms of Shu Mountain's Grand Array still exist, it is merely that they have been neglected for so long that some formation patterns have been lost to the passage of time. All that is needed is to repair these formation patterns. Xiao Zhu continued, moreover the grand formation of Shu Mountain is connected to the dragon vein. Once the formation patterns are repaired, it can continuously draw power from the dragon vein to sustain itself without requiring any other materials as energy expenditure. Dragon vein. Ling Tianhuang looked puzzled. Xiao Zhu's voice came again, the entire Shu Mountain is one massive dragon vein. Although the grand formation has now lost its connection to the dragon vein, it was precisely because it had absorbed enough spiritual energy from the dragon vein in the past that the formation has remained intact for thousands of years. Ling Tianhuang was filled with excitement. It seemed that Shu Mountain's heyday was far more powerful than he had imagined, otherwise how could it have occupied such a blessed land, building its sect atop a dragon vein? Then Xiao Zhu introduced the way of formations to Ling Tianhuang. The continent reveres martial arts, so the martial path stands as the foremost of all paths. The way of the sword may seem to break free, but in essence it remains a branch of the martial path. Although sword cultivators focus on swordsmanship, their foundation differs little from that of martial cultivators. However, besides the martial path there are many other cultivation paths, such as the formation path of formation masters, the artifact path of artifact refiners, the alchemy path of alchemists, and many professions lost to the river of history such as prophets and divine practitioners. Legend has it that in the distant Golden Age all kinds of paths flourished in the world known as the contention of 100 schools and the radiance of 10,000 paths. Yet many professions had such harsh cultivation conditions that not a single suitable practitioner could be found in an entire era. Thus many professions were severed from inheritance in the long river of time. Today only a few paths remain in the world, such as the formation path, the alchemy path, and the artifact path. All know that when martial arts reach a certain level one can split the sky with a single sword strike or shatter mountains with a single punch. Little do they know in the long river of time there were formation masters who used earthly dragon veins and the stars of the heavens as their formations, slaying peerless experts with a mere gesture. Some were mediocre in martial arts yet forged divine weapons that swept through all heroes under heaven. Some could communicate with the power of heaven and earth with a single thought, slaying thousands of enemies with a single thought. Unfortunately, as time passed, the feats of those supreme masters have been buried in the river of time, and the world only knows the martial path as the true orthodox path. The mortal detachment realm marks the sign of an ordinary person becoming a martial cultivator, and it is this very first realm that bars 99% of people from entry. If the probability of an ordinary person becoming a martial cultivator is 1 in 1,000, then the probability of becoming a formation master is that not even 1 in 100,000 may be chosen. To become a martial cultivator, talent is paramount, while for formation masters besides talent there is an extremely high requirement for divine sense. As for the alchemy path and the artifact path, they similarly impose extremely strict demands on divine sense and other aspects. Since the ancient war, many traditions in the world have been destroyed and various powerful techniques and combat arts have been severed from inheritance, with less than 1 in 10 surviving. Among them, the most severely severed inheritance is undoubtedly the art of divine sense cultivation. This not only led to a sharp decline in the number of formation masters and alchemists, but also severely limited their achievements. Even martial cultivators are extremely weak in divine sense, utterly unable to specialize in it. Although the elevation of martial realm can enhance divine sense to some extent, this enhancement is quite limited and the intensity of divine sense remains insufficient. So to cultivate the way of formations one must first enhance divine sense. Ling Tianhuang asked. Correct. A powerful divine sense is not only a prerequisite for cultivating the way of formations but will also save you many detours whether you practice martial arts or swordsmanship. You have cultivated the Tao tribulation attraction art. Although it has been a short time, your divine sense is already much stronger than that of cultivators at the same realm, barely enough to practice the way of formations. Xiao Zhu continued, however for now you must first find the formation diagram of Shu Mountain's grand array. Ling Tianhuang nodded. I understand. Then he rose directly and dashed toward Luoxia Peak. The 36 main peaks of the Shu Mountain sword sect each had their own names, such as the main peak Tianzhao Peak, the Zhangjian Peak where the sword pavilion was located, the Xianling Peak where the alchemy hall was situated, and the Luoxia Peak where the scripture library stood. The guardian of the scripture library was the 7th elder. Upon seeing Ling Tianhuang's arrival, the disciples of Luoxia Peak were all excited and bowed to him, saying, "Senior brother Ling." Soon the 7th elder Wang Chui arrived upon hearing the news and said with a smile, "Tianhuang, it's been a long time since you last visited me." Ling Tianhuang bowed respectfully, "7th elder." The 7th elder asked, "What texts are you looking for today? I'll help you find them." Ling Tianhuang naturally dared not presume but still shared his thoughts with the 7th elder. "You want the formation diagram of the mountain protecting grand formation?" the 7th elder asked in shock. Ling Tianhuang nodded and said, "I just inspected the formation platforms of the Grand Array and found that many formation patterns are damaged. I want to see if they can be repaired." Upon hearing this, the 7th elder was startled. All Shu Mountain disciples had witnessed Ling Tianhuang receiving the sword seal inheritance and activating the mountain protecting grand formation to save Shu Mountain from imminent collapse, and he was no exception. However, he had never heard that Ling Tianhuang also understood the art of formations. "You understand formations?" the 7th elder asked in surprise. Ling Tianhuang smiled faintly and said, "It never hurts to try." In principle, the formation diagram was a top secret of the Shu Mountain Sword sect, and anyone wishing to view it required a personal decree from the sect leader. But given that the sect leader was currently recovering from injuries and considering Ling Tianhuang's esteemed position in the hearts of all Shu Mountain disciples, the seventh elder naturally could not refuse. Most importantly, the mountain-protecting Grand Formation was Shu Mountain's greatest trump card, and the Tianwu sect might arrive at any time. If the formation could be fully repaired, it would undoubtedly increase Shu Mountain's chances of victory. In principle, the formation diagram is a top secret of Shu Mountain and is not easily shown to outsiders. However, since you have asked, I will make an exception and let you see it once. Then the seventh elder led Ling Tianhuang to the top floor of the scripture library, where he retrieved a yellowed ancient text from a hidden compartment. This formation chart was drawn based on the actual grand formation laid by the ancestors of Shu Mountain thousands of years ago. It's a unique copy, so handle it with care. Elder Wang cautiously handed the formation chart to Ling Tianhuang, then went downstairs. Ling Tianhuang carefully opened the chart, revealing a dense network of lines and various markings based on the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams. Ling Tianhuang, having never studied the Tao of formations, naturally could not comprehend it. He took a deep breath, composed himself, and said, "Xiao Zhu, what should I do?" Hearing this, Xiao Zhu within the stellar sea saw Ling Tianhuang's change in attitude and revealed a gratified expression. "You must first learn to understand this formation chart." This thick formation chart was essentially the entire grand formation disassembled into countless fragments, each drawn sequentially. Ling Tianhuang flipped through it gently, but after a long while he still hadn't found an entry point. Use your divine sense to perceive these formation lines. Don't view them as mere patterns, see them as living Tao lines. Ling Tianhuang nodded, then cleared the distractions from his mind, erasing all the patterns he had seen before. He began to observe the lines on the formation chart with his spiritual sense. Indeed, under the perception of his spiritual sense, these formation lines were entirely different from what he had seen with his naked eyes. In a trance, Ling Tianhuang felt that every stroke of ink seemed to come alive, slowly undulating. At some point, Ling Tianhuang realized his divine sense was adrift in a boundless pitch-black void. Suddenly a flash of light streaked before his eyes like an aurora in the darkness, dazzlingly bright. Startled, he tried to grasp that glimmer of light, but it vanished in an instant, disappearing without a trace. Undeterred, Ling Tianhuang continued to focus his mind and finally managed to capture a flash of light. This time he did not let it slip away, but locked onto it firmly. The light rapidly spread, forming a resplendent Tao line that illuminated the darkness wherever it passed. As the forefront of the Tao line continuously lit up, it branched out, splitting into 2, then 3. A mantra from the general outline of the Tao calamity scripture echoed spontaneously in his mind, as if resonating with the sight: the Tao begets 1, 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, 3 begets all things. Each path was winding and meandering, each bore its own profound Tao resonance, and each was a masterpiece of nature. Unbeknownst to him, after an immeasurable time, the entire space was fully illuminated with countless dazzling patterns shining brilliantly in the void. These patterns were interconnected and integrated, forming a single cohesive whole. "Is this the formation pattern?" Ling Tianhuang asked in astonishment. He activated his divine sense, attempting to comprehend the myriad formation patterns. However, they were too numerous, like countless fishing nets spread out, and he could not find a starting point. Reduce complexity to simplicity, return to the basics. All 3,000 great paths lead to the same destination. The incantation of the Tao calamity scripture echoed in his mind once more. Enlightened as if by a sudden realization, Ling Tianhuang followed the guidance to perceive the formation patterns. He suddenly discovered that these patterns were simplifying in his mind, each one ultimately transforming into a single rune. Although these runes appeared simple, they were in fact all-encompassing and profoundly complex. However, because Ling Tianhuang had gone from complexity to simplicity, comprehending these runes was not difficult. Conversely, had he started by seeing these runes, deducing the entire formation pattern from them would have been 10 times more difficult. In the blink of an eye, it was sunset. The resplendent evening glow gilded the sunset peak. Ling Tianhuang remained seated on the top floor of the Sutra Pavilion. Before him, the formation chart was flipping on its own, now at its last page. Seeing that Ling Tianhuang had not come out for so long, the seventh elder went upstairs again. Just then Ling Tianhuang woke up. He looked exhausted, his forehead beaded with sweat, as if he had just been through a great battle. The seventh elder asked in surprise, "Tianhuang, are you all right?" Ling Tianhuang smiled and shook his head. "I'm fine, I just need to rest for a while." Afterward, Ling Tianhuang began to meditate and recover, while the seventh elder stayed by his side. If Ling Tianhuang was once hailed as the hope for Shu Mountain's rise, then after the two recent battles his performance had made everyone in Shu Mountain see that hope was gradually becoming a reality. As an elder he naturally had to do his utmost to protect Ling Tianhuang, allowing no mishap. About an hour later Ling Tianhuang slowly opened his eyes, his spirit energy and vitality fully restored. For an ordinary person, once divine sense is excessively depleted, recovery is not as swift as restoring true qi. It often takes months to recuperate. However, the Tao calamity scripture that Ling Tianhuang cultivated not only allowed for rapid recovery of true qi but also an astonishingly fast restoration of divine sense. He sighed softly. Ultimately his divine sense was still too weak, or else he would not be so inadequate. Fortunately he had committed the entire formation chart to memory, understanding the course of every single formation line. Seeing him awake, the seventh elder breathed a silent sigh of relief and asked, "How was it? Any gains?" Ling Tianhuang nodded. "Some gains, but they haven't been verified yet." The seventh elder nodded approvingly. "No rush. The path of formations requires not only talent but also fate. Many have studied it for most of their lives without even crossing the threshold." Ling Tianhuang nodded, closed the formation chart and handed it back to Elder Wang with both hands. Then he selected a few more books on the fundamentals of formations before leaving Sunset Peak and heading towards his residence. Ling Tianhuang's residence was a standalone wooden building in a hollow on Smoke Cloud Peak, nestled within a grove of purple bamboo. The front yard was filled with peach blossoms. Beside it a clear brook babbled down the mountain. As far back as Ling Tianhuang could remember, he had mostly lived here alone. Fortunately Yuan Xingyi often came to play with him, so he was not lonely. According to the sect's elders, this courtyard was built by his father Ling Changqing, who loved bamboo while his mother loved peach blossoms. Ling Tianhuang's memories of his father were only vague, as he had been merely 5 years old when his father left Shu Mountain. As for his mother, his only impression came from a painting in the house. It depicted a woman in a purple gown embroidered with a golden phoenix standing sideways in a peach grove with only half her face visible. Yet that mere half-profile was enough to eclipse all women under heaven, brows like painting's unparalleled elegance. This painting was done by his father and was Ling Tianhuang's sole memory of his mother. Ling Tianhuang first meticulously cleaned the entire house inside and out, as he had not returned since his trip to the burial Dragon Mountain. After cleaning the room he gently dusted the painting with a marten feather duster, his movements very light for fear of damaging it. He stood before the painting for about a quarter of an hour, gazing at the woman in the portrait in silence. Returning to his room, Ling Tianhuang retrieved the books on formation Tao he had borrowed from the scripture library. According to the texts, to lay an array one must use the power of divine sense as a brush, the principles of formation Tao as ink, and the heavens and earth as paper, channeling the forces of the world to converge upon the array patterns. However, the continent today suffered from incomplete great Tao and sparse spiritual energy. The ambient spiritual energy in the air was utterly insufficient to sustain the delineation of array patterns. Thus, to set up an array one required a vast number of spirit stones to provide spiritual energy, or to borrow heavenly treasures and earthly rarities as a source of power. Fortunately, the foundational formation protecting Mount Shu remained intact. Moreover, Mount Shu itself was a colossal dragon vein. Ling Tianhuang only needed to follow the array diagrams, redrawing those patterns lost to time to connect the array with the dragon vein, continuously drawing its power to keep the formation operational. Unbeknownst to him, the sky had already brightened and Ling Tianhuang had largely grasped the contents of the books. He then set about preparing to repair the array platforms, deciding to start with the abandoned main peaks. Leaving Yanyun Peak, Ling Tianhuang arrived at a main peak called Lanyua Peak. Here halls and pavilions stood in scattered array, but within dust lay thick, with occasional rodents and insects scurrying about and bird nests visible everywhere. Seeing the dilapidated scene before him, Ling Tianhuang felt a pang of melancholy. He entered the main hall and found the array platform in the underground palace. Activating the sword seal, the array platform quickly lit up. Gazing at the densely packed brilliant array patterns, Ling Tianhuang swiftly located the corresponding array diagram in his mind. Comparing the two, Ling Tianhuang discovered that many array patterns had vanished and even some of the main patterns had grown dim. Under Little Zhu's guidance, Ling Tianhuang concentrated his divine sense power onto his fingertip. Instantly his index finger blazed with resplendent golden light like a miniature sun. "Don't get distracted, start outlining the array patterns," Little Zhu reminded. Ling Tianhuang nodded, took a deep breath and began tracing the patterns according to the diagram's record. As his finger moved, a brilliant pattern appeared in the void. This filled Ling Tianhuang with ecstasy, but he dared not lose focus and continued outlining the patterns. The process was exceedingly slow. Ling Tianhuang remained utterly concentrated, fearing that any misstep would cause all his efforts to come to naught. Engraving array patterns consumed immense spiritual power. Although Ling Tianhuang's divine sense could now rival that of many divine palace realm experts, it could not withstand such relentless depletion. After a full day, Ling Tianhuang felt his strength waning. Ultimately, his divine sense could not hold out. It took nearly half a day to complete the repair of the array patterns on Lanhua Peak's platform. Gazing at the dazzling array patterns, Ling Tianhuang, though utterly exhausted, wore a gratified smile. At this rate his spiritual power would be insufficient. He would need to seek some pills from the Fifth Elder. The Fifth Elder was the sole alchemist of the Shu Mountain Sword sect. Originally he was not a disciple of Shu Mountain. 20 years ago, pursued by enemies, he was saved by Ling Tianhuang's father, who brought him back to Shu Mountain. To repay this kindness, he decided to join the Shu Mountain Sword sect, later becoming its Fifth Elder. Arriving at Xianling Peak, the Fifth Elder was in the midst of alchemy. Ling Tianhuang found the Fifth Elder's senior disciple Zhuoyun and explained his purpose. Zhuoyun, generous without stint, directly gave him a bottle of nourishing spirit pills to restore divine sense. Ling Tianhuang was startled and quickly said, "Senior brother Zhuo, this is too much." Zhuoyun smiled, pressing the jade bottle into Ling Tianhuang's hand, and said, "Before entering seclusion, Master instructed that if junior brother comes for pills, our alchemy hall is to provide them unconditionally and without limit. Furthermore, Master said that if junior brother has any needs, he can inform us in advance and our alchemy hall will begin refining immediately." "Then thank you, senior brother Zhuo," Ling Tianhuang said with a cupped fist salute. As he prepared to leave, he suddenly recalled that during his previous trip to the demon ceiling abyss he had slain an old fox. He took the old fox out from his ring and handed it to Zhuoyun. "Senior brother Zhuo, I obtained this old fox not long ago. Do you think it might be of use?" Zhuoyun took the fox, his eyes lighting up, and said, "Junior brother Ling, this is an old fox that has lived for at least 300 years. Its entire body is a treasure. To an alchemist this is far more precious than those 2 black-scaled mastiffs. If Master sees it, he will surely be overjoyed." Ling Tianhuang smiled and said, "As long as it's useful, I'll take my leave then." Just as he returned to his dwelling, he saw a little tyke dressed in a belly band with a top knot and a cheeky expression charging out of the bamboo grove, pouting. With a face full of grievance, the little one stared at Ling Tianhuang. Ling Tianhuang found it amusing, walked over and asked, "Why the long face? Who bullied you?" "Humph. You all lied to me. Liars. Big liars." The little rogue dragon roared at Ling Tianhuang. Ling Tianhuang was taken aback and asked, "How did I lie to you? You promised to bring me to Shu Mountain to see the outside world and make me delicious food." The little rogue dragon said with a pitiful babyish voice, "I helped you bite 2 dogs to death and even took a punch for you, but in the end you all avoided me." Ling Tianhuang was both amused and exasperated. However, he had to admit that after the great battle he had been so focused on repairing the formations that he had completely forgotten about this little one. He stepped forward and pinched the little one's cheek, saying, "All right, don't be angry." "Humph." The little rogue dragon shoved him, sending Ling Tianhuang flying several zhang away, landing on the ground. The little rogue dragon seemed to realize it had been too rough, but was unwilling to forgive so easily. Seeing Ling Tianhuang get up from the ground, the little one put its hands on its hips, turned around and presented its plump fair bottom to Ling Tianhuang. "Come on, I'll make you something delicious. I want to eat." The little rogue dragon turned its face away in anger. Ling Tianhuang could see that the little one was just being stubborn. He decided to ignore it and walked straight toward the wooden house in the courtyard. Back in the wooden house, instead of cooking in the kitchen, Ling Tianhuang built a fire in the yard, set up a rack and began roasting meat. Ling Tianhuang's culinary skills were not exceptional, but after years of living alone, cooking was a basic necessity. He took a piece of tender rabbit meat from his ring, washed it and placed it on the rack to roast. This was no ordinary rabbit meat, but that of a beast called the flame rabbit. The flame rabbit was over 10 times the size of an ordinary rabbit, with fiery red fur all over, moving like a blaze when it ran. Though not powerful, its meat was far more delicious than that of many beasts. One could encounter them not far into the back mountain, and many Shu Mountain disciples would hunt them. During his last trip to the demon ceiling abyss, Ling Tianhuang had hunted quite a few and stored them in his ring. As the fire blazed, the tender rabbit meat soon oozed with juices. Ling Tianhuang sprinkled various spices he had prepared, and the aroma instantly filled the air. Suddenly Ling Tianhuang heard a rustling sound from behind near the wooden building. A faint smile curled at the corners of his mouth, a knowing grin. However, he did not turn around. Instead he took out a palm leaf fan and began to wave it toward the fire. With that single fan the aroma drifted even farther. Grumble. The sound from a stomach was particularly jarring in the quiet courtyard. "Come on out," Ling Tianhuang drawled. Immediately after, the little rogue dragon clutching its stomach crept over stealthily. Gazing at the sizzling oil-drizzling roast meat on the rack, the little creature swallowed hard with difficulty. Then instantly putting on an angry expression, it raised its head and spoke. "I was just too full from before I'm burping." Ling Tianhuang turned his head and gave it a faint indifferent glance. "Wipe the drool off the corner of your mouth before you speak." Only then did the little rogue dragon realize that drool had been streaming down its mouth. It quickly reached up to wipe it away, then haughtily turned its face aside. Thus Ling Tianhuang paid it no heed and continued roasting the meat on his own. For the little rogue dragon, the tantalizing aroma invaded its nostrils, wantonly provoking its sense of smell. Every second was an agony. Ling Tianhuang also pretended to ignore it, but watching the little creature's forced composure, his heart was already bursting with amusement. He wondered how much longer it could hold out. "I'll help you tend the fire." In the end the little rogue dragon couldn't resist and surrendered, stepping forward to pick up firewood. Ling Tianhuang said nothing. This meat should be about done any longer, and it'll be too tough and not tasty. The little rogue dragon stretched out its chubby little hand, pointing at the dripping roast. Ling Tianhuang still remained silent. Finally, when the meat was nearly done, he got up and went inside. When he came out with bowls and chopsticks, he found the roasting rack empty. The oil-drenched flame rabbit meat had vanished. No need to ask where the meat had gone. When he turned his gaze to the little rogue dragon, the latter, as if guilty, quickly waved its hands. "I didn't eat your roast. A hawk just flew by and snatched it away." Burp. This was the perfect example of a guilty conscience needs no accuser. "There's still oil on your mouth," Ling Tianhuang said, pointing at its lips. The little creature quickly raised its hand and wiped frantically. "Where?" Ling Tianhuang didn't expose it. Instead he took out another piece of meat, washed it, and began roasting again. This little one was a dragon after all. That bit just now probably wasn't even enough to fill the gaps between its teeth. Ling Tianhuang simply took out several more pieces of meat and roasted them together. Perhaps having tasted the deliciousness of the roast this time, the little rogue dragon no longer put on airs and very proactively helped to build and stoke the fire. It even reminded Ling Tianhuang from time to time to turn the meat over so it wouldn't burn. Watching the little creature bounce around, first burning its toe and hopping up in pain, then wiping sweat from its face with its soot-covered claws in a flurry of movements, was quite a sight. Looking at the unusually diligent little tabby cat before him, Ling Tianhuang could only barely suppress his laughter. "All right, it's almost done. That last piece was roasted a bit too long and got a little tough." As soon as it finished speaking, it seemed to realize it had said the wrong thing and quickly covered its mouth with its blackened hand. Its big blue eyes darted around. "Still angry?" Ling Tianhuang asked. The little rogue dragon quickly shook its head, wagging it like a pellet drum. "Come on, eat." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the little creature, like a starving ghost reborn and unafraid of the heat, grabbed a piece of meat still sizzling with oil and devoured it ravenously. Before finishing the first piece, it grabbed a second, as if afraid Ling Tianhuang would snatch it away. This time it's tastier than before." The little rogue dragon mumbled indistinctly, its mouth stuffed full. Ling Tianhuang also cut off a small piece with his dagger and put it into his mouth to eat. When he was about to cut a second piece, he found the rack was empty. "Hee, I just couldn't help it," the little rogue dragon said with an apologetic expression. Little did Ling Tianhuang imagine that this very roast meat would make the little creature latch onto him from then on. "Where have you been these past few days?" Ling Tianhuang asked. "None of you would talk to me, so I went to the scripture pavilion to read," the little rogue dragon replied, its face full of grievance. Ling Tianhuang showed a look of surprise. "You're quite studious." The little rogue dragon had indeed hidden in the scripture pavilion to read, but not cultivation techniques or sword arts, just miscellaneous books. After all, there was an area in the scripture pavilion that collected many strange tales and interesting anecdotes from the continent. To the little rogue dragon these were far more appealing than those tedious cultivation methods. That evening Ling Tianhuang sat cross-legged in his room cultivating. From the next room came the sound of rhythmic snoring, occasionally interspersed with the little creature's smacking noises. Recently, although Ling Tianhuang had stepped into the sitting illumination realm, he had rarely engaged in serious cultivation. If the mortal transcendence realm meant washing away mortal dust and transforming oneself to embark on the path of cultivation, then the bone and blood realm was about tempering the physique and refining physical strength. The spirit convergence realm mainly focused on condensing divine sense and honing perception. As for the sitting illumination realm, it involved using divine sense as a spark to feel the existence of the Tao. Upon reaching the divine palace realm, one would stimulate the Bodhi's potential and unlock one's own divine treasures. The divine palace realm was the first watershed on the path of cultivation. Every person's body is a vast treasure trove with countless gates hidden within the 5 viscera and 6 bowels, the extraordinary meridians, and even the bones and sea of consciousness. Opening these gates grants powerful abilities. As for how to open these gates, it all depends on one's own fortune. Likewise, what abilities one gains after unlocking the divine treasure gates within the body is also a matter of luck. But without a doubt, the more divine treasure gates one opens, the more abilities one gains and the more powerful one becomes. Ling Tianhuang circulated the Tao calamity attraction art, his true qi surging through his meridians as he attempted to sense the great Tao of heaven and earth. Suddenly Ling Tianhuang discovered that in many places within his body there were pitch-black chains. Those chains flickered faintly, emitting an eerie black light and exuding a sinister aura. Ling Tianhuang was startled, unable to understand what this was. Moreover, these pitch-black chains seemed to have merged with his body. He tried to circulate his true qi to erase them, but it was utterly futile. Ling Tianhuang had previously consulted many records about the sitting illumination realm, but none of them mentioned such a phenomenon. Could it be that this thing was unique to him? Vaguely a sense of unease crept into Ling Tianhuang's heart. He felt that these pitch-black chains were no simple matter. Moreover, they were probably not something good. Ling Tianhuang tried several more times, but each time he circulated his true qi to sense the Tao, those pitch-black chains would manifest and block him from opening the divine treasure gates. Furthermore, Ling Tianhuang discovered that the more violently his true qi surged, the more conspicuous and thicker the black chains became. After careful observation, he was shocked to find that these pitch-black chains were composed of some kind of rune. That rune was extraordinarily solid. Even exerting his full strength, he could not sever it. Moreover, this thing existed not only in his meridians and organs but was spread throughout his entire body. Including the qi sea and the sea of consciousness, these pitch-black chains were present everywhere. They were simply not visible ordinarily, and since he had not observed carefully, he had never noticed their existence. It seemed he would have to seek advice from the senior members of the sect or ask the sword spirit Little Zhu if they knew what this thing was. The next morning Yuan Qingyi came to visit. Today she wore a light-colored long dress, her cascade of jet-black hair flowing like a dark waterfall behind her, rendering her fresh and strikingly beautiful. "Qingyi, why are you here?" Ling Tianhuang invited her into the house and asked. In earlier years Yuan Qingyi had often come to this place to play with him, and they had even practiced swordsmanship together in the bamboo grove. It could be said that this bamboo grove courtyard had borne witness to many joyful moments of their childhood. "I came to see how your injuries are healing," Yuan Qingyi said with a smile. "My injuries are fine now." As they spoke, Yuan Qingyi walked unhesitatingly into Ling Tianhuang's room and began tidying up for him, her demeanor that of the mistress of the house. "I heard you're repairing the mountain protecting Grand Formation," Yuan Qingyi asked while folding clothes. Ling Tianhuang nodded. "The formation has lain idle for thousands of years and many of its array patterns have been damaged. If it had remained dormant it would have been fine, but now that it's activated, if it's not repaired in time, the formation will soon collapse." Hearing this, Yuan Qingyi was overjoyed. "So you've mastered the art of formations?" "I only know the bare basics." As they talked, they arrived at the next room, a room Yuan Qingyi also knew well, for she had stayed there many times before. However, the moment she entered she was rendered speechless by the sight before her. There lay the little rogue dragon, still sound asleep, with a large puddle of drool and a huge snot bubble rising and falling with his breathing. Most notably, the little fellow wasn't sleeping on the bed but on the floor. However, the messy bedding indicated that he hadn't started on the floor but had rolled off the bed. "This little rascal deserves a spanking," Yuan Qingyi scolded with a laugh. As she slowly approached him, the little rogue dragon suddenly jolted awake, leaped up and shouted, Who dares to harm this dragon? Enough, you were sleeping so soundly that even if someone had roasted you you'd still be drooling." Ling Tianhuang shot him a glance and said, "Roast meat? Great, great. I love roast meat." At the mention of roast meat the little fellow became incredibly excited, clearly still craving the roast meat from last night. Yuan Qingyi smiled and said to Ling Tianhuang, "Mother sent me to call you over for a meal. Let's go." "Humph." The little rogue dragon immediately put his hands on his hips and snorted coldly. Seeing this, Yuan Qingyi understood immediately. She quickly went over and said, "And Xiaobao, you come too. You didn't even think to call me." "I'm not going." The little fellow began to sulk again. Only after Yuan Qingyi tugged and pulled him did he follow them to Tianzhao Peak. As soon as they entered the house, they saw Shi Nanhong cooking while Yuan Jingchuan was tending the fire. The scene looked exactly like a pair of farming couples, not at all like the leader of the Shushan sect. Father Mother Tianhuang is here. Disciple pays respects to the two esteemed uncles. In public, Ling Tianhuang would address Yuan Jingchuan as the sect leader, but in private he called him uncle. Yuan Jingchuan and his wife smiled warmly, but when they saw the little boy walking between Ling Tianhuang and Yuan Qingyi, each holding one of his hands, they were taken aback. The little rogue dragon, who had been sulking, immediately put on an adorable charming smile, shook off their hands and scampered forward. "Grandma! Grandpa! Ling Tianhuang! Yuan Qingyi! Yuan Jingchuan and his wife!" Ling Tianhuang's face turned a deep furious purple as he roared inwardly, "Baopi Long, you've set me up." Yuan Qingyi was both angry and embarrassed, her face reddening all the way down to her neck. As for Yuan Jingchuan and his wife, they were left at a complete loss, their faces full of bewilderment. "Grandma, Grandpa! I'm your grandson. I want to tattle. Your daughter and son-in-law are bullying me." The little rogue dragon put on a pitiful expression, his big watery blue eyes looking utterly innocent and endearing. "Qingyi, what is this?" Shi Nanhong asked in confusion. The last time Ling Tianhuang went to the demon ceiling abyss to find Yuan Qingyi, including the journey there and back, it had been at most half a month. How could the child be so big? "Xiaobao, stop talking nonsense." Yuan Qingyi scolded, her face flushed with shame. "Naya, Naya, Naya." Finding a protector, the little rogue dragon hid behind Shi Nanhong, poking his head out and making faces. His proud little topknot wobbled from side to side, making the scene both amusing and exasperating. "Mother, don't listen to his nonsense. This little brat is actually a demonic dragon," Yuan Qingyi hastily explained. It was all because her parents had been in seclusion healing their wounds after the battle, so she hadn't had a chance to tell them about this, otherwise this misunderstanding wouldn't have happened. This little fellow was clearly taking revenge for her not having called him to eat alone earlier. A demonic dragon. Hearing this, Yuan Jingchuan and his wife were startled at first, but then they recalled that during the great battle the figure of a demonic dragon had indeed appeared twice over Tianzhao Peak. They then extended their divine sense to investigate and confirmed that the little fellow's true form was a demonic dragon, which put their minds at ease. Shi Nanhong smiled wryly. "You can't call us that. Just call us auntie and uncle." Yuan Jingchuan whispered a reminder from the side. "He's at least 200 or 300 years old, you know. Are you sure you want him to call you auntie?" Shi Nanhong. This innocent, carefree and chubby little fellow looked to be only 5 or 6 years old. Who could possibly link him to a 200 or 300-year-old ancient monster? However, many demonic beasts live far longer than humans, especially the dragon clan. A dragon of 200 or 300 years old is probably equivalent to a 10-year-old human. Alas, in the face of maternal love, one's immunity to such a delicate porcelain-like little creature is almost zero. Moreover, during the last great battle this little fellow had made a tremendous contribution, first killing 2 black-scaled mastiffs that were comparable to half-step chaotic realm powerhouses. Then he had taken a fatal blow for Ling Tianhuang and Yuan Qingyi. Shi Nanhong knelt down and asked, "What's your name, little one?" "Auntie, my name is Baopi Long." Shi Nanhong. Yuan Jingchuan, standing by, also had a strange look on his face. What kind of earth-shattering, soul-stirring name was that? As for Ling Tianhuang, he was barely holding back his laughter while Yuan Qingyi shot him a fierce glare. She was clearly blaming him for giving the little rogue dragon such a name in the first place. Shi Nanhong composed herself and asked further, "Did your parents give you that name?" Hearing this, Ling Tianhuang's heart tightened. If the little fellow told the truth, he would surely be scolded. The little rogue dragon shook his head and said, "I've never met my parents. I came up with this name myself." Then, puffing out his chest with a proud air, he declared, "I am determined to become the greatest dragon in the world so that all races under heaven will remember my name." Ling Tianhuang breathed a secret sigh of relief, but Shi Nanhong felt a headache coming on. She could clearly see that this demonic dragon was nothing more than a little kid with an immature mind. "Then I'll just call you Xiaobao from now on." With that, she took Xiaobao's hand and led him toward the dining table. During the meal, Yuan Qingyi gave a brief account of her journey to the demon-sealing abyss. Yuan Jingchuan and his wife listened, their expressions shifting between surprise and concern. Yuan Jingchuan in particular frowned and scolded her a few times. From the conversation it was revealed that the little rogue dragon had been dwelling at the bottom of the demon-sealing abyss all along with no contact with the outside world, and that the sacred lotus was a gift from him to Yuan Qingyi. Upon hearing this, Shi Nanhong grew even fonder of him, continuously placing dishes into his bowl. One can imagine how astonishing the little creature's appetite was. In truth, after reaching the divine palace realm, one no longer needs 3 meals a day. The habit was maintained merely to preserve a sense of ritual. Thus only a modest amount of food had been prepared, yet in the blink of an eye the little rogue dragon had devoured it all. Everyone stared in utter astonishment, but the little rogue dragon merely licked the plates and asked with lingering desire, "Auntie, I want to eat roasted meat." Seeing his pitiful pleading eyes, Shi Nanhong was at a loss. Ling Tianguan quickly tapped him on the head and said, "I'll roast some for you later." After the meal, Yuan Jingchuan invited Ling Tianguan for a walk. They arrived at the rear of the Crimson Sky Hall on Tianzhao Peak, where a sheer cliff stood. A plank path extended beyond the precipice, with swirling clouds and mist below its depths invisible. Yuan Jingchuan walked ahead with his hands clasped behind his back, Ling Tianguan following closely. "I never imagined so many things would happen during my seclusion." Yuan Jingchuan sighed. "If anything had happened to you, how could I face your master?" Ling Tianguan comforted him with a smile. "Uncle Master, please don't blame yourself. I'm fine now, and it turned out to be a blessing in disguise." Ling Tianguan knew well that Yuan Jingchuan and his wife's kindness toward him was utterly sincere, without a trace of pretense. "I heard from the ancestor that you obtained a great fortune at the burial Dragon Mountain. That is your own destiny, so I won't pry further," Yuan Jingchuan said. They slowly reached the end of the plank path. Yuan Jingchuan patted his shoulder with gratification and said, "I never expected you to save Mount Shu twice. My senior brother's son is truly a dragon among men. I have grown up on Mount Shu since childhood. This is my home. If Mount Shu faces danger, any disciple would fight to the death for the sect." Ling Tianguan replied with neither arrogance nor humility. Yuan Jingchuan nodded. In his heart he had always regarded Ling Tianguan as his own son. Ling Tianguan had lived up to expectations, excelling in both talent and character. "Your acquisition of the sword seal inheritance is the fortune of Mount Shu. I believe that in the future Mount Shu will flourish under your leadership and regain its former glory." Mentioning the sword seal inheritance, Ling Tianguan couldn't help but think of the 2 stone doors at the bottom of the demon-sealing abyss and the great demon seal behind them. "Uncle Master, there is something I wish to report to you." "What is it?" Ling Tianguan recounted the matter in detail, and Yuan Jingchuan's brows furrowed deeply, his expression turning grave. "Are you saying that a great demon is truly sealed beneath the demon-sealing abyss?" Ling Tianguan nodded. The spiritual imprint left by the little rogue dragon's parents was for him to guard that place. However, the great demon won't break the seal anytime soon. Seeing the little rogue dragon all alone, I brought him back to Mount Shu. If what you say is true and the sword seal is the seal, then the one who sealed the great demon must be a powerful ancestor of our Mount Shu. Yuan Jingchuan paused before continuing, "This matter is of great importance, I must report it to the ancestor." Just as he was about to leave, Yuan Jingchuan seemed to recall something and asked, "I've heard about the repair of the mountain protecting formation platforms. If you need anything, just speak up. The sect will spare no effort to support you." Ling Tianguan nodded. "Thank you, Uncle Master." Yuan Jingchuan patted his shoulder with a smile. "It is the Mount Shu sword sect that should thank you." Afterward, Ling Tianguan bid farewell to Yuan Qingyi and prepared to continue working on repairing the formation platforms. Yuan Qingyi also intended to go into seclusion to stabilize her cultivation realm. After all, having comprehended her innate divine ability, she had yet to delve deeply into it, and the revenge of the Tianwu sect could strike at any moment. Although Mount Shu had emerged victorious in 2 consecutive battles, this also meant that the path ahead for Mount Shu would become increasingly difficult. Now, from the sect leader and elders down to the ordinary disciples, everyone was training with utmost diligence. As the sect leader's daughter, how could she afford to fall behind? The little rogue dragon was reluctant to leave, but Ling Tianguan, fearing he might cause trouble, lured him away from Tianzhao Peak with the promise of roasted meat. Over the next few days, Ling Tianguan devoted himself entirely to repairing the formation platforms. Watching him use divine power as a brush to sketch and carve in the air, the little rogue dragon tried to imitate him. In this manner, Ling Tianguan repaired 3 formation platforms in just one day. Of course, after each repair he would take a soul-nourishing pill and sit in meditation to restore his divine power. After several rounds, Ling Tianhuang was astonished to discover that by exhausting his divine power nearly to depletion and then recovering, his divine power had actually grown significantly stronger. It seemed this could be a method to enhance spiritual sense, though it was extremely taxing and required the aid of soul-nourishing pills. That evening Ling Tianhuang roasted meat for the little creature, again feeding him until he was full before returning to his room for meditation and cultivation. For 3 consecutive days the man and the dragon traveled among the peaks of Mount Shu. Repairing the formation platforms was a major task, and Ling Tianhuang dared not be the least bit careless. However, over these days Ling Tianhuang was amazed to find that his technique for sketching formation patterns had become more adept, his speed much faster than at the beginning. Each stroke felt more natural and many complex patterns could be completed in one fluid motion. From repairing 3 platforms a day initially, he now repaired 5 platforms in a single day. Even more gratifying was the rapid growth of his spiritual sense during these days. Compared to the beginning, both the quantity and purity of his spiritual sense had improved by more than 1 level. After 7 days Ling Tianhuang had repaired 35 formation platforms, leaving only the central platform on Tianzhao Peak. The central platform differed from the other 35. Its function was to connect them all, integrating them into a whole and thereby activating the grand formation. In fact, the sword seal serving as the formation's eye initially activated this central platform. Therefore, repairing this central platform was far more intricate than the others. Ling Tianhuang spent an entire day completing it. During a break, Ling Tianhuang asked, "Little Zhu, am I considered a formation master now?" Little Zhu replied bluntly, "A formation master? I suggest you find a mirror and take a look at yourself." Ling Tianhuang was left speechless. "You should learn what it means to be tactful. Although you can now sketch formation patterns, you're merely copying from the diagrams. So at best you're just a beginner," Little Zhu continued. Ling Tianhuang nodded, undeterred, and firmly believed that one day he would become a true formation master. In truth, Ling Tianhuang was unaware that being able to sketch formation patterns with such ease in just a few days already marked him as a prodigy. Many people toil for years yet cannot sketch even a single formation pattern. "Is it considered fully repaired now?" Ling Tianhuang asked again. "If it's merely repair, then yes, it's done. However, its power has been significantly compromised." Sword Spirit Xiao Zhu said. Ling Tianhuang was taken aback, his face full of confusion. Xiao Zhu continued, "This mountain-protecting grand formation is not merely a simple defensive array. It integrates spirit-gathering, illusionary, and many other formations into one, possessing both offensive and defensive capabilities. In its complete state, even a heavenly aspect realm expert could not breach this formation. Now, though the array platform is restored, the formation spirit has dissipated. It can certainly withstand a chaos origin realm cultivator, but if faced with a heavenly aspect realm expert, it would likely be insufficient." Ling Tianhuang's sword-like brows furrowed slightly as he asked, "What is a formation spirit?" A formation spirit is the soul of an array. You can think of it as a cultivator's divine sense. An array with a formation spirit can operate autonomously and even repair minor damages on its own. Moreover, a formation spirit has another function: it possesses terrifying offensive power. The formation spirit of this mountain-protecting grand formation is a powerful sword cultivator who condensed a sword chi using his own sword Dao principles. Sword Dao principles, just how formidable a sword cultivator must that be? He wondered when, if ever, he would comprehend the principles of the sword Dao. "Don't be disheartened. If you can't do it, isn't there still me?" Xiao Zhu said with a charming laugh. Ling Tianhuang's eyes lit up. He had overlooked this powerful sword spirit. Still, he wanted to correct her. It wasn't that he couldn't do it. "Since I'm already being kind, I'll make an exception and help you this once." As Xiao Zhu's words fell, a dazzling sword light shot into the sky, piercing the heavens. Thousands of disciples on Mount Shu felt the sharp and majestic sword intent. Yet the sword light vanished in an instant, directly plunging into the array platform. "Helping you this time has consumed a great deal of my spiritual energy. I don't know how long you'll need to sleep to recover. When you become strong, remember to repay me," Xiao Zhu said wearily. "How can I help you recover? Just tell me and I'll do it." Ling Tianhuang spoke from the heart. Throughout their journey, the sword spirit Xiao Zhu had helped him through many crises and even taught him techniques and sword arts. If he could assist her, Ling Tianhuang would consider it his duty. "Focus on growing stronger first. The things that can restore me are too rare. Even if I told you now, there's nothing you could do." Xiao Zhu paused then continued, now that the formation spirit is in place there remains one final challenge. Another challenge. Ling Tianhuang had thought everything was accomplished but it turned out things were far from simple. Ling Tianhuang had assumed this marked a great success but reality proved the matter was far from straightforward. You're quite lucky encountering that demonic dragon. It carries dragon scales left by its parents which contain residual dragon qi. With just a trace of that qi as a guide you can connect to the dragon vein allowing the formation to operate endlessly. Hearing this Ling Tianhuang turned his gaze to the little rascal dragon lying nearby, legs crossed and blowing bubbles. The little rascal dragon was very alert. He quickly stood up, crossed his arms over his chest and asked warily, "Why are you staring at me like that? How about we make a deal?" Ling Tianhuang said, trying to put on a friendly smile. "That smile is too fake. Speak normally." Ling Tianhuang. "Do you want some barbecue?" "Yes." The little rascal dragon nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at grain. "Do you want to have barbecue all the time?" "Yes." The little rascal dragon's eyes sparkled and he couldn't help but sniffle to keep from drooling. Suddenly, as if realizing something, he quickly raised a hand to stop Ling Tianhuang. "Wait, that look on your face means you're up to no good. Tell me the conditions first." Ling Tianhuang hadn't expected the little one to be so shrewd. He had no choice but to tell the truth. "Could you give me one of your parents' dragon scales?" "No." Before Ling Tianhuang could finish, the little rascal dragon directly covered the bell around his neck, afraid Ling Tianhuang would try to snatch it. "I only need one. Don't you have many?" When he had taken the little one away last time, he saw him store a large pile of spirit stones and hundreds of dragon scales into that little bell. "It's not a matter of quantity. Once you set a precedent there will be a second and countless times." Ling Tianhuang was at a loss for words. Was this a dragon? It showed none of a dragon's pride but was instead full of ruffianism. Was it mentally undeveloped? Sometimes it was shrewder than those ancient monsters. Seeing him clutching the bell so tightly, Ling Tianhuang was truly helpless. He couldn't just snatch it by force, could he? The key point was that he couldn't even defeat him. Think about it. That great demon in the demon-sealing abyss was clearly sealed by the ancestors of the Shu Mountain Sword sect. Your parents left you to guard that place, meaning they have ties to the Shu Mountain Sword sect. Restoring the mountain protecting formation concerns the survival of Shu Mountain. A dragon as righteous and noble as you wouldn't stand idly by right. Ling Tianhuang, having run out of ideas, could only resort to such far-fetched reasoning followed by a string of flattery. The little rascal dragon scratched his head and said, "Giving it to you is not impossible, but you must promise me this is a one-time thing." Hearing this, Ling Tianhuang was overjoyed. He hadn't expected that using barbecue as a lure wouldn't move the little one, but this flattery actually worked. "Don't worry. That thing isn't edible. I'd rather covet your pile of spirit stones than those dragon scales." The little rascal dragon, upon hearing this, tightened his grip on the bell again. Ling Tianhuang quickly explained, "I was just making a comparison. I'm not really after your spirit stones. Even a comparison is not allowed." The little rascal dragon said sternly. All right. After much cajoling and persistence for half an hour, the little one finally took out a dragon scale and handed it to Ling Tianhuang. Ling Tianhuang took the scale, which was larger than a palm and glowed with a golden light. The moment it touched his hand it felt heavy, nearly slipping from his grasp. He was secretly shocked. This dragon scale was heavier than refined iron, no wonder it could withstand the attacks of blades. Ling Tianhuang placed the dragon scale on the array platform. Instantly a dragon's roar echoed. A golden dragon phantom circled in the air before plunging into the array platform, quickly merging with the sword qi condensed by Xiao Zhu. A dull rumble sounded, causing dozens of peaks on Mount Shu to tremble. Not only that, but the vibrations extended to the rear mountains for 1,000 li, startling hundreds of beasts and sending thousands of birds into the sky. The hearts of everyone on Mount Shu also trembled, but soon the shaking ceased and everything returned to calm. Little did they know that the mountain-protecting grand formation had been completely restored and reconnected to the dragon vein. From now on, the spiritual energy from 1,000 li around would be drawn into Mount Shu, and the immense spiritual energy within the dragon vein would also be absorbed. In the short term it might not be noticeable, but over time the spiritual energy on Mount Shu would become unimaginably abundant. The reason the three great orthodoxies had flourished for so long was partly due to their influence, which continuously attracted geniuses as fresh blood. Another important reason was that they occupied the blessed lands and celestial caves of the continent. With the same talent, cultivating in such places versus outside would in just a few years create an unimaginable gap. The spirit-gathering array, however, was merely an auxiliary function of the mountain-protecting grand formation. Its primary purpose lay in offense and defense. The current mountain-protecting grand formation was no less formidable than it had been thousands of years ago. Even a heaven-phase powerhouse would find it exceedingly difficult to breach. This instilled a newfound confidence in Shushan. However, aside from Ling Tianhuang, no one else knew that the grand formation had been fully restored. Having perfectly resolved this monumental task, Ling Tianhuang let out a long sigh of relief, feeling he had fulfilled his mission. Though physically and mentally exhausted, a gratified smile spread across his face. "Come on, grill me some meat." The little rogue dragon seemed indifferent to the formation, dragging Ling Tianhuang away from the underground palace of Tianzhao Peak. Emerging from the underground palace into the main hall, they found Yuan Jingchuan and a host of Shushan elders waiting anxiously. Tianhuang was that just now. Yuan Jingchuan's face was flushed with excitement. He had already guessed but sought confirmation. Ling Tianhuang nodded with a smile. "Mission accomplished. The grand formation is fully repaired." Upon hearing this news, the elders and stewards were ecstatic, praising Ling Tianhuang as the guardian star of Shushan. Ling Tianhuang's receipt of universal acclaim filled Yuan Jingchuan's heart with immense relief. Now entrusting Shushan to his hands would face no opposition. In the following days, Ling Tianhuang cultivated in his wooden cabin courtyard. Ever since discovering the dark chain-like marks within his body, they had felt like a fishbone lodged in his throat, causing him great distress. He had consulted the archives in the sutra library and sought advice from Yuan Jingchuan but found no answers. The more elusive the answer, the more restless Ling Tianhuang became. Those dark chain-like patterns were like an invisible shackle binding his meridians and qi, preventing him from unlocking his divine treasures. Then one day the voice of the sword spirit Xiao Zhu echoed in his mind. "Have you offended some great figure?" Xiao Zhu's tone was stern, his voice laden with gravity. "A great figure?" Ling Tianhuang pondered. "Recently I have indeed slain many powerhouses. Strictly speaking, even the golden body Dharma avatar of the Tianwu sect's ancestor was destroyed by me through the power of the formation. They are not worthy of being called great figures, they are less than ants. I speak of true titans." Ling Tianhuang shook his head. "Then I have none. Though I know not the might of the great figures you speak of, I have never even met a heaven-phase powerhouse, so how could I have offended one?" "Then how could you have been afflicted with such a curse?" "A curse?" Ling Tianhuang was startled. "Do you mean the dark chains within my body? That is the immortal severing curse." Xiao Zhu's tone was exceptionally grim. The immortal severing curse. Ling Tianhuang was perplexed, he had never heard of it. Yet from Xiao Zhu's tone he sensed that this thing was of immense significance. This is an extremely ancient curse. Throughout the myriad realms only the most supreme clans and orthodox lineages possess records of it. I cannot fathom how a mere Shushan disciple like you could have fallen victim to it. Is this curse very potent? Ling Tianhuang asked in bewilderment. It has been unbreakable since time immemorial, what do you think? Xiao Zhu rolled his eyes and continued, throughout history the immortal severing curse has appeared only a few times. Yet every one of its victims was a peerless prodigy renowned across the realms, or at the very least a top-tier genius who dominated an entire world. Moreover, they all had powerful forces backing them. But even with the aid of supreme powerhouses, no one afflicted by this curse has ever managed to defy fate. They all met a dismal end. In the ancient immortal era there were 3 great curses, and the immortal severing curse was one of them. Hearing this, Ling Tianhuang gradually realized the gravity of the situation. He fell silent for a long time, collecting his thoughts before asking, "What happens to one who is afflicted by the immortal severing curse?" Xiao Zhu sighed softly. The immortal severing curse seals one's path of cultivation. No matter how heaven-defying your talent, all efforts are futile, you can never break free from its bonds. Moreover, as you age, the curse's power grows, eventually eroding you completely until death. Ling Tianhuang finally understood this was tantamount to severing his path of cultivation. This revelation struck him like a thunderbolt, plunging his heart into utter despair. After suffering severe injuries and losing all his cultivation, he had believed his spirit had been tempered enough. But upon learning of this curse which permanently blocked his path, he once again tasted hopelessness. Is there truly no way to break it? Ling Tianhuang clung to a final shred of hope. None, Xiao Zhu replied bluntly. The immortal severing curse along with the god-sealing curse and the demon-corroding curse are known as the three eternal unsolvable curses of the ages. Yet in the vastness of history some have succeeded in breaking the god-sealing and demon-corroding curses, rewriting their fates. But the immortal severing curse has never been overcome. From the few recorded instances, no matter how hard those afflicted tried, the primordial chaos realm was their ultimate limit. Ling Tianhuang remained silent for a long time, several times on the verge of speaking but holding back. This 16-year-old youth's eyes had lost their former brilliance. Gazing at the sunset over the western hills, his eyes were filled with dejection. Xiao Zhu wanted to offer comfort but knew not where to begin. For anyone at this age of youthful ambition blessed with extraordinary talent to receive such a merciless verdict was unbearable. Ling Tianhuang sat motionless in the courtyard like a living corpse. The cool summer night breeze was refreshing, yet he felt an icy chill throughout his body. He sat there in a stupor for an entire night, and during that night his mind wandered far and wide. He wondered who had cast the immortal severing curse upon him, contemplated his future life, and thought of other things. Originally he had planned to descend the mountain to seek news of his parents once he grew strong. He had dreamed of roaming the martial world with Yuan Xingyi to see the world beyond. But now all those dreams had turned to dust. The little rogue dragon had consumed a great deal of grilled meat the previous night and was now sound asleep. Dawn broke and the first rays of sunlight spilled over Shushan, illuminating Ling Tianhuang's chiseled face. He slowly opened his eyes, staring directly into the blazing sun. Suddenly a glimmer flashed in his eyes, fleeting yet as conspicuous as a spark in the darkness. In that instant Ling Tianhuang recalled the sunrise before him and the sunset of yesterday. After sunset darkness falls, but light always returns, as it did now. If there were no darkness, what would define light? It is a sensation as elusive as grasping the wind. If sunset represents despair, then sunrise is hope. But where then lies his hope? Ling Tianhuang slowly rose and departed from the bamboo grove courtyard. At this moment he no longer bore his former spirited demeanor, even his upright silhouette carried a hint of dejection. At the sword pavilion, Sun Zhuo was still practicing the sword-controlling art that Ling Tianhuang had taught him. Although he had trained for so long without making any progress and the sword before him had not even stirred, Sun Zhuo showed no signs of discouragement, trying again and again. He knew well that his talent was meager. Yet the scene of Ling Tianhuang commanding 10,000 swords across the sky that day replayed endlessly in his mind, stirring profound admiration within him, and he silently resolved to master this sword-controlling art. Ling Tianhuang watched from afar for a long time before slowly stepping forward. "Junior brother Ling, what brings you here?" Sun Zhuo quickly rose and approached him. Ling Tianhuang forced a faint smile and asked, "Senior brother Sun, how is your practice of the sword-controlling art progressing?" Sun Zhuo scratched his head awkwardly and said, "You must be laughing at me, junior brother." Ling Tianhuang remained silent for a long moment before asking, "Senior brother, have you ever considered, if you knew that you were destined never to master the sword-controlling art, would you still persist?" Sun Zhuo gave a simple, honest smile and said, "I am well aware of my mediocre aptitude. I understand that persistence does not guarantee success. But if one encounters difficulties and gives up without even trying, what meaning is there in life?" Sun Zhuo poured a cup of water for Ling Tianhuang and said, "Do you still remember, junior brother, when you told me that cultivation is like a life-or-death duel? To retreat before battle is to lose the upper hand. What is more fearsome than failure is regret." In an instant Ling Tianhuang felt as if he had been enlightened. The weight of the immortal severing curse that had been suffocating his heart suddenly lifted. He felt as though a rift had been torn through the gloom before him, allowing a brilliant ray of sunlight to pour in. Not long ago, to encourage senior brother Sun, he had casually spoken a few words, yet they were remembered verbatim. But when faced with his own predicament, he had lost all composure. Truly it was easy to talk glibly from a position of comfort. How utterly laughable. This also confirmed the saying, everyone understands principles, but without experiencing another suffering one should not urge them to be virtuous. After learning that he was afflicted with the immortal severing curse, he had given up without even trying, wallowing in self-abandonment. Was this the conduct befitting a sword cultivator? He could never have dreamed that his offhand words that day were not meant to encourage senior brother Sun but to redeem himself. In that moment the dejection in Ling Tianhuang's eyes was replaced by their former radiance. He raised the cup of water and drained it in one gulp, then expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Sun Zhuo. "Thank you, senior brother Sun." "What are you thanking me for?" Sun Zhuo looked utterly bewildered, not understanding. Ling Tianhuang said no more and strode directly toward the second floor of the sword pavilion. Originally his purpose in coming was to uncover who had cast the immortal sealing curse upon him. From birth to the present he had left Mount Shu only a handful of times. The last trip to Burial Dragon Mountain was one such occasion. But if the curse had been placed, then little Zhu could not have been unaware. After a night of deep contemplation he vaguely felt that this curse was connected to his mother. In previous years he had asked the elders of the sect about her, but they all evaded the topic, speaking of it with great reticence. Later the sect leader uncle told him that after he came of age he could seek the ancestor to learn the full story. Disciple Ling Tianhuang paying respects to the ancestor. Ling Tianhuang arrived at the second floor of the sword pavilion and bowed deeply. Soon a voice came from within, "Enter." Ling Tianhuang stepped inside to find the ancestor Ren Wufeng seated cross-legged on a cushion, seemingly in meditation. "Tianhuang, it's been a long time since you came to chat with this old man," the ancestor said with a smile. In the past Ling Tianhuang often visited the sword pavilion both to seek the ancestor's guidance on cultivation matters and to listen to tales and legends of the continent. What fascinated him most was the war of righteousness and demonic paths, where Mount Shu stood at the forefront, unleashing 10,000 swords into battle, leaving the battlefield strewn with corpses and the sky torn asunder. Then the ancestor gestured for Ling Tianhuang to sit on the cushion opposite him and said, "Jingchuan has already told me about the mountain protecting formation. You have rendered a great service to Mount Shu, my boy. The ancestor flatters me. As a disciple of Mount Shu, it is my duty to contribute to the sect." Ling Tianhuang replied. "What brings you to see this old man today?" the ancestor asked. "I wish to know about my mother." Ling Tianhuang did not mention the immortal severing curse, for even if he told others it would not help. In the end he had to rely on himself. Hearing this, the ancestor's expression grew slightly solemn. "This matter was meant to be revealed to you when you came of age. But you are no longer a child, and since you wish to know, there is no harm in telling you." "What exactly is my mother's origin?" Ling Tianhuang asked eagerly. "Your mother was a remarkable woman, rare in a millennium. In cultivation, knowledge, talent, and even strength she surpassed your father. In his day your father was hailed as the greatest prodigy of Mount Shu in 1,000 years. At 15 he reached the meditation realm, at 16 he entered the divine palace, and by 20 he had broken through to the primordial chaos realm, shaking the southern domain and the entire continent. On his first journey down the mountain he rescued the besieged fifth elder and brought him back to Mount Shu. On his second journey he brought back a woman, your mother. For the next 3 years the two of them lived in seclusion in the bamboo grove courtyard on Misty Cloud Peak until you were born. It was on the day of your birth that a change occurred." At this point the ancestor's expression turned extremely grave. "What happened?" Ling Tianhuang asked urgently. He vaguely guessed that it had to do with his mother's departure. The ancestor did not speak but opened his spatial ring and took out an egg-sized piece of ancient jade, handing it to Ling Tianhuang. "The events of that day are recorded in this ancient jade. See for yourself." Ling Tianhuang carefully received the ancient jade. It was cold to the touch. "Crush the jade and you will see the scene from that day, but only once," the ancestor warned. Ling Tianhuang nodded in gratitude. He knew that there were special means in the world to record images using certain substances as a medium, with ancient jade being the most common. Taking a deep breath, Ling Tianhuang channeled his true qi and the ancient jade shattered in his palm. With a faint cracking sound the jade transformed into a beam of light, slowly spreading from his hand. The light then expanded before them, forming a luminous screen. The screen rippled gently and eventually coalesced into an image. Though it was night, Ling Tianhuang could still discern from the mountain silhouette that it was Mount Shu. Faint lights from lamps mingled with the vast starry sky. The star of purple violet and the star of heavenly official appeared together in the night, echoing each other from afar. Suddenly the cry of an infant broke the tranquility of the bamboo grove courtyard in the hollow of Misty Cloud Peak. Outside the door a man with sword-like brows and starry eyes, exuding an extraordinary heroic aura, paced anxiously back and forth. Hearing the cry his face lit up with joy, and soon a middle-aged woman emerged from the room. "Congratulations. The lady has given birth to a young master." Ling Tianhuang recognized at a glance that this heroic man was none other than his father Ling Chongqing. Although he was still very young when his father left, his features were etched deeply in his memory. Ling Chongqing, his face brimming with excitement, entered the room and gazed upon the frail woman lying in bed along with the swaddled infant beside her. He gently took her hand and wiped away her sweat. "Yao, you've worked hard." Despite having just given birth and appearing pale, the woman's noble bearing was unmistakable. She smiled and shook her head. "Quick, give our child a name. I just observed the stars. The purple star enters the destiny, a celestial blessing descends." I thought if it's a girl call her Ziwei, if a boy call him Tianhuang. Ling Chongqing declared. Tianhuang Ling Tianhuang, the woman murmured. Good Tianhuang it is. Ling Tianhuang never imagined that one day he would witness his own birth from an observer's perspective. Yet at that moment a thunderclap exploded, shaking the entire Mount Shu. The once star-studded night sky turned bloodred as rolling thunder roared without end. A blood moon appeared amidst the thundering chaos with wailing ghosts and howling spirits. It was undoubtedly an ominous omen. Countless demonic beasts emerged around Mount Shu, their earth-shattering roars driving many disciples to madness and shattering their Tao hearts. In an instant powerful figures from various peaks soared into the sky, their faces filled with terror at the ominous celestial phenomenon. A blinding bolt of lightning tore across the night as if rending heaven and earth in two. Then a crimson heavenly tribulation wreathed in endless lightning descended like a blood dragon hurtling toward the bamboo courtyard on Misty Cloud Peak. A sword light illuminated Mount Shu as Ling Chongqing wielding a longsword shot into the sky and cleaved the blood-red tribulation in two with a single strike. But immediately several more bolts of heavenly tribulation descended together, enveloping the entire Misty Cloud Peak. Begone! Ling Chongqing roared, engaging the tribulation in a fierce battle with his sword. At that moment a colossal Dharma manifestation appeared in the sky, towering and blotting out the sun. Compared to this entity, the golden Dharma manifestation of the Tianwu sect's ancestor seemed no larger than an ant. Even though Ling Tianhuang was merely watching a scene from the past, he could still feel a terrifying pressure. He knew this pressure wasn't real but a psychological weight born from the manifestation's sheer enormity. Yet countless Mount Shu disciples at the time couldn't withstand it and fell to their knees, their faces ashen. Wretch! The Dharma manifestation thundered, and then a mountain-like hand crackling with rolling thunder and lightning pressed downward. If this palm struck, not only Misty Cloud Peak but all tens of peaks of Mount Shu would be leveled. Ling Chongqing, ignoring his injuries, charged forward to block the blow. Yet despite giving his all, he couldn't budge the handprint even a fraction. The moment he touched it, he was smashed down from the void by the terrifying force, his body drenched in blood. Father, spare us. Xiaojiu will go back with you, please harm no more innocents. A pale woman rushed out of the bamboo courtyard crying toward the sky. Finally the hand hovered in midair. Mount Shu was spared, but the woman who had just become a mother couldn't even take a last look at her child before being seized by the hand. As Misty Cloud Peak shrank in her view, tears streamed down her face, her heart wrenched with pain. Similarly, Ling Chongqing, bloodied and lying in the bamboo courtyard, stared with bloodshot eyes at the huge hand carrying his wife away, his gaze seething with boundless murderous intent. As the hand gradually receded, everyone on Mount Shu breathed a sigh of relief. Yet no one noticed a black light flying from the departing hand, silently entering the infant's body in the courtyard. The dark mark was inconspicuous in the shadows, and even Ling Chongqing missed it. However, Ling Tianhuang with his sharp perception caught this subtle detail. Suddenly a chill ran through him. Though he had suspected it, confirming the truth was still hard to believe. The one who had cursed him was his own nominal grandfather. What is that? The Mount Shu ancestor, having also noticed the dark mark, asked in shock. Ling Tianhuang shook his head, choosing not to reveal the truth. Judging by the celestial Dharma manifestation alone, this person was far more powerful than the Tianwu sect's ancestor. The curse placed on him at birth had already forged an enmity, and whether he could break it or not, Ling Tianhuang didn't want to involve the Shu Mountain Sword sect. The image and the void gradually blurred and finally dissipated. As for what happened later, Ling Tianhuang had heard from his elders at the age of 5 his father entrusted him to Yuan Jingchuan and his wife, leaving Mount Shu alone. Since then there had been no news. Through the scenes recorded in the ancient jade, Ling Tianhuang not only learned that his mother had been forcibly taken the night he was born, but also discovered the origin of the immortal severing curse. Then Ling Tianhuang turned to the ancestor and asked, "What exactly is my mother's background?" The ancestor sighed softly. "All I know is that your mother's name is Su Fuyao. As for her origins, your father never spoke of them to anyone." Ling Tianhuang rose and bowed to the ancestor. "Thank you for clarifying, ancestor. This disciple takes his leave." Leaving the sword pavilion, he walked back to Misty Cloud Peak. Misty Cloud Peak and Hidden Sword Peak were separated by several mountains connected by a suspension bridge, but the journey on foot was still considerable. Along the way, Ling Tianhuang processed the information. Who was his mother? Where did she come from? After leaving Mount Shu, where did his father go? Was he searching for his mother? Ling Tianhuang let out a long breath, pushing these questions from his mind. He believed that all these matters would eventually come to light. For now his priority was figuring out how to break the immortal severing curse. Xiao Zhu. I'm here. How much time do I have left? Ling Tianhuang asked directly, his tone as calm as if discussing something unrelated to himself. Based on the few records available, the immortal severing curse's onset varies. Some trigger at the spirit condensation stage, some at the tribulation invocation stage, and others at the divine palace stage. But they all ultimately stop at the primordial unity stage. Xiao Zhu paused and continued, upon reaching the primordial unity stage one faces the first heavenly tribulation on the path of cultivation. Some of those prodigies forcibly triggered the tribulation to break through and were annihilated, others chose not to attempt it but still didn't survive past the age of 20, dying from the curse's erosion. Xiao Zhu's tone was cautious. Though she was merely a sword spirit and had only known Ling Tianhuang briefly, she truly admired this young man. She never expected his fate to be so fraught with hardship. So I have just over 3 years. Ling Tianhuang asked calmly. Xiao Zhu nodded. Use these 3 years to do what you wish. No. Ling Tianhuang uttered a single resolute word. No. Ling Tianhuang said with determination. Even if there is only 1 day left, I will fight this curse to the end. In that moment a fierce fighting spirit ignited in Ling Tianhuang's eyes and a powerful aura surged from within him. Xiao Zhu was initially taken aback, as though she too was infected by this aura. The sword spirit, who had existed for countless ages, unexpectedly showed a long-lost excitement. Great. I'll accompany you. Xiao Zhu said excitedly. She did not expect that Ling Tianhuang could emerge from despair in just one night. The ancient curse that terrified many did not crush him, instead it ignited the fighting spirit deep within this little fellow. Since that is the case, I will also wholeheartedly fight alongside him. Regardless of the future or the outcome, I seek only to be true to my heart and leave no regrets. Of course Ling Tianhuang understood that mere passion alone would not break the curse, he needed a plan. Xiao Zhu, what do you think I should do? Though senior brother Sun's words had cleared the fog and restored his confidence facing this ancient and unsolvable curse, it was clear that passion alone was insufficient. He needed to find the correct method for even a glimmer of hope. I don't know. She paused and continued, but there are several methods we can try. Generally curses have ways to be broken, and the caster surely knows of these methods. However, as far as I know, the 3 great curses are all fatal curses which have no means of dispelling. The second method is to have a sufficiently powerful expert forcefully break the curse for you, but that path is certainly infeasible, otherwise those geniuses from invincible sects in ancient times would not have been left in despair. And the last method is for you to break it yourself. Ling Tianhuang furrowed his brow and asked, I myself. How do I break it? Limitless power. Xiao Zhu said. The 3,000 pathways converge. If you can cultivate any one to its extreme, there may be a glimmer of hope. What is the extreme? Ling Tianhuang asked. The extreme is not only to surpass everyone but also to transcend the laws, transcend order, transcend oneself. Absolute power can break all barriers and absolute speed can reverse time. Ling Tianhuang fell into deep thought, the words echoing in his mind. To transcend laws, transcend order, transcend oneself. To break the limits, one must first cultivate each realm to perfection. In fact, those legendary powerhouses in history sought to cultivate every realm to perfection. The sword spirit Xiao Zhu spoke. Perfection? Ling Tianhuang asked. Yes. Cultivation is like building a tower. Even if one has exceptional talent, pursuing speed while neglecting a solid foundation will ultimately result in limited achievements. Xiao Zhu added. Your talent is actually quite decent, but your foundation is not solid. Xiao Zhu continued, of course this is not entirely your fault. Mainly the Tao of Tianhuang Continent is lacking and many lineages have been severed, making a weak foundation a common phenomenon. Is there a remedy? Ling Tianhuang asked. Recultivation. Xiao Zhu uttered 2 words. Fortunately your realm is not high, otherwise you would have to start from scratch. Then Xiao Zhu transmitted all the truths of various realms and methods of cultivation into Ling Tianhuang's mind. From the initial transformation realm to the saint realm, although the saint realm is still far off for Ling Tianhuang, these are insights and experiences left by those legendary prodigies throughout history. Not only can they guide future generations to avoid detours, but most importantly they can open one's mind to validate one's own path through the experiences of others. While it is true that the 3,000 pathways converge, each person's path is unique, belonging solely to their own Tao. Ling Tianhuang carefully read the cultivation methods and insights left by many sages, gaining much from them. Moreover, Ling Tianhuang found that there were considerable differences when compared to his previous cultivation methods. The transformation realm primarily involves shedding the mundane and embarking on the path of cultivation, while the bone and blood realm focuses on tempering one's body as much as possible to surpass ordinary people. As for the spirit-gathering realm, it is about condensing the divine thought and awakening the spiritual sense, while the sitting and illuminating realm uses the spiritual sense as a guide to connect with the Tao. Overall, the transformation realm and bone and blood realm focus on the physical body, while the spirit-gathering realm and sitting and illuminating realm focus on the spiritual sense. However, in today's world, the transmission of cultivation has been severed by 80 to 90%. Whether it is tempering the body or cultivating the spiritual sense, most are done in a natural manner. Yet in the many cultivation methods and insights Xiao Zhu provided, it was mentioned that both tempering the body and condensing the spiritual sense have numerous methods that can maximize enhancement. Among them, the most recognized method for body cultivation is the combination of medicinal herbs and external forces. Medicinal herbs can eliminate the impurities and filth accumulated within the body, while external forces can make the body more resilient. A person can originally live for 100 years. However, consuming grains and cereals leads to numerous ailments, which is due to the accumulated impurities over time. What the transformation realm needs to do is to wash the marrow and cleanse the bones, eliminating the impurities and filth within. Although some techniques can achieve the purpose of washing the marrow and cleansing the bones for those just stepping onto the path of cultivation, such approaches are too domineering, akin to pulling seedlings to help them grow. Therefore, using medicinal herbs is the best choice. The information that the sword spirit Xiao Zhu transmitted to Ling Tianhuang also contained numerous prescriptions, all of which are excellent recipes left by ancient people. Of course, prescriptions vary in quality, and to Ling Tianhuang at this moment, ordinary prescriptions simply cannot meet his needs. After all, what he needs is not an ordinary washing of the marrow and cleansing of the bones to open the meridians, but to break the limits. Ultimately, Ling Tianhuang found an ancient prescription among the vast information in his mind. This prescription was accompanied by a note stating, "This prescription is extremely domineering, use with caution." It was precisely this note that made Ling Tianhuang pay extra attention to it. The prescription listed dozens of medicinal ingredients, most of which were spirit herbs and not hard to find, but the main ingredient of this prescription required a sacred herb. In addition, it also required the blood of a primordial beast. The sacred herb is fine. Last time in the Sealing Magic Gorge I obtained dozens of sacred lotus seeds, which should suffice. But where can I find the blood of a primordial beast? Even if such a high-level great demon truly exists, it is certainly not something I can deal with. Returning to the bamboo grove courtyard, a strong smell of blood immediately wafted in, causing Ling Tianhuang to be startled. Upon entering the courtyard, he found dozens of fiery rabbits that had been bitten to death scattered around. Little Pip Long was sitting among the pile of rabbits, looking at Ling Tianhuang with a proud face as if showing off his accomplishments. "Hurry, barbecue, barbecue." Little Pip Long jumped up and said in a childish voice. At this moment, Ling Tianhuang was entirely focused on the problem of breaking the curse, and the urgent matter was to gather the materials listed in that prescription.